Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ellough Park for this round 6 of the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Lightweight Championship. I'm Jacob Harris. With me today in the comments box we have Mr. Reeve Taylor. Reeve, welcome.
Thank you very much, Jacob. It's great to be here. My first time out at Ellough Park for our South Division today. Our first day running this weekend. We are going to be... there is more than just myself, I do promise. Jacob does join us as well. Our first day of running. We have the super lightweight tomorrow as well at this 1.1 kilometre circuit. Nice, fast flowing circuit, at least for the first half of the lap. These drivers looking pretty pleased with it, pretty impressed, pretty happy to be driving out there today. We had a quick chat with them in our Paddock show that we'll see a bit later on. But for now, Jacob, we're going to be heading into our first bit of qualifying on this pretty clear day.
We are indeed. We have 6 qualifying sessions ahead of us. First up will be the Cadet lightweight group, which are just going out on circuit now. Weather, as you can see, overcast today. We are not due any rain, but similarly we are not due big spells of sunshine either. I don't think it's going to remain overcast for the duration of the weekend. So yes, we'll be alternating sessions between cadets and juniors. Cadets in the Cadet Club 100 carts, which you can see out now, the slightly smaller machines, and the juniors in the full-sized gear. We've got 3 qualifying sessions for each, A, B and C. Drivers are randomly sorted into qualifying groups, and then the fastest times dictate which groups you go into for your pre-finals and your A-finals later on. Short sessions, nothing too long, but enough to get yourself a good lap time in and representative of your true speed. We're kind of looking for lap times, certainly in the cadets, around 53-second mark. The best times from the sessions this morning were a 53.1 from Jude Puddlefoot, a 53.2 from Luke Collins, and a 53.2 from Theo Thomas as well. Theo Thomas, you can see at the top of the standings for this one as well, so keep an eye out for him. And the likes of Henry Greenwood, who's close behind at the moment, to be putting in some fast lap times, all in the hope to get themselves into that pre-A final later on. The junior machinery will go slightly faster. We're talking maybe 3 seconds a lap around Ellough Park. We'll get onto that when they're out on track in 8 minutes time. For now, focus is on the cadets in this A group. As I said, Theo Thomas currently heads the standings.
Yeah, I mean, these qualifying sessions, what we'll see heading towards the end of the morning now and into the first bit of the afternoon is drive. It's not like say if you're a Formula 1 enthusiast, it's not like your traditional qualifying session there. With these compressed sessions that we have, the drivers have got to get out there in the kart and just stay lapping around these circuits to try and get a good time in. That's why they hit the ground running pretty hard here, as we've seen with Theo Thomas at 33.4, as you mentioned, Jake. Henry Greenwood, though, looking very close indeed, only separated by 1/10. We have Tigran Gregorian as well at 53.5. He's a rookie to the championship this year, but he's already making an impression in this first qualifying session of the day.
6 minutes remain of this one, and with 53-second lap times, that does equate to 5 or 6 laps for these guys to get themselves a representative time in. And yeah, I think it's a good format. This it gives the drivers enough time on track to get used to the karts, to get used to the circuit, and to build their confidence as the day goes on. Obviously we don't qualify in all formats that are run by Club 100, but certainly for this group of drivers and for this specific championship, I think it's a very good way of getting them up to speed, up to grips, and ready for the days, well, the afternoon's worth of racing that's ahead. That's a very eye-catching suit, isn't it? Is that the 36?
It is indeed. That's Theo Thomas there leading this section at the moment. He's just heading into the final part of the lap, up into turn 10 in a moment. Turn 10 is a pretty crucial spot on this track because it is the last kind of prime overtaking opportunity on the lap, and also it's your final kind of braking zone and corner exit before you head back down towards turn 1. And it's all about keeping that momentum up and making sure that you carry that speed into the double right-hander, which we are watching him head round in just a moment, because yeah, momentum is so crucial in these cars, especially in these higher speed parts of the lap.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke to some drivers in the Paddock show, said momentum around here is key. There's lots of hairpins, I think, is one thing about this track that makes momentum even more possible, and a lot of people said about driving out the corners as well. In fact, you could argue that almost every corner is a hairpin. There's a very clear here. It's a very tight, twisty circuit, but high speed nonetheless.
Yeah, it seems to be, as you say, there's a duality to this circuit of you've either got that hairpin or you've got corners, the likes of turn 2, turn 3, which aren't really a corner, so to speak. It's a double apex, but you can stay flat out through so many of the bends here at Ellough Park. It's going to be a real test of the drivers to make sure that technically they're able to negotiate all different types of corner. 4 minutes to go in this session then. Theo Thomas, who has led from the start, 53.1. He is looking pretty comfortable out there now with a 2/10 margin. That is a very small amount of time indeed, but these CLUB100 Cadet and Junior drivers have shown us over the first few broadcasts this season that a few tenths can make all the difference, and the pack is very close indeed. I keep mentioning Paddock show that you see in a bit. You might hear us chat to a few drivers who say actually there's some really good drivers here today, so they know that there's good competition out on the circuit today, which is great to see.
Yeah, that lap time that Theo Thomas currently sits at the top of the standings with is a mere 8 thousandths of a second off the fastest lap that we've seen from these cadets today, so that should be good. Although, as I say, that Henry Greenwood improves in second place, so we'll be one to keep an eye on for the remaining 3 minutes of this session. Yes, lots of fast sweeping corners, as you mentioned, Reeve. We're seeing turns 3 and 4 here, the double apex right-hander after the single apex right-hander to start. We then go down into left-hand hairpin here, and you can see cars running wide on the exit curb down there. Then it's flat out through this left and right-hand chicane, all the way down to the right-handed hairpin that we're seeing now. The little hump there is your braking spot as you go down the hill, and then you tight on the exit out down toward this hairpin here, which is another right-hand. You get up on the curb on the inside of this one, and then finally take the left-hander around onto what's a very bendy start-finish straight. It's a big right-hand curve you can see there as they come down and then cross the line, as the number 5 seems to be slowing down for some reason. That's Henry Greenwood. Perhaps he's just trying to find a bit of space. You've only got 2 minutes left, Henry, so don't wait too long for that one.
Yep, 2 minutes to go. As you say, Henry Greenwood there trying to find a bit of space, trying to make out where he is out on track. He's currently heading through into the second half lap in just a moment. He's got a bit of a queue behind him, has the number 109 of Oliver Catchpole just in front. Should have plenty of time to get at least 2 more laps in this session. Still little change at the top end of the order then. Our top 3 is Theo Thomas, Henry Greenwood, Max Wainwright and Ledger Demetrio, although saying that, Benjamin Beresford just leapfrogs up into P4 there with a 53 rather, a 0.4. And we have a change for the lead of this session as well. Ledger Demetrio a 53.183. That is 1,000th of a second faster than Theo Thomas. I did say it was going to get close.
Absolutely, very fine margins at the top of this one. 1,000th of a second, that's as close as you can get without having the same lap time, obviously, given that we only measure to 3 decimal places. And yeah, I mean, the whole top 15 are within 8 tenths of each other, which is fantastic for a 53-second lap time. Obviously, the bigger the track, the more area for mistakes and for variation in that car. To see them all that close really is a testament to the quality of this field, as there's a big change there as William Hossack improves up to 6th and Ethan Windsor goes up to 7th as well. So there's the number 13, our fastest driver so far. That time round not quite as quick as the 53.183 we saw last time round, and this will be their last laps now that they're going on to. So we want to keep a keen eye on that leaderboard as Ledger goes around the left hand into the faster part of the circuit, sweeping left and right chicane, which is entirely flat out, as we said a couple of moments ago.
There we go then, yeah, as you say, last couple of attempts here. I'm not actually sure if we'll make it across the line in time. We have 6 seconds left on the clock. I don't think we are, no. I think it's going to be the final runs for these drivers. The checkers flag is waved there as we can see a few drivers trying to get a bit of slipstream. Benjamin Beresford there just about missing out on getting another lap attempt in, and that does bring an end to our first qualifying session there. So it's Legend Demetrio impressing just ahead, and I do mean just, of Theo Thomas and Henry Greenwood, our top three from our Cadet Group A qualifiers this morning. In a few moments, I think we're going to get ready to see our first junior fleet heading out on track.
We are indeed. So here we go then for the first junior qualifier of the day, and we are looking for lap times around about the 50-second mark here. The quickest lap times we had this morning was Zach Watson and Jake Chapman and Dominic Balasitis, who all put in a 50.2 second lap. First and foremost though, Reeve, this is the first set of drivers we are seeing today on the live stream who will be eligible for entry to the biggest party in Arrive and Drive karting.
That is right indeed. So you may have seen the news on our socials as of late, but pretty good news and pretty exciting news it is that a few of our drivers are getting the chance to head out to Belgium in the coming future for a Rotax Championship. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, Jacob?
Absolutely. 7 nations so far feeding into this World Championship of Arrive and Drive karting. Some of you may have seen the recent launch of Formula KFX in America, all part of the Club Rotax banner, which has been launched in conjunction with CLUB100. We have got a number of classes being able to enter that one, including the drivers you are seeing now. So the top 3, I believe, Reeve, top 3 drivers from this very championship we're watching now will be invited to compete in a 3-day event.
Yeah, so if you're looking to qualify for the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, there we go, get the full spiel in. It is, you've got to be a competitor in the Junior North, Junior South competitions. You can be senior sprint driver as well, and that is for both lightweight and heavyweight if you're in the senior sprints, or lightweight and super lightweight if you're in the junior running. No cadets as of yet, but watch this space for qualifying for the cadets in the future. There is going to be some more info to follow on this championship in the coming months, so do stay tuned to the CLUB100 social media pages on Instagram or Facebook. But yeah, it should be a real kind of, it's almost like a 7 nations competition, but for karting, isn't it? And it's going to be hosted in Genk in Belgium. There'll be split across a few days. Thursday is going to be kind of your setup day, your practice. Friday is going to be a proper free practice, a formal free practice with qualifying. And then Saturday is your full race day. Super Heats, pre-final and a final is going to be the format of the racing there. I believe there's going to be a bit of a shindig or a party kind of around Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that sort of thing. So do make sure to get involved in that if you are eligible and you want to get involved. Any questions, do make sure to ask us on the CLUB100 social media pages, or even on the comments on this broadcast today.
Yeah, fantastic facility out in Spain. Those drivers who are lucky enough to earn a spot in that championship are going to absolutely love it, I guarantee. It's a really, really fantastic opportunity that Rotax are providing to those drivers. And as I said, some of those drivers may well be in this session right now. Robert Crawford currently tops the timings with 2/3 of the session to go. We are about half a second off the fastest laps that we saw this morning, so expect the lap times to come tumbling down, and perhaps some of the order to change as well. Daniel Varlan and Ben Ridgefist are currently 2nd and 3rd as well. But yeah, brief.
It is worth noting Ben Ridgefist unfortunately does take the accolade for first penalty, at least that I've seen of the day, unfortunately, so he will not be taking qualifying in the position that he finishes in this session. That was a very stopping on circuit penalty, which I think is a new one to add to my books actually. So Ben Ridgefist unfortunately there will get a couple of places knocked off, but he's in a pretty good position. So as long as he keeps the nose clean for the rest of the session, should still be rewarded with a decent result at the end of this qualifying session. Plenty of other drivers improving here. We've got Zach Watson just taking the top step in the running here. That's a 104 kart that we are following along with now. That's a 50.6, and it is so close again in our juniors, as it was with the cadets as well. 200th of a second separating pole and P2, and then we have only 5,000th of a second dropping down between Robert Crawford in P2 and Hudson Gordon Huntley in P3 as well.
Yep, you see the wider machinery on display as well, because this is the junior class. These are the same karts that we use for Club 100 Seniors, for PKC, and indeed for the Junior North Championship, as you can imagine. And henceforth, we get slightly different times, by tune of about 3 seconds around Ellough Park, so not too much disparity in all honesty. But yes, slightly different things to look at for you right now as we follow, or we change over to who we're following. There we go. We pick up the 104 coming through turns 3 and 4, the double right-hander, and down into the left-handed hairpin. There's a little kink there as well, actually, which doesn't count as a corner, but yeah, left-handed hairpin would be considered turn 5. 6 and 7 flat out in these as they were in the cadets. Very fast sweeping corners there, and then just over the hill you can see the brakes applied right at the crest there for the right hand, and then kink on exit as well. Still up on the curb on the inside of this right hand hairpin as well, and then back over to the right hand side of the track to take the final left hand corner round the start finish curve and over to the left, across the start finish line, setting at the lap time and into the start of the lap again.
Thank you very much, Jacob, for taking us through that lap there. It was a nicely executed lap by Robert Crawford a few moments ago. Sorry, I said 124 then. No, 50.5 for the number 124 plated kart there, just ahead of Daniel Varian there at 50.5. So we're starting to see those times tumble down. We haven't jumped straight out the blocks like we saw with our cadets, but we are definitely improving. Daniel Zensky improves as well to go at 50.511, so mere thousandth separating our top drivers in this session. And you gave us a great insight into the track there, Jacob. I do like to come to tracks like this with the Club 100 fleet, because it's great to see, especially with the junior cars. They're pretty quick pieces of machinery are these Club 100 karts, fastest club arrive and drive karts that you can really jump into in the land. So it's great to see these Rotax engines getting their legs stretched a bit through some of these faster, more flowing circuits.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we've got what we've got coming up next May at Genk. They are the fastest arrive and drive karts. What we're doing, we've started to replicate that now around the world, like Dubai and America and Italy. Are picking up on this kind of format with the support of Rotax and Club 100, and naturally that brings the need for competition on a global scale. As I said, 7 countries so far involved in that one, but keep an eye on the socials for that one, Reeve.
Yeah,
I think there's a few surprises to come.
Yeah, there's going to be some really exciting news coming out for that championship in the coming months. So do make sure that you keep your eyes peeled on the Rotax Racing Club International Finals that we will be very honoured to be hosting and getting organised in the coming months. Looking on then to this session, Daniel Varian there improving quite nicely at 50.2, new fastest driver out in this session. Penalty coming in for Dan Shaw there. That is a cone penalty, so a couple of places will be knocked off there. That is just to let you know that you've probably pushed out a little bit too wide. You've been pushing too hard in this session and you've knocked over a cone, which marks where you shouldn't really be taking your go-kart. Not that you should be getting penalties, but if you're going to be getting your penalties in anywhere, these practice and quality sessions are where you want to get them, really, because it's early in the day. You're learning more about your kart, and as you get into the racing, you've got to get more focused on getting your overtakes in and making sure that you can push up towards those A finals if at all possible. No major change over the past couple of laps then. It's still a 50.2 for Daniel Varian. Daniel Zensky just behind with 50.3, and then we have Robert Crawford with that earlier 50.426 that he was able to get in. 9 laps completed so far for our top drivers in this session.
I'll be impressed if anyone can beat Daniel Varlan at the top with that 50.2. As I said, those are the fastest looking times from this morning. In fact, 2.7 puts him right up there, not quite as fast as Don Balasitis' is 2.5 from this morning, as Jake Chapman with a 2.5 as well, and a 2.2 from Zach Watson. So we know the pace is theoretically available to beat that, but you'd have to be but in a pretty perfect lap to displace Daniel at the top of this one. There's two Daniels at the top of this one, actually with Daniel Leszczynski in second place, just behind with a 50.3, which is equally respectable lap time. As here we follow Varlin down the hill into the right-handed hairpin.
Yeah, we've got a session of the Daniels going actually. We've got Daniel Parsons, Daniel Archibald in this run as well. So Varlin leading the charge and has a bit of company out on track at the moment. It's just heading around towards the final part of the lap, getting ready to start the next run. Need to get as much speed as possible on to the start-finish straight. There might be a bit of slipstream there for the number 69 of Daniel Leszczynski just behind. But there's some clear air out in front for Varlin as well, so still a good opportunity to improve here if at all possible. Yeah,
I mean, it could well be that these two are working together. So certainly in the eyes of Daniel Leszczynski, he's going to be thinking of maximising the slipstream, especially on this part of the track here, as you sweep through the left and right-handers. Home morning for Dan Shaw coming through as well. You mentioned the penalties, Reeve. Any penalties applied in qualifying will mean a drop in qualifying position for those drivers who get selection at the end of the race, as is typical in Club 100. As the two Daniels come round to register new lap times. Any change there? Not quite. Still respectable. Still lapping in the 50-second bracket. But a bit of work to do if they want to improve on their times. Rob Crawford is the next closest challenger. Zach Watson and Jacob Wheel, your top five. Coming into the last 30 seconds though, so it's last chance saloon for these drivers.
It is indeed. We're seeing now these leading pack heading in to the final part of the lap. They are unlikely, in fact they won't get another attempt in this session. They've still done well to get 12 laps under their belt in these very short sessions indeed. Got a 1 kilometre circuit to navigate as well, so it's hardly as if it's a quick blast around a couple of corners and then you come to the start finish line once again. The checkered flag is waved.
Trouble just to the right of the checkered flag. The tyre barriers have been put right out onto the track. You can't quite see it from that camera angle, and it'll be on the left of this camera angle now. But yes, a few drivers' final laps have been compromised by an unknown kart colliding with the tyre barrier on the exit of that infield left-hand hairpin. You can see there the Club 100 staff and marshals looking to put the tyre barriers back where they should be. That is perpendicular to how it was a moment ago. Strewn out to the track and lots of drivers having to take avoiding action rather than set their fastest lap times.
So that brings an end to our junior lightweight Group A qualifiers. Up next we're going to have our cadet lightweight Group B qualifiers. Here we go then, the cadets already out on track, raring to go, raring to get some fast laps in the next 11 minutes. So Group B qualifiers, a reminder that it's not based on any previous meet position or anything like that. It's not based on practice, it's just a random order is selected to go out for these qualifying runs. So let's see what our cadets can do as they try to get ready for these pre-A finals. Just 10 minutes, over 10 minutes rather, to go on the clock as we look on towards the paddock part of this Ellough Park venue. Here we go then. This is towards the end of the lap there. You can see the pit lane with our junior drivers just jumping out of the kart, and our first fleet of drivers getting ready to head down into the final part of the lap and start their first truly fast attempts. So first across line there was the number 19 plated kart there of Andrei Vasukyov there. Luke Collins though is showing first on our timing system at the moment, a 54.410. A reminder, in Group A we saw 53s, low 53s being your ideal time that you want to be aiming for if you're a cadet driver. So let's see if our Group B runners can match that in this remaining 10 minutes of the session.
Yeah, once again we are looking for a 53-second lap on the low one at 53s. These early laps, perhaps not the best opportunity to get that going. They're all bunched up, finding some space, warming the tyres up as well. But let's see time to set those kind of lap times. A couple of drivers in this session who we spoke to in the Paddock show, we'll be seeing later on. Athena Cooper's out there, and Lima Evans as well. Each had interviews with ourselves, which was probably about half an hour ago for us, but we'll be in an hour or so for you guys on the broadcast.
The wonder of Alpha Live time travel there, isn't it? It's all magic. It'll all just happen. Either way, 10 minutes to go in this session. Ethan Guest currently leads the charge at 53.6 at the moment, so already looking pretty strong in this first initial laps under his belt. Luke Collins are just behind. These are our lead drivers at the moment, heading through towards the latter half of the lap where it gets a little bit tighter. Another big hairpin to go on before turn 10 when you've got to nail that exit to carry all that speed down through turn 1 and even into the next couple of corners after that.
Yeah, we spoke to Ethan earlier. Ethan currently sitting in 4th place in the championship. We've got Ayrton Lima Evans, who's 3rd as well, currently out there. In fact, he's just gone to the top of the timings for this one. Luke Collins, our 5th place in the championship, is in this session as well. So decent set of drivers out there for this one. I think we saw Henry Greenwood out in the first, and I think Jude Puddlefoot and Zane Perry will be out in next, who are also in championship contention. Those guys will be looking to get as best a result as possible. As we said, we are on round 6 now, so the run-in starts here. Is coming together there between 55, was that?
Potentially that could have been no, it definitely wasn't the 65 and Lima Evans there. But you mentioned we didn't actually get to have a chat with him. I don't think you'll see it in the Paddock show in just a moment. So I'll transpose. I'll speak for him. He seemed to be really confident with his run at Ellough Park today. Had a decent time out last year, but is looking to try and, or in his previous experience rather, but is trying to build upon that and see if he can go for that top 3. And as you mentioned, the championship, carry on forward and make sure he's on the best foot as we head into the final few rounds.
Yeah, there's plenty at stake at this stage in the championship. As Welch proves up to 10th place. Well done. Decent job from him there. We've got half the session left. And certainly in terms of the championship, we're kind of, yes, we're hoping to be a bit higher deficit. Is anywhere near a disaster for them, but with the thoughts of maximising points in the pre and finals. Luke Collins, as I say, that does improve, and Ethan Guest back up to 5th, having momentarily dropped down. We're following a group of carts headed by Mason Turner, who's being pushed around by, is that Andrei Bazukov?
It
isn't. It's the 49 rather than the 19. Apologies.
Yeah.
There, the 49 is Josh Robinson, who currently tops the timings here with a lap time of 53.2. That's the kind of benchmark we're looking for, Reeve.
It is indeed. It took them a little moment to get back up to speed. We're about 5 laps in. We expect another 5 or 6 to go for our cadet. We actually did have an opportunity to chat to Mason Turner as well, so you hear from him in the upcoming Paddock show. Another confident driver who likes the look of Ellough Park and is looking forward to see where they can go, where they can progress their Club 100 career. So great to chat with Mason. He's under pressure though in qualifying as Joshua Robertson has a look down the inside into turn 1. We've got our first bit of proper racing action of the day in Roni in qualifying.
Yeah, Ayrton Lima Evans to the top of the timers. We did briefly have twin lap times there for a moment. Eli viewers might have seen on the timings, but I think Ayrton and Luke, I want to say, were on the same lap time until Ayrton improved. Ayrton just put in a 53.0, which I believe, Reeve, is our fastest cadet lap time of the day. Let me just double check. It is indeed the first time anyone's gone below a 53.176, which was set by Duke in practice. So fastest cadet lap of the day for Ayrton.
Yep, as I say, it doesn't come as too much of a major surprise. He seemed pretty confident heading in to today's round. Let's see where he can progress further. I suspect some of this may be down to we've got a few packs of carts starting to form up. Got a couple heading through the final part of the lap, but then we've got a big group running through the first corner here, and that's the group that we're looking at the moment. And it's all well and good working together, and we know these drivers are very headstrong. They know how to play play games and how to make sure that they put themselves forward on their best foot, and they know how to work together when they need to. But I am beginning to wonder, potentially seeing a bit too much fighting going on in a qualifying session, that you might just want to back up and make sure you got enough room to get a clean lap in. I think Ayrton's benefited from doing exactly that, because he's got a huge gap out in front of him. He's just controlling things nicely at his own pace.
Really mature driving from himself, and looking to improve on that third place in the championship. He's had 2 pre-final wins this year, but not a final win. Hopefully he can go one better today and secure that final win. He's competing with the likes of Zane Perry, who's won 2 finals and a pre-final, and Jude Puddlefoot, who's won again 2 finals and a final. So interesting to see who will be in that race later on. Ayrton's certainly put himself in good stead so far, as has Luke Collins and Josh Robinson, who are 2nd and 3rd in this one. Josh Robinson currently 10th in the championship, and is actually our best placed rookie so far. So another strong showing from Josh in his first season of 100.
Yeah, as you mentioned, already top 10 in the standings, and with a meet that's already looking like it could shape up pretty well. Who knows where he could end up, so let's hope for the best for Joshua's sake there. I just want to mention, actually, our cadets being very well behaved out there on the track. We've only had a couple of warnings, but no penalties from our cadet drivers, so well done to the young drivers all out there on track at the moment for keeping the nose clean. Hopefully we continue that through the afternoon, and I haven't just dropped a bit of a commentator's curse.
Yeah, so we saw a little signal there from the kart in the middle of this pack. That's Luke Collins, who's following Andrei Vazukov around at the moment. Just a little signal to work together. As you said, there's no need to be picking up penalties in qualifying, and the better behaved you are here, the better it sets you up for the day. It's down the inside of Andrei, and just about making it work. I think Andrei's fighting back. You've only got 2 minutes left, lads. You want to sort this one out ASAP, and yeah, there we go. Through goes Luke, and he will head this pack for what I think will be 2 more laps in this qualifying session.
Yeah, we should fit another 2 in just about. We're not going to have any marginal kind of runs that we did over the previous couple of sessions. Ayrton Lima Evans still leading, has maintained that pretty secure lead now for a number of laps, and it's crazy to think that that's how close the running is. We say it's pretty secure, and by that we mean 1/10. So that's an impressive run for Ayrton Lima Evans, and Mason Turner as well. It was under pressure for a lot of this session, was Mason Turner, but has still managed to eke out a really strong lap despite that. So 1 minute 20 left on the clock. We're looking at a group of karts being led by Luke Collins at the moment. Luke Collins with a 53.205 on his 10th attempt. His best attempt actually was lap 7, where he got that 53.2. So he'll be seeing if he can get anything further in this final lap that he will have now.
I think he's put together a decent lap here, Reeve. It's going to be interesting to see if he can improve in the standings. I'm afraid he can't. It's a 53.205, which is a very respectable lap time. I did say it was looking pretty decent, but it is so tight at the top of this one. Again, top 16 all within a second of each other, around a 53-second lap time. That is pretty significant. Very tight margins around here. And whilst we've been mentioning the names at the top of the timings, absolutely all of them are doing a fantastic job out there as well. It's just that tight.
It is indeed. It's something we've become accustomed to now with our cadets and juniors in both the North and South divisions. They've done a remarkable job, and it just goes to show just how successful the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors format has become since its inception, is that we've been able to have 2 championships where the running is so close. We now have 10 seconds left on the clock. Can anyone else improve in the final bit of running now? We're watching as Ayrton Lima Evans heads around that final corner for one last time. The checkered flag is waved. He doesn't improve, but it's still a respectable time that would have had him in P4 anyway, but he does take pole, provisionally at least, towards the end of this session.
Yeah, don't forget as well, we've got the other qualifying sessions, so there could yet be someone to unseat Ayrton at the top of the timings, but pole for now for Ayrton, and we wait for Mason Turner, Joshua Robinson, Luke Collins and Tate Hart to come round and complete their sessions, as well as the checkered flag takes a brief pause because waving it for no cards at all is very tiring. Here they come, round they go then, and there is the re-emergence of the checkered flag. A tighter line to the finish line on the very last lap for a few of them, and Joshua Robinson has benefited from it.
He has indeed. Nice late progression there. 53.111 sees Josh Robinson, our rookie, who is already doing a respectable job here, going that extra mile and now going second at the end of this Cadet South Lightweight B qualifying session. Up next, it's going to be our juniors. And here we go then, our juniors are already out on track. This is our our junior lightweight B qualifiers heading out onto the track to get some lap times in now. I do have to ask, Jacob, did you only bring up the checkered flag tidbit there because of your now storied experience with waving checkered flags? I think back to a certain 24-hour event that we were commentating for a few months ago.
That was the last time I waved the checkered flag, Reeve, but I've got multiple experiences of having waved that black and white in the past. It's always good to remind people of some of the favourite scenes that you and I have been involved in over the past 12 months and even beyond, I would say. The marker for this session is a 50.224. Daniel Varland set that in the Group A qualifying, so these guys are out now for Group B. We'll be looking for something around there, 3 seconds roughly quicker than the Cadets carts. These are the full-sized CLUB100 machinery. We've got a couple of quick drivers out in this session. Well, they're all quick drivers really, especially when it's someone like myself talking. But certainly at the top of the championship in juniors, we're looking at Jake Chapman, Jamie Tyler Gooden, Don Balasitis, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Bobby McGear, a couple of which I thought I saw going out in this one. Certainly Jake Chapman is out there, our championship leader, number 150, who's had 3 wins in 2 finals and 1 pre-final so far this year. So keep an eye on the 150 climbing tower.
Just another 10 minutes to go in this session, and Callum Booth currently leads our Group B qualifiers. Pretty quick off the blocks already. 1 lap in, and it's a 52.0. We're aiming for low 50s for these drivers. So 51.2 is currently our provisional pole. That is going to change though as we start to see the fast laps really filter in. Ethan Saunders as well, so currently leads this run. We've got a huge fleet of carts heading down to turn 1 at the moment as they bring an end to the first kind of outlap of the session. Henry Wilkes currently running in P3, 51.4, but has picked up a cone penalty, so will be knocked down a couple of qualifying positions at the end of the running. It's still Ethan Saunders-Wilkes with that 51.2, who leads the running now as we see him heading down. We're actually with the number 14 cart of Kira Boylan there. She's doing a nice job indeed in the mid-pack at the moment, in the 51s, and I'm sure can progress further as we head on to the next few fast laps.
Yeah, so Ethan at the top of the time is currently 4th in the championship. No wins so far this year. In fact, he's the highest placed driver to not have any wins, but he's got a 2nd place and a 3rd place, so we'll be hoping to jump onto that top spot today, no doubt. The number 15 there, going through turns 2 and 3, the double right-hander. We've got Henry Wilkes as well, who I believe is 7th in the championship, having won a race earlier in the season at round 4. He won the pre-final. So those two certainly be hoping to be in and around the A final this afternoon. As down in 7th, Jake Chapman will be looking to extend his championship lead. Currently counting or dropping 2 rounds, as it were. He's on 770 points, which gives him a 2-point lead over Jamie Tyler Gooden. Without dropping rounds, he's actually quite significantly further ahead, but Jamie seems to have had some bad fortune at one of the rounds, and the actual gap is just over 2 points, which is very, very close.
It is indeed, and we're seeing that 50.6 now already being very closely closely matched, as you mentioned there. It's going to be the story of qualifying, I suspect, is plenty of close packs, which means that we don't know what we're going to get in terms of our pre-A racing, but I do know it's going to be very close indeed. 7 minutes to go on the clock at the moment. This whole pack of junior karts actually has stayed very close. We saw a lot more of a field spread from our cadets, where they try to find a bit of clear air out on track to occupy a bit of clean tarmac, if you will. Our junior drivers all staying closer, have all gone full throttle early on as soon as possible to go for these fast laps. And you mentioned someone like Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, where they've just improved once again, taken back that provisional pole spot, a 50.298, leading by over a tenth of a second. That's a nice run for Ethan, and maybe he can get that maiden win this season. And if it's at Ellough Park, it'll be a feeling that you're quite familiar with, I'm sure. Jacob.
I did once win a race here. I will say, in fact, the last time CLUB100 live streamed at Ellough Park, I won a heat race in senior heavyweight sprints.
Any advice for Ethan then?
Any advice for Ethan? I'd imagine he's the one who'd be giving me advice if the two of us were to have a conversation about racecraft. It was probably more luck than skill. I will say that much about my heat win. For those who want to watch that back, I'm sure you can find it on YouTube somewhere, but I can't say it's the most thrilling of watches. In fact, I spend most of it away at the front whilst the focus is on the action behind me, and it was more the fact that there was action behind me than my undoubted talent that led to the race win.
Oh, plenty of action on track.
Isn't where you want to be. Certainly not the line I would be taking through that corner. I can say that much about this track. Is the driver struggling to get going, actually? In fact, it looks like the tyre has come off. Or is it the whole wheel itself has come off the kart? So it's actually mechanical rather than a significant driver error. I think they're going to try and get him back to the pits using the test kart.
Yeah,
which Fraser Brunton has just pulled up next to the incident. So hopefully that driver will be able to get going and set a representative lap time in the remaining 5 minutes. In fact, yes, it looks like he's getting his lead transponder and number plate onto the test kart, and Fraser will assist in the recovery of the original kart there. Yes, see there, getting the number plate and transponder on. So yes, a bit of a mechanical fault there. As yellow flags are out, so the driver in question, we haven't quite picked out yet, have we? Was it the 49 of Morgan Humphreys?
It was indeed.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
So although Morgan misses out on track time, there's massively waved yellows and staff out on track, so I don't think anyone's going to be setting the fastest lap time, so he hasn't missed high speed.
Sense, he's relatively,
minutes.
Yeah, he's not lost anything relative to his fellow competitors, and nice work from the CLUB100 team to very quickly get him back out on track in an alternate kart in such quick fashion there. I did think it was just a kind of a normal stop, and a reminder for those who might not be fully familiar with the rule set: if you do have a bit of a spin or an off in the CLUB100, you've got to make sure you bring that kart to a nice safe spot, don't allow it to roll back, and then if needed, get assistance from the marshals to get back underway. Now just to make sure that it's a safe rejoin and that the karts are protected as well. But we continue on with the action out on track, and we're heading in to the hairpins now with what looked to be our leading pack there, I believe.
The drivers switching positions there getting into that last right-hander. Jake Chapman has jumped up the order whilst we were focusing on that incident. Our championship leader is just 1/10 off the top. Slight correction for you, Reeve. Earlier you did say that Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is on provisional pole. He'd have to do about a tenth quicker than he already has done to beat the lap time from earlier. We had a 50.224 from Daniel Varlan, which will currently put him on pole for the pre-final. We also should note that this is qualifying Group B. We have qualifying Group C to come, with another talented set of drivers who could yet displace anyone in this session, or indeed Daniel Varlan himself from that position. But yes, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes currently looking best value for money in this session, and will be somewhere near the top of that A final with the lap time he has set. And did he just go faster, or is that just him refreshing?
He hasn't gone faster. It was him just crossing the transponder line once again. I do believe we had an improvement though in P4. That was Henry Wilkes who did improve to go a 50.457. So a decent run there for Henry Wilkes. We got Morgan Humphries back out on track as well in the mid-51s at the moment. He'll be hoping to improve, but is currently in that mid-pack there, so still plenty to play for from today's racing.
Again, that spread, the top 20 you can see on the screen there,
Yeah,
all within a second. That is how close the margins are here at Club 100 across all classes, not just these juniors. I've said it for cadets already as well on this lightweight day, and you'll see similar tomorrow for the super lightweights. You get the same at the very top of the seniors as well, and that's what you get with the same machinery in top level ride and drive karting, as I'm sure some of these guys will find out next May in Genk.
They will indeed. Really exciting news coming out from Belgium, and more to come. We'll mention it on the stream throughout the weekend. It'll be all over the social media. If you haven't checked out the Club 100 Racing Instagram, do make sure you do so. Have a scroll through some of the posts that I believe Andrew Mather does a lot of the work for these days. So make sure you scroll through, take a look, and get up to the latest news from Club 100 Racing. Still, then, this session being led by a new leader. In fact, Henry Wilkes leads with a 50.292, separated by just 0.006 of a second as it stands. 40 seconds left on the clock in this session. I highly doubt that these drivers then will be able to get round for one more attempt, but it will be ever so close as they do so. So final few laps come in now for our junior lightweight Group B qualifiers.
Henry Wilkes currently 7th in the championship, but that top of the times will do him a world of good there in his charge for further up the championship table. Saunders Wilkes is currently in 4th, and Jake Chapman at the top of the standings as the checkered flag begins to be waved. Let's see what these guys can do with their final laps then. There's Ethan Saunders Wilkes as Max Kilby jumps to the top of the times. Henry Wilkes can't beat, neither can Jake Chapman. Ben Richardson is the next closest challenger. The number 30 comes through now and doesn't improve. Fantastic lap from Max Kilby, a 50.247. It's not quite the speed that we saw earlier from Daniel Varlin, but it's certainly good enough for the top of the standings in qualifying Group B.
It is indeed impressive. We saw with our cadets a late run took a really impressive lap, and we just had that with the juniors as well. But speaking of those cadets, they're going to be getting ready to head out on track in any moment now. Here we go then. It is our final bit of qualifying for our cadet drivers. It's our cadet lightweight Group C qualifying session heading out on track now. 11 minutes to go for our young drivers to show us what they can do over one lap here at Ellough Park. Just under 11 minutes, as I say. Drivers heading out of the pit lane for what will be their first fast lap coming up in just a moment.
Reminder of the benchmarks for this one. Current fastest lap in cadet lightweight groups. Ayrton Lima Evans posted a 53.051 lap time. That is provisional pole as it stands. In the first session in Group A, Ledger Demetrio put in a 53.183. So we are looking for anything in the low 53 seconds. Might we even see, Reeve, the first 52-second lap time of the day from our cadets? The weather does seem to be improving. We mentioned that it's going to be overcast pretty much for the whole weekend, but the sun is shining a little more than it was for that first session.
Yeah, that should help track conditions out there. If we get a little bit more temperature into the tarmac. Ellough Park's already pretty high grip. You can see that rubbered in line, quite nicely. It'll be difficult if you were in the wet, but luckily we are not this weekend. It's a demanding circuit because of that grip, but it is a very enjoyable one to navigate for these drivers. So a bit of sunshine out there could make things a little bit quicker, as I'm sure Andrew Mather will attest to over the CLUB 100 Juniors and Cadets Championships we've had so far this season. I've had a bit of a knack in the qualifying sessions for predicting if we are going to see improvements throughout these sessions. So you might say, oh, we're going to get a 52.8, etc. Here. I have a feeling that I'm not going to tempt fate and do it, because we might not get it here at Ellough Park, I expect, because everyone has been so close already.
We shall see. A couple of drivers to keep an eye on then. Zane Perry's just jumped to the top of the standings. Zane is second place in this championship at the moment. And we've also got Jude Puddlefoot, our championship leader, out in the number 14 car. Those two will be looking to get as close to, if not beating, those benchmark lap times that we saw earlier. As we see Zane diving up the inside of that left-hand hairpin. He's at the front of this pack now and will hopefully be looking to set as quick a lap time as possible. He's currently on a 53.6, but I think Zane will want to be half a second at least quicker than that. And now that he's in some clean air at the front of this pack, let's see what we can do probably next time around. I've not seen yet on screen a Jude Puddlefoot, although he has just jumped to second, so I'm probably quite far away from these guys. As Cody Cruddington, the number 52, retakes the lead of this pack from Zane Perry. Layla Fitzgerald as well goes up to third place. So whilst we are looking at Zane and Jude in terms of the championship, there's plenty of other drivers in this one who can set fast lap times. Absolutely,
it's really impressive to see some of these drivers who are right in that pack battle that we're kind of seeing heading through towards the second half of the lap now, still being able to post in really respectable times. Cody Crutchington leads, as you say. He's a rookie driver this year, but still controls things quite nicely out in front. Layla Fitzgerald, we saw, actually was having a bit of, or there was a bit of contact on her karts from a few other drivers a moment ago, but that has not phased her. She is pushing along very nicely indeed. Zane Perry was leading for a little while. Let's see what else he can do in this run. Jude Puddlefoot was a bit of a slow burn at the start of this session, but now it seems to be pretty happily on song. And Layla Fitzgerald still improving as we see her go down the right-hander there down the inside and takes the lead of this session with a 53.447.
Yeah, this pack of four are around about the top 10. In fact, Cunningham, the number 42, has dropped down to 7th now, but they are four of the fastest drivers out on track and are trading lap times at the top. Jude Puddlefoot is elsewhere on track, currently at the top. Cody Cruddington we spoke to earlier in the Paddock show, but we may have actually lost that interview. Apologies, Cody. Hopefully this decent amount of screen time now partially makes it up for that. But yeah, I think Zane Perry certainly was wanting to work together at the start of this lap, and he and Layla Fitzgerald now coming around. You see the unnumber plated tester kart there. Fraser Brunton out in that one as Fitzgerald goes back to the top of the timings with the 53.262. Her and Zane Perry now with a little bit of a gap back to Cody, and I think it was Vinny as well a little further back here, but they will gain benefit from working together, as we've mentioned in previous sessions, rather than trying to overtake each other every single lap. Let people have a chance, is what I always say in these situations. You might think you're faster than someone, as indeed Layla seems to think she is faster than Zane in this one. But it's very beneficial now for Zane not to dive up the inside of the next corner, because that's going to benefit neither of them. Follow for a lap, see where you're quicker, see where they're quicker, learn from where they're quicker and use where you're quicker to regain that lead, and then go out and set your fastest lap. Exactly. If you can.
Yeah, you make a very good point there, Jacob, in terms of learning what your rivals are doing. See if there's a couple of tens or hundreds that you got, hundreds or thousands, as it turns out, in this session that you can find. As Zane Perry does a bit of a switch back there to take back the lead of this session on track, at least. Let's see how it shapes up on the timing tower. I do want to also give a quick mention to Vinny Cunningham there as well, another driver who was really keen for an interview, really generous with his time. His family were as well. Unfortunately, we didn't quite catch him this time around. He had to jump into the car for some practice run, but I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to talk to him and some other drivers in the coming round. It's great to hear from all of our drivers in the paddock as they are going in between practice sessions, get ready for qualifying. We do really welcome and enjoy listening to their insights, so do get involved, whether it be in a paddock show, in the comments of this broadcast. Do drop by with your messages of support, any questions you might have, and thank you for watching along. But we're watching along with this battle being led by Zane Perry, and it's led on the timing tower as well. You do have that 52-second lap coming in, which I believe sees a pole position, provisionally at least, for Zane Perry in our cadet drivers.
Yeah, there you see the benefits of working together. Zane and Layla at the top of the standings for this one. Zane, as I mentioned, currently second in the championship, second to the man sat in 5th place in this session, Jude Puddlefoot, who is going to need to improve a little bit to catch up with these two, as Layla back to the front of this pairing to really learning and benefiting from a little bit of a slipstream off each other, as well as the other benefit you get from working together in such a way that they are here on screens. I'm just trying to look down through the order of the championship and find Layla. I'm wondering if this might be Layla's first race of the year. Certainly not her first race in Club 100, as I'm pretty sure she was on the last live stream I covered for cadets and juniors. It might be a change of plans, actually. I will double check on that during the break. But a very strong showing from both of these drivers. So far, so good.
Indeed, we've just seen a fantastic move from Zane Perry there to take back the lead of this session out on track at least. But Zane Perry, 3/10 is a very chasm really compared to the other sessions that we've seen. Never mind just a small gap. And we run into the final part of the lap now. Zane Perry leads ahead of Layla Fitzgerald. Caesar Chen running in the P3 quietly had a really strong session as well, as only a couple hundredths off Layla Fitzgerald. Tom Seamarks as well. Matthew Lederer, all very close in our top 5, but they're oh so close out on track are Zane Perry and Layla Fitzgerald. I'm sure they'll have enjoyed this one and might be looking forward to what racing we're going to have later on. But down the inside into turn 1 goes Layla Fitzgerald. But while these two have been battling, Kai Jackson with a bit of clean running, 53 on the dot, 53.096, goes into second position.
Yeah, so that'll be good enough for second at the minute as well. Sorry, 0.96 was it?
It was indeed.
It won't, sorry. Evans was 400ths of a second quicker than that. But I'm pretty sure if I remember that session correctly, it'll be good enough for third. So we are potentially seeing track conditions improve, Reeve. Not to take away from the fantastic job that these drivers are doing, but perhaps this track is quickening up, and these guys are certainly thanking the lucky stars that they were out in the later qualifying session. Group C, as I said, randomly selected, so perhaps luck of the draw has been favourable to a couple of these guys as Vinnie Cunningham moves himself up into 5th position.
Yeah, very close competitive top 5 there. We gave a quick mention to Vinny a moment ago, but he's had a quiet but decent run out here in practice to get into that top 5. We've just seen Matthew Lederer head on through there at 53.3. A couple of rookies separate Vinny and Matthew. Cody Crudgington, who made marks in the first part of this session. Tom Seamarks doing a good job as well. We have 90 seconds left on the clock. We're following along with Caesar Chen, who does have a bit of company out here on a track at the moment. We're heading through the final part of the lap now. It is Kai Jackson who is leading things heading. Oh no, sorry, it is still Layla Fitzgerald just ahead of Zane Perry, getting ready to start the next lap. But we are looking on to the final half of the previous lap there. And change in the order as well. Vinnie Cunningham still improving, goes into 4th position out on the timing tower now at 53.181. Sees him running in P4 at the moment. Just want to give another mention. We've had a few contact and cone warnings, but no penalties from our cadets, so well done to them for what has been a pretty good and enjoyable session to watch.
Yeah, just to note on how close things are. Once again, the top 15 all separated by a second, but we've said that every session now, so that's 45, 50 drivers who are within a second of each other. And you just look at Layla and Zane, who we followed for a lot of this session, been side by side, neck and neck, swapping positions. Zane tops the timings. Layla currently in 6th, despite there being less than a length of a piece of paper between them, width of a piece of paper rather, sorry. They are somehow that far apart in the standings as Layla goes back past Zane out the window actually into the first corner. So close, these margins, as I'm sure the drivers will find out now as the checker flag is being waved.
It is indeed. That's going to bring an end to the running in this session when our drivers come round to cross that start-finish line for the final time, and what a session it has been. Zane Perry breaks into the 52-second mark then, the 52.979. So your prediction, Jacob, was spot on for our Cadet Group C qualifiers as they head round and get ready to jump back into the pits. That means it's qualifying over then for our Cadet drivers, and what a qualifying session it was for all of them. But we've still got a bit more qualifying action. It's our Junior Group C qualifiers heading out on track in just a moment.
Here we go then for the final qualifying session of the day. You hear the whistle thing in the background, which is the signal for these junior drivers to come out track. See, pulling out now. These are the last drivers to qualify before we go into racing this afternoon. There'll be a short lunch break after this. Don't worry, they've been running practice all morning, so it's a well-earned lunch break. But we'll have pre-finals and finals after this. The marker that we are looking for in the junior categories, 50.2 seconds, 50.247 for Max Kilby in Group B, and 50.224 for Daniel Varlin in that first A group. Anything better than a 50.22 will get you pole position in this session. Well, anything better than 50.22 and anything better than whatever anyone else does in this session will get you pole position later on for the pre-final. What will likely happen in these first couple of laps as drivers have a bit of a jostle for position, sort themselves out, get their engines, brakes and tyres warmed up. But as I said, we start with 50.1, so expect to see the lap times come down about a second and a half over the next 10 minutes. We've got a couple of championship contenders in this one, at least I think we do, because we haven't seen them in Groups A and B. They may well not be here, but Jamie Tyler Gooden certainly at the top of the standings right now. Very provisional, as I said. We expect to see at least a second half of these, but Jamie is second in the championship. We've got our championship third place man Dom Balasitis in what is currently 7th place. He'll be looking to improve on that, and we haven't got the number 1 today, I don't think, Reeve, of Bobby McGurr, who has been dabbling in CLUB100 seniors as well, so perhaps he's decided to focus on that. 5th place in the championship standings so far. So yes, a couple of contenders to keep your eye on during this session.
Jamie Tyler Gooden then making a huge impression very early on, a 50.6, half a second clear of anyone else out on track at the moment. Now, at the very early part of the session, there's going to be plenty of jostling as you try to get a bit of clear tarmac to get your running in, but Jamie has clearly hit the ground running, has already found that, and seems to be unfazed by all the other cars around him with that really impressive run there. Half a second clear of anyone else so far. But that gap is obviously going to close up as we head further into the session, but what a way to start qualifying for Jamie.
Yeah, as I said, he will be hoping to go probably half a second quicker than that again, which would be very impressive. Let's see what he can do there as we follow Oliver Wilde leading this group rather, in this session, in the number 17 cart. Yusuf Yakub just displaces him for 10th place in the standings. And down the inside goes, is that the 68, I think, of Harry Power, making a move there into the hairpin. But yes, I expect to see these spread out a lot more over the next 8 minutes. Whilst you will get a slipstream from being in a group like this, you might not necessarily be able to set a lap time representative of your top speed. Jostling for position does not help. Leo Engels improves up into 4th place. I'll say that. And yeah, a little more overtaken. There's a cone warning comes in for the 68 we just mentioned, Harry Power. Any penalties so far, Reeve? Or
we are clear on the penalties from so far. We have a code warning for Sebastian Sorescu, Harry Power, as you mentioned, and Dominic Balasaitis, but all looking good so far. Otherwise, so well done to our junior Group C qualifiers.
Yeah, interesting to see lap time still reasonably high on this one. We are expecting 50.2s from the top of this session, given that that's the kind of benchmark that we saw both in practice and the previous qualifying sessions. In fact, in all 5 previous junior sessions we've had a 50.2, so do expect that Jamie Tyler Gooden 50.6 to be improved on at some point, unless of course conditions have been somehow adversely changed. Sometimes the track temperature rising isn't always a good thing. Sometimes the air temperature can
make a very good point,
affect the performance of the cars. But once again, still very similar. You can see there your top 15, as is standard, or within a second.
We actually had a situation at my last event at Rissington where the weather was constantly turning and changing, but there was a brief moment in kind of late morning, early afternoon, the final part of qualifying, where the cold front was approaching and the rain was definitely beginning to come down, but because we had that cold air hit, the car got really quick very briefly before the time just disappeared as the rain came down.
Yeah, the engines do tend to like a little bit of cold and slightly moist air as well, which sometimes you get when the sun comes out. You get the brief increasing grip that the heat brings, but then when it dries up the air, lack of moisture isn't quite as good for the engines. All very complex.
We're getting technical, aren't we?
Sure, you could write an essay or two on that sort of thing, but for now we'll focus on the action and try not to get too in depth. And indeed, the action out on track involves Ben Cosgrove going to the top of the timings.
Doesn't need a 50.449, sees him lead by just over 1/10 of a second, and Ben Cosgrove's in a really comfortable position out here. He's got a bit of pressure from behind potentially, but is otherwise looking pretty easy. He's got a nice bit of clear air out in front of him. Trying to make out who that is behind him. I appear to have bought a laptop with the world's dimmest screen today. It's Finley Bennett just behind him here with a bit of a qualifying session to forget by the looks of it, but I'm sure we'll be able to pick up pieces, and that is why we have the pre-final followed by the main final after that. The pre-final is an opportunity to get a bit of race running under your belt and potentially progress up through the order as well.
Top tip for you, Reeve, and laptop owners everywhere, you can increase the brightness.
I have put it to the max.
Screen.
Very interesting. I should have brought the other laptop, which is a much nicer screen, because this one is apparently, yeah.
Fair enough then. I will save my tech tips for another day. Jamie Tyler Gooden goes to the top of the standings. Right, yes, you can get that pretty dim. 50.4 is the new benchmark. Ben Cosgrove, currently 25th in the championship, so he'll be very happy to be at the top of the standings of this session. Marked improvement on some of the reigns he's had so far this year, but he has been getting better and better throughout the year, so a further step on his trajectory this one for Ben Cosgrove. Balasaitis not too far behind. Always nice when it says 1-0, 1, 2, 3 on the screen for me.
Oh yeah,
it's very satisfying. As you can see, that's the gap to second for Don Balasaitis. For those of you who enjoy that sort of thing. 3 minutes left, just the third of this session to go. We've picked up Jamie Tyler Gooden, who's currently the fastest man on track, and he's indeed set us our fastest junior lap time of the day, Reeve.
It is indeed. I think that could be overall as well. 50.147. Really impressive running for Jamie Tyler Gooden.
He's very squirrely on the exit of that corner, though. I'm not sure this lap. If this lap is quicker, then he's certainly got a better understanding of these karts than I have. But looks like he nearly lost it on the exit of the hairpin there, going wide at that corner, which sometimes is track limits, but I don't think today that's being enforced. Yes, 50.147 is the fastest junior lap time we've had all day.
Yeah, I think it overall as well. We got a lovely little gold marker on our timing tower to let us know that. It's something we've come accustomed to from the number 19 JTG there. Always put in a fairly strong showing and has done so in qualifying so far.
But yes, that last lap, 8 tenths further down, so it was a bit of an mistake on the exit. The very corner he's going through right now, and that's a lot smoother an exit, so hopefully this time around Jamie will be able to set an even better lap time. He gets cone warning as well. That might have actually been on the exit of that, maybe a brush with the tyre barriers, countless cones in the mind of CLUB100 staff.
Basically the same thing, just it's something near the track that you don't want to hit.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's all you need to know. 2 minutes left to go on the clock, and we still have Jamie Tyler Goodman with that really impressive run of 3/10 is the margin. That's, again, is not a big gap, but that is a pretty big gap in comparison to the other sessions that we've enjoyed in this this afternoon's running so far. Ben Cosgrove, Don Balasitis, your top three as we head round to get the final couple of laps in this qualifying session.
Yeah, really impressive from Ben Cosgrove as Thomas Hughes, the number 7, jumps up to 3rd. He'll be happy with that as well. The number 7 currently running 16th in the championship. So we've got second, 16th, and second from 5th and 16th, followed by 3rd in the championship at the top of the standings. I will say the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, as great a job as they're doing, will want to go a little bit faster in comparison to the guys from the other sessions, which have been a little closer at the top. As did Jamie Tyler Goodman just go even faster? He did. He did. 50.115. So he's a whole 10th of a second ahead of everything we've seen so far today. And, well, 10th and 100, so 0.11 of a second quicker than the other sessions. The others need to get closer to that in order to compare. I believe that you might see the likes of Ben Cosgrove and Thomas Hughes picking up kind of 5th, 6th, 7th in the pre-final, which I'm sure they'll be happy with. But yeah, Jamie really putting on the market here.
A few seconds left to go on the clock. Then, as you say, Jamie Tyler controls things very nicely indeed. He's heading around to start what will be the final lap of the session. Question is, can he go faster? He has gone faster at 50.055. What a drive by Jamie Tyler Goodman so far. We're already talking about a massive impression that he's made, and we're only in his first session, or first competitive session of the day. That is truly impressive stuff from Jamie there, leading this session and going quicker than we've ever seen any junior driver go here.
Balasitis puts in a much better lap time. He's in the 50.4s. Jamie Tyler Goodman's in danger of actually going below 50 seconds here. I think it'd be very, very impressive to see that happen. We've mentioned how close everything is so far as Jamie comes around the final bend. Can he go much quicker? He's certainly going to be on pole position for the pre-final, and the tighter line to the end doesn't quite make it. It's still a 50.1, which
that
is
still would have been
3rd or 4th entry into the fastest laps of the day. But yeah, excellent session from him, and still a very close session all round, with again the top 15 pretty much being within a second of the leader.
Well then, that brings an end to our qualifying sessions for the day. It's our group. It was our Group C juniors who brought a close to the action there. Jamie Tyler Goodman really impressing. So that sets our order for our pre-final coming up this afternoon. That's it from us in the comms box for a moment, but we are going to get an opportunity, I think in just a moment, to head out and get things underway for our paddock show.
Yes, let's go and do that right now.
So you join us in a brief moment of quiet as the qualifying session has come to an end. We're actually standing out here just in front of the comms box. What a fantastic view of the circuit we have got. You've heard plenty of us so far, haven't you, Jacob? Now it's time to hear from some of our drivers.
Yes, those drivers that you've just seen out qualifying, we mentioned at various times that we spoke to them earlier. We're now going to see those interviews coming up next.
Time travel.
Next from then, I've got Daniel here. Daniel, how's your season going, mate?
It's quite good. I always qualify in the B. Well, not always, but mostly. Then promoted to the A final and come sometimes in the top 10.
That's the way to do it, though, isn't it? You get 2 races then instead of 1, more practice, right? What are you hoping for today, then?
I think qualifying in the A, since my pre-event was quite good. Otherwise, as always, get promoted into the A.
Nice one. And you've been to Ellough before. This isn't your first season in Club 100, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not.
How did you get on last time?
Quite bad. I came like 5th in the C.
Okay, so improvement on that today. What are you going to do differently to last time?
I think just break a little bit.
100 is such a good series.
So improvement on that today. What are you going to do differently to last time?
I think just break a little bit later than I did last year.
Yeah. Anywhere in particular on the track, or just trying to improve all round?
Just improve all around.
Good man. Yeah, it's often hard to figure out where your braking points are at a new track, which I assume it was before. You hadn't been here before. Your championship hopes this year, obviously you've mentioned getting into the top 10 in the A final. Whereabouts are you in the standings so far?
I got no idea. Last time I looked, I was 13th.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, that's how I like to race as well. Just focus on what's on the track, not what's on the internet. And, another top 10 finish and you might find yourself sneaking into the top 10 of the championship, do you reckon?
Yeah, probably. I don't know what the gap is between us though.
Just focus on beating them out on track, I think, Daniel, and that'll set you right. Anyone you'd give you a shout out to whilst you're here?
I don't know. No.
All right, then, fair enough. Well, we got a couple of more people waiting to be interviewed, and I think one of the juniors wants to get in before we go out as well. But thanks for chatting with us, Daniel.
Yes.
Henry's up next. Henry, this is your first interview, isn't it?
Yes.
Where have you been? What have you been hiding?
Well, I've normally just gone to sit in my car after races to look at timings.
Exactly. In the zone, should we say?
Yeah.
And how are you getting on this season at Club 100?
I'm currently 6th in the championship and I've got one A final podium at Clay Pigeon, 2nd.
And what are the hopes for today?
Well, I won both races here last year, so I'm hoping to do it again.
Okay. So you're in the groove around here. What's the secret to this track?
I think you've just got to be aggressive with the curbs and the track, and also be smooth, but like in aggressive way.
Don't say the aggressive bit in the curbs too loudly with the staff knocking around. But any corner in particular you think you're particularly better at, or is absolutely vital to the lap time?
I think the hairpin, like there, I've gained some time in the past because, I've studied the track and improved each session. So.
Okay then. I got to say as well, I really like your jacket as well. It's very sleek looking affair. I'm guessing there's a couple of those knocking around, are there?
Yeah, I have a coat with my merchandise on as well.
Very nice. Well, I will keep an eye out for that in the paddock at future rounds. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to whilst you're here?
My dad for taking me here and everyone else back at home for supporting me.
Brilliant. Hopefully they're all watching your first Alpha Live interview. We got a couple more to get through before the paddock shows up, but Henry, good to talk to you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, I'm sorry I've forgotten your name, so we had a bit of a pause there, but what was your name, sorry?
Ben.
Ben, how are you getting on, Ben, this season?
Not too bad, thank you. Consistently front of the Bs. In Shennington I managed to get back of the A, which was good, and I worked my way up, so around there's good, yeah.
And we're thinking something similar today?
Hopefully. I've looked a bit more competitive today, lap time-wise, because normally I struggle to qualify a bit, but lap times haven't been too bad today, so see if we can get right in the A.
Yeah, very positive. How are you finding Ellough Park? Do you like the track?
I love it, it's one of my favourites. I've never been here before, but I've driven around it a few times. It's so fast-flowing, corner to corner, is really nice, yeah.
Excellent, yeah, I'm a big fan of it myself. Anywhere in particular you've been eyeing up as a potential overtaking spot for later?
The hairpin further down, you've got the fast rights, which I think I'm good at, and as the track kind of opens up, that'd be a nice place for a move.
And what makes a good overtake in these karts for you? How do you see yourself lining them up?
There's two things. You can either line them up really nicely, or if you get a good exit and stick one up the inside and it works, it just feels nice and it's always good.
And plenty of opportunity to do that here as well. Ben, have a fantastic race this afternoon. We've got a couple more to get through before the end of the paddock show, but good talking to you.
No worries, thank you.
All right then, back over to Reeve, I think has got a queue of 1 or 2 drivers. Reeve?
I do indeed. I'm now joined by Jackson Burge. Hello there, Jackson. What have you made of Ellough Park so far?
It's been fun. I really enjoyed it.
Fantastic stuff. Fast flowing, is that your kind of track style that you prefer, or are you more about the twisty stuff towards the end of the Sector 3?
To be fair, both. This track is very straight, fun, slipstream can really help, and just enjoyable.
You're going to be utilising that slipstream to try and get a few overtakes where and when you can, make your way up through the grid if you need to. What are your hopes for today?
Definitely. I've definitely in the A, about top 10, top 15 in the A.
Fantastic, like your enthusiasm. We seem to have a lot of enthusiastic drivers here today. They like the track. They all seem to be keen for an interview. So tell us then, as we approach kind of the second half of the season, how are things looking for you in the championship?
Really great actually, because last year I was always in the C, and now this is going to be, if I get today in the A, it'll be fifth time going to be in the A in a row.
That's fantastic. It's great to see that progress for you throughout your Club 100 Cadets and Juniors career. Wish you the best of luck today, Jackson, and anyone you want to say hello to at home watching along?
My family. Love your family.
That's what we like to see. Thank you very much, Jackson. Best of luck out there today. Yeah, it's been really... We've barely been able to move in the paddock, actually, because so many keen drivers. I think Jacob's got a couple more to have a quick chat with, so we'll see if we can grab them now. Oh, I'm going to pass over to you now, Jacob.
Thank you very much. I've got 2 candidates waiting for an interview. We'll start with Athena, though. Athena, first time at Ellough, first season at Club 100. How are you finding it?
I honestly love doing Club 100. It's such a good series to race in, and Ellough is a very good track, so it's very fun to race here.
How are you getting on in your first season in Club 100?
I'd say I'm doing quite well. I've podiumed twice in the B final. Haven't made it to the A final yet, but you can kind of stay in at the front and mid-pack of Bs.
Is today the day to get you to that A final?
Hopefully today's the day. Can't get my hopes up, but if it is, I'll be very happy.
Stay grounded. I like that. And at the end of the season, when you look back, what will be a successful year for you, do you reckon?
An successful year. I think I've already had a successful year for it being my first year in club and to get 2 podiums. I'm quite happy with that. So everything else is just a bonus.
Brilliant. That's a great way of looking at it. Have you done anything else outside of Club 100?
Yeah, I've been doing Jamie Chadwick series and in-kart Daytona at Tamworth. That's all I've been doing this year.
Well, it's all good experience, isn't it? All good track experience. And are you going to be back next year for more?
100% going to be back next year. I've had a blast this year, so yeah, definitely going to be back next year.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sabina. And on my left here, sorry, I didn't catch your name.
It's Ethan Guest.
Sorry?
Ethan Guest.
Ethan Guest. Ethan, how are you getting on this year?
Good. We're running 4th in the championship at the minute. But yeah, pace is looking good.
Okay. And Ellough Park, strong track for you, not one of your best? What are we talking?
It's my first time ever here today, and yeah, we struggled a little bit in the first pre-test. Obviously, I was going in a bit too hot, but we sorted that out, and now we went P2 in that session, so it's good.
Sounds like you're on the pulse as to understanding this track. What are we thinking this afternoon? What are the key parts of the track? Where are the key overtaking spots?
I think most corners are overtaking spots here. I think as long as you're there, you can do it. I think exits are massive. I think if you're going too hot, it just ruins your lap. But yeah, I like the track.
Good stuff. And kind of result do you reckon you're going to get this afternoon? If you had to put one result out there for me.
P1.
Love it. Thank you very much, Ethan. We've got a couple more waiting just behind here. Reeve, I'm going to pass back to you for a very nicely named young man, I must say.
Thank you very much. We are joined now by Jacob and Mason Turner as well. So hello to you both. I'm going to start with Mason. You're driving today. What do you think of Ellough Park?
It's a very good track. I love it. It's really grippy. The curbs are real grippy. I absolutely love it.
Fantastic. Tell us about your Club 100 experience then so far. What have you made of the championship? What are your hopes going into the future?
Well, yeah, really good championship this season. Unfortunately, the first few rounds got knocked about a bit, but after that, I managed to pick myself up, and I got a win in Clay Pigeon and at Landau in the top 10. So, hoping to improve on that today.
Fantastic stuff. So looking forward to today then, what are your hopes? Where are you trying to look? Are you trying to get into that A final? Are you trying to see where you can get on that podium potentially?
I'm hoping to be in the top 3, yeah.
That's what I like to hear. I like that confidence. That is fantastic stuff. And then we're also joined by Jacob. I believe you're driving tomorrow, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Have you been to Ellough Park before?
Yeah, I was here last year. We weren't doing that well. We didn't really have the pace. I qualified in the B final for the first time, so I can improve tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Have you got, as we have a plane going overhead, that's not a sight you see at every circuit, although usually we're at some type of airfield. Jacob, do you have any advice for Mason here as he gets into the kart today?
I think just keep your head down. You want to be aggressive here because there's a lot of overtaking opportunities, and just, yeah, P1, mate.
Fantastic stuff. You looking forward to it then?
Definitely. I'd like to say thank you to my sponsors, Air Motor Engineering and DJ Transport and Yeovil, for their support.
Cracking stuff, Mason. Thank you very much for your time, gents. Enjoy your racing out there today. And yeah, a good set of enthusiastic drivers there.
Absolutely, everyone seems to be really enjoying the day today and are glad to be here at Club 100. We have unfortunately run out of time for the Paddock Show. Hopefully you've enjoyed, or at least seen some of your favourite drivers being interviewed over the course of the last 20 minutes. Back for more action this afternoon, as soon as the lunch break's over, which for you guys will be momentarily. For us will be a while, but hopefully we're in for an afternoon of fantastic racing, as the guys all described just now. See you then, bro. Welcome back to the live broadcast of Club 100 Cadets and Juniors South, round number 6 at Ellough Park. We are about to get underway with racing for this afternoon. We have 3 pre-finals and 3 finals for both cadets and juniors. 12 races in total, Reeve, if my maths is correct, but feel free to correct me. It's been a while since I was in school.
No, you're quite right there, Jacob. 12 races, around about 11 minutes for each competitive session that we will be enjoying this weekend. Of course, the order for the starting order, at least for these pre-finals, is determined by the qualifying sessions that we just witnessed a few moments ago, about over the past couple of hours, shall we say. I think we've got a bit of a pause for the track action at the moment. There's actually doghouse on track, which is not always a given. Over some of my previous commentary, we've taken a look at Paddock dogs. Well, that's a new one for me, but we'll have a brief pause to have to think about the racing that we're going to be enjoying this afternoon. So big hello to everyone who is watching along this afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. Do get your comments in, showing support, asking any questions that you might want to as we get ready for some more Club 100 action. And I'm going to use the opportunity to mention once again a bit of Club 100 action that is coming up over the nearish future, shall we say. The Rotax Racing Club International Finals, which we have put a lot of work in to get underway with Club 100. 7 countries will be taking part in Genk in Belgium. And it's a multi-day competition to bring together the top talent from Arrive and Drive Rotax-powered championships from across the globe. 7 countries so far in competition, but do stay tuned to all the social media as we get more and more news out about this really exciting championship, Jacob.
Yeah, that includes the UK, which is obviously Club 100 Racing that you're watching right now. The USA has got Formula KFX, which has launched quite recently, actually, not too many weeks ago. In the United Arab Emirates, Align Raceway will be providing drivers from Italy. We've got the RMAX Championship, Canada SH Karting, and China's China Rental Karting Championship will all be feeding in to this 3-day event. As you said, there's practice on the Thursday. The Friday 29th of May will see 2 practice sessions and 2 qualifying sessions, and then Saturday the 30th of May sees for each driver a superheat, a pre-final and 1 final. Drivers will be of the age of 13 and up, competing across 4 age and weight categories over the course of the event, and they'll be using the Pro track layout at Genk, which is 1,360 metres long and between 8 to 12 metres wide at certain points. Plenty of room for some side-by-side action, Reeve.
So, yeah, nice long, nice big circuit there. But yeah, a full weekend of action. Thursday will be kind of the setup day for the teams, the drivers to turn up and get themselves underway. Bit of practice there as well. Then Friday will be the free practice and the quali first official practice running before that quali session. And Saturday we have our race day, super heats, followed by pre-finals and then the final. And a lot of this is, we're not going to say it's provisional, but we're still building upon this. There's going to be far more news to come. We're really excited to be getting this under the Club 100 banner, and from our perspective we're really excited to see where it goes in the years to come after this next one as well. I just want to give a quick news update. JV's just popped into the comms box and has done some circuit PA. Let us know that the pre-C finalists for our cadets will be making their way out in the very near future. They're heading to their karts now. They're going to be getting their transponders, their number plates on the karts in the pit lane and ready to go racing. They'll have an opportunity to head out on track. They'll form up behind the pace kart before they get in formation and get ready to go racing. If you're not familiar with the Club 100 racing format, one key aspect as the drivers get formed up in their right order is they'll have to be heading down towards the start-finish straight, and they need to stay in 2 neat rows within 2 tram lines effectively to make sure that they are formed up safely in a nice organised fashion before we go racing.
Yeah, and the formats this afternoon will alternate, so you'll see the cadet pre-C final first, followed by the junior pre-C final, then the cadet pre-B final, and then the junior pre-B, before the cadet pre-A and junior lightweight pre-A. And then we'll do the same alternation for the actual finals themselves. Same amount of points on offer for both the pre-final and the actual finals. So, you know, equally as important for the championships. We've mentioned some of our contenders this morning, certainly in cadets. Jude Puddlefoot will be looking to extend his championship lead this afternoon, with Zane Perry looking very quick this morning as well. Challenging him, I think Zane starts ahead of Jude in the pre-final, as far as I'm aware. And Lima Evans did well this morning as well. He's third place in the championship. Ethan Guest and Luke Collins, fourth and fifth, both running quickly this morning. Sixth is Henry Greenwood, who we spoke to in the Paddock show. He's about today as well, and I'm pretty sure we've seen Mason Turner, seventh place, out there today too. I'm not sure Felix Sheldon Haywood, who's eighth in the championship, is out there today, but one person who is doing well is Joshua Robinson. He's the highest placed rookie in the championship, in 10th. In fact, you have to go all the way down to 25th for the next rookie. But Josh has put himself in prime position for cadet lightweight today. Junior side of things, Jake Chapman is involved today. Jamie Tyler Gooden looks to be the man to beat at this track. He was absolutely blistering in qualifying. Don Balasaitis quick as well. Ethan Saunders Wilkes is here as well. He's fourth in the championship. Bob McGear, who was last year's champion and currently fifth in the championship, is not racing today. Max Sheldon Haywood and Henry Wilkes, sixth and seventh, they are present at Ellough as well. So those are names to look out for in the junior category, as we are at round 6 and heading towards the business end of the championship. Reeve, I think we're going to have a little look at the grid for this first race, are we?
We are indeed. We're about ready to head underway for our first bit of racing action for the afternoon. Here we go then, it's our cadet lightweight pre-C final. Let's have a run through then of who is taking part in it, our first bit of racing action of the afternoon. It's Alman Rana on the first row with Ethan Biddle just behind. Then row 2 we have Phoenix Clements, Oliver Catchpole, and then James Kahn and Daniel Ruciak on row 3. Row 4 it will be Joey Bate, Robin Shiman, and then we have Freddie Donald, Charlie Ledoux, Ryan Malik and Jaden Barker completing the first 6 rows. And we have Oliver Sanderson, Charlie Gelb, Dylan Williams, Theo Wright, Louis Davers and Freya Frith, apologies, on row 9. And that completes our order for the cadet lightweight pre-C final. Our drivers then that we've just listed are still in the pit lane at the moment, getting their carts ready, getting ready to go out for the first bit of racing action. It is worth noting that during this lunch break, the carts will have had a little opportunity, the tyres will have a little opportunity to cool down more than they would have in between the qualifying runs. The sun has stayed out pretty consistently. Track conditions are pretty spot on. You couldn't really ask for better. I don't think it's nice and cool out there, but also the tarmac has been sat in the sun for a decent amount of time. So the track is ready. The drivers are just about finished getting ready as we see the parents leaving the pit lane. We're going to get ready to get formed up for some racing in just a moment. Here we go then. We can actually just see out of our comms box window the pace cart, the twin engine pace cart, just heading out on the track and now as it gets ready to begin to form up some drivers.
Yeah, they will be out on track momentarily. You can see them to the right-hand side of the shot there, just behind the fence. As soon as that whistle blows, not sure who it is in the pits today in charge of pit lane management, but it's, they will be double-checking. In fact, yes, they are. James Collette at the front of the group, double-checking that absolutely everyone is prepped and ready. There's the pace cart, ready to lead them round.
Oh, why the sad face?
Because we're not racing yet, Reeve.
That's
They'll
exactly
be happy
right.
as soon as we are, I promise you that. John Patterson there at the top of your picture, our photographer for the day, and Rory O'Regan just coming out of race control there. He'll re-enter the pace cart in just a moment, which is a decent indicator that we're just about ready to get going. Rory, former competitor in the junior category, now racing in senior sprints. You can see there on the left-hand side as well a little bit of movement. I think that might be one of our observers. It is indeed getting ready to make sure that these drivers are on their best behaviour as Rory fires up the pace cart, ready to receive the pack. They'll do one warm-up lap, ideally one warm-up lap anyway, and then get ourselves underway for an afternoon's worth of racing.
So yep, just a reminder, 12 races to go, 6 pre-finals followed by 6 finals. You do have a chance to progress through the pre-finals to the A-finals as a repertoire driver. So if you're a pre-C finalist, for example, and you do particularly well, if you finish in the top couple of positions in the pre-C final, you can make your way up to the pre-B final. And if you're particularly strong, you're particularly capable, and you complete the same feat in the pre-B final, you can even make your way up to the pre-A final. So just because qualifying didn't quite go your way does not mean that your race day is over. That's what is so good about this format, as we do now have our cadet drivers heading out on a track for the first bit of a warm-up running before we get underway for some racing action.
Yep, the repechage positions are the ones to keep an eye on for this one, but also worth considering. Charlie Ledoux in this one is the second highest rookie in the championship at the moment, down in 25th. He's some way off the 10th position that Josh Robinson holds at the moment, but Charlie will be hoping to do as best he can to stay as that second best rookie this year if he can. He's got a couple of places to make up on this one. Aman Rana, our pole sitter, is a rookie driver as well, so there's a fair few new faces to Club 100 in this one. Let's see what our new and indeed our experienced drivers can put on for us in this session. Round that final right hand hairpin they come in. The pace car will peel away after one more corner. Around the final left hand bend then. The curved start finish straight lies ahead. Pace car pulls away. And away come the drivers to start this afternoon's racing in Club 100 Cadets. Great start from the pole side. Aman Rana takes the lead, and there's a bit of argy-bargy going into turn 1. All through safely and pointing the right way as we come down into turns 2 and 3. The double right-hander, Aman leads from, I think that's Ethan Biddle, perhaps Phoenix Clements in there as well. Indeed, Phoenix and Ethan are second and third. It's into the hairpin. A few moves going on mid-pack, but Owen Round goes to 64.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's bad news for who's the 64, Reeve?
That was Aman Rana. That was our race leader there.
I've missed that.
Started from pole, had a fantastic position from qualifying, obviously, but unfortunately now finds themselves at the back end of the running. They've shown some impressive pace in qualifying. Can you work their way back up through the order?
No, it's not. The 64 is still there. I misread the number plate of the spun cards.
Apologies.
I was quite surprised that I'd missed the leader spinning out, but yes, Aman still leads. Phoenix Clements in second, Ethan Biddle in third, Joey Bates fourth, Oliver Catchpole in fifth, Freddie Don sixth, Daniel Mariuciak in seventh, Ryan Melk in eighth, James Kahn and Louis Davers are the top 10 so far, and I think it was the 54, sorry, of Charlie Gelb, yes, that we saw spin around on the first lap. Charlie hopefully will be able to catch up with the pack after that early off.
So Aman Rana controlling the fleet here at the moment as we head into the second half of the lap. Nice little margin beginning to build up, already looking pretty in control of things. Had a bit of a challenge at the very start, but I have to say, despite that, outside of that small spin, a very clean getaway from our cadet drivers in this first race session of the day.
Yeah, really well behaved in qualifying. I don't think we had any penalties for any of our cadet drivers throughout the qualifying sessions. If we did, we had very, very few. These top three looking pretty quick at the minutes. Fastest lap goes to Phoenix Clements on that one, but there's not really much between Aman Rana and Ethan Biddle and Phoenix himself. They come down now to that left-hander. I think they'll be quite happy just to settle in at this stage of the race. So just as I say that, Phoenix gets an excellent exit from that corner, and indeed does Ethan Biddle. Aman under a little bit of pressure, and through goes Biddle into second place.
Yeah, I was just about to say, don't count out Ethan Biddle in this action here. Bit more experience for the number 34 plated car there. Not a rookie driver. Our two leaders are, or at least leaders on the timing tower, are rookie drivers, but Ethan Biddle saw the opportunity, the gap opened up and just went straight through and into second position on the road.
Some hustle and bustle behind them as well. Joey Bates fends off Oliver Catchpole for the time being. Daniel Marichak has set the fastest lap in 6th place, probably by virtue of not being won in a battle, although he is now going up the inside of turns 2 and 3. Great move there from Daniel, and I think we spoke to Daniel earlier on in the Paddock show. Not quite sure if that interview made it into the Paddock show after we had a little technical issue with some of those, but yes, 25 up to 5th place here. And a dive down the inside in retaliation from the 109. That's Oliver Catchpole. Doesn't quite come off him, and he's lost out a little bit there as well.
We have still plenty to play for in this race. 7.5 minutes to go. 3 laps under our belt so far. It's about to become a 4th as across the line goes Armin Rana there. Ethan Biddle having a look down the inside for the lead though. Not quite sure if the move stuck, but it was oh so close, and it does. Just about got half a kart length out in front. We have a change for the lead. It's Ethan Biddle now, and following through it is Phoenix Clements as well. Phoenix Clements goes up into 2nd. A disastrous start to the lap then for Armin Rana. What can they do though to take the position back? That's 1 down already. Into 2nd place goes the number 64 plated kart. Just 1 more to negotiate to take back the lead of this race.
Yeah, Joey Bates and Daniel Marichak also joining now. We got 5 cars bumper to bumper coming down into that final right hand hairpin. No moves going on this one, although the 25 from 5th, Daniel Marichak up the inside of Joey Bates, fancies moving up this order quicker than and the 64 Armin Rana there. Much better exit, I think, than Ethan Biddle, but Ethan Biddle holds the lead as we enter a new lap.
Yeah, able to control things at the moment. You mentioned Joey Bates there. Great start for him. P7 all the way up into P4 briefly, but make that P5 as we start the next lap. So nice progression there throughout the field. Big mover as well being Dylan Williams a little bit further back off this battle, but we look on to Armin Rana taking back the lead of this race, and Phoenix Clements is seeing a perfect opportunity here to work their way through into 2nd. Daniel Marichak as well follows through and now occupies the top 3 in this race. I have a feeling the next 5 minutes is going to be all change for our top 5 here as they start to really enjoy this battling. It's bringing the mid-pack into the action as well. Yeah,
up the inside goes Daniel Marichak into 2nd place. He started this lap in 4th, but he's going to be 2nd when we come past the timing towers again. The opposite is the case for Ethan Biddle, who is down in 5th now after being overtaken at the first corner, I think, by Armin Rana, who's regained the lead.
They have indeed having a really good time out there in their rookie season with us. Daniel Marichak, as you mentioned, working up quite nicely, but now we have a huge train of karts beginning to form up. The top 10, top 11 looking very close indeed. In fact, the top 7, 1.5 seconds covers them after we have crossed the halfway marker in this race.
You know what, the front 2 have got a little bit of a gap now. It's not quite as close as it was in the previous couple, and Daniel Marichak is going to be thinking, he's going to stick a move on Armin Rana here and build a bit of a gap. Certainly looks like Rana's going a little defensive, and they are indeed bumper to bumper as they come round. Keep an eye on this into the first corner. Defensive again from Rana. It's got the space in behind them to go a little defensive here. With only 4.5 minutes left, can't blame them.
Yep, Rana's doing everything they can to keep Daniel behind. That is costing them in terms of time, though. The best lap was actually on that last lap at 53.9. Daniel Marichak, though, at 53.5. So there's a few tenths in the 25 kart there that is trying to find a way past. They've got the pace advantage. The question is, as you say, Jacob, can they get past that defensive driver there? Having a look around the outside a lot is Daniel Marichak. Armin seems wise to this now. So Daniel goes for a bit of a switchback here potentially as we drop down into the right hand of the heavy braking zone here, and no change of position for the time being, but through comes Joey Bates. Joey Bates was on a bit of a charge from kind of the start of this race really. Now finds himself in 2nd position and is going to challenge for the lead of this race.
Yeah, you see that a little bit of defending, a little bit of having a look, costs the front 2 some time, and there's a new name in that front 2. Joey Bates will be thinking, perhaps I can stamp my authority on this race, but Daniel Maruchak's got different ideas. He's back up into second now. To the inside goes the 34th Ethan Biddle, our one-time race leader, now back up into third. Once again, a little bit of a gap for Maruchak and Rana at the front. Will they do anything different this time, or will they let the pack close back in once more?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of argy-bargy happening there on that lap right at the very start. Here we go, down the inside goes Daniel Maruchak. That was pretty bold, carrying so much speed, but the gap was there.
Solid move.
Yeah, capitalised on the opportunity there. Really nice, brave, confident move from Daniel Maruchak to take the lead of this race. As we start the next lap, Armin Rana is attached to the rear axle of Daniel's kart. Ethan Biddle works their way back up in to third, so nice progression to make up for a poor couple of laps a moment ago. We're on board now with Ryan Malik heading through the mid-pack here as we now drop back with our race leaders. Here goes Armin Rana down the inside, takes back the lead of the race. We're in for a real treat here, folks. This is going to go until the very end. They are slowing themselves down, though. Ethan Biddle, Joey Bates are just behind, followed by Phoenix Clements as well. We now have a 5-car train heading through the final part of the lap.
Yeah, down the inside goes Biddle, and I think he's got that move done. The next corner is a right-hander, so Ethan Biddle will reclaim second place in this one, and Daniel Maruchak loses out, I think, as well, to Joey Bates. Is that this the 72? Although he fights back on the entry to the last corner and indeed holds third. Armin Rana, though, has a bit of a gap now. That's 6/10 is as far as we've seen anyone out in the lead so far.
Yeah, pretty remarkable when you think just how much action has
someone's round. Who was that?
Not quite sure there. They've gone on the other side of the tyre wall, though, but the amount of action we've had for the start of this race, I think, is that? No, it's not. But we look through.
Not the front three, but who's that coming through in fourth? That is Joey Bates. It's Phoenix Clements and Ryan Malik.
Yeah, it was Ryan Malik who went round in the end there. Contact warning picked up as well, but I think the major punishment there is going to be the end result in their race. Unfortunately, they will not be able to progress through at the end of this pre-C final. We'll still get some more racing later on, though, just not perhaps like they would have wanted to have been.
Daniel Maruchak back up into second place there on screen as we were figuring out what happened. There's all sorts of battling going on behind. Armin Rana now has got a little bit of a gap. It was 6/10 last time around. It's close to 7 now, but Daniel Maruchak has another 7/10 back to Joey Bates, who's now in third. This will be the penultimate lap, Reeve. I think the next time they come round, they'll see the final lap board. Of course, they see the timer, so they will know that themselves. Can Daniel Maruchak make an impression on Armin Rana in first place? Can Joey Bates catch up to that leading pack? He's trying as hard as he can. He's got the 51 of Jaden Baker now in fourth behind him. We haven't seen much of him in the top 5, but he's made his way there, especially after that misfortune for the likes of Ryan Malik and Felix Clements, who featured very heavily early on. It's looking close at the front as we come round to start the final lap.
It is indeed. Armin Rana has certainly had the work cut out for him. We look, though, at Joey Bates, who has made progress, as you mentioned. It's all been chop and change for the front end of the field here. Daniel Maruchak, though, is going to mount one final charge against Armin Rana as we start this final lap. Over the shoulder looks Rana. Doesn't need to worry too much just yet. There's actually plenty of battling going on for the top 8 here. It's remarkable to see. We knew they were going to be close after qualifying. We didn't realise they were going to be this close, though. We're in for a real treat for our remaining 11 races there. We see the number 51, Jaden Baker, having a look down the inside there. Nowhere to stick the kart, though, and Armin Rana is just looking that little bit more comfortable corner by corner at this point. We're going to head now into the final sector of the lap. Some crucial corners coming up where you need to make sure that you nail the run out of turn 10, so you keep that momentum on to keep the kart ahead of P2 to take away the race win. One corner to go then. A slightly wider entry for Daniel Maruchak. Too little, too late potential, though, because Armin Rana heads onto the start-finish straight. Daniel is closing, but it's going to be Armin Rana who takes race victory in our first pre-final of the afternoon. It's Armin Rana, followed by Daniel Maruchak, Joey Bates, completing our top 3.
Yeah, excellent racing from our lightweight cadets. Brilliant way to start an afternoon's worth of racing. And hopefully, as you said, Reeve, 11 more of those to go.
Yeah, certainly hope so. Quick rundown of our order then. Armin Rana, Daniel Maruchak, Joey Bates, and we have Jaden Baker, Dylan Williams, Ethan Biddle, Oliver Catchpole, Theo Wright, Freddie Donald, Charlie Ledoux, your top 10. Then we have Louis Davers, Phoenix Clements, Robin Shiman, Charlie Gelb, James Kahn, Oliver Sanderson, Freya Fifth, and Ryan Malik completing the 18. We're ready for our juniors now. See you in just a moment. Here we go then, it's the grids for our junior lightweight pre-C final. Heading the field then, it will be Kira Boylan, Jack Adcock on row 1, Sebastian Sorescu and Marcus Allen on row 2, Oscar Joy and Dev Singhal on the 3rd row of the grid. Moving on to Dan Treadwell and Alfie Swain on row 4, Reeve Taylor, Yusuf Yacoub on row 5, then we have Harry Power and Jassim Abdul Hamid on row 6. Moving on to row 7, it's Jamie Tucker, Stanley Wilson, Taylor Webb and Bradley Brown completing the top 8 rows, and then we have Liam Perkins and Rowan Horder on row 9. Final couple of rows then, it's Finley Bennett, Ben Ridquist, Oscar Homerstone, and then we have Leo Stavru completing the 11 rows for our junior lightweight pre-C final.
Yep, and they're picked up by the pace car coming around the curved bend, which is a little short to take here, not going right. So, as Rory Regan leads round, ready to start this one, I think we are good to go. And round the final left-hand bend, they will come just into your picture now. Rory will peel away in that pace car, and then it's down to the pole sitter, Kieran Boylan, to maintain the pace on the right-hand side in the red suit. The unhappy face turns happy, and away we go for the juniors racing then. Kira Boylan sticks it up the inside, and that's feisty start to say the least, but Boylan has held on to it, Reeve.
Somehow everyone's just about pointing in the right direction. We are good to continue on this race, and you always run the risk of a false start here. That was a bit of a compression, shall we say, of the field heading into that first corner. Unsurprisingly, we've got a few penalties beginning to roll in, and now we have a black flag penalty for the number 38 cart. There we are, good to continue on though with our race leaders out in front.
Yeah, Kira Boylan has dealt with that excellently. At one point it wasn't looking too great for them at the front of this one. Certainly a little bit of contact on the 14 cart into the first corner, but now a decent lead, and hopefully something Kira can build on and maintain a little bit of comfort at the front of this one. Head down is exactly what you want to be doing. Jack Adcock in second place has a little bit of gap back to Oscar Joy in third. Reeve Taylor is in third. Dan Treadwell and Dev Sim fifth and sixth.
Yep, so a bit of calm after the storm, shall we say, of lap 1, but we are now getting into a bit of the groove of things in this race. As we mentioned, Kira and Jack leading, Oscar Joy and Reeve Taylor, both rookies this year, doing well and currently running third and fourth. We're looking a little bit further back though. This is Reeve Taylor and Dev Singhal, I believe. Could be wrong there, didn't quite catch the number plates. Just
challenge
saw
for the lead, Reeve. There's a little bit of contact. I think that about side to side and all right. Maybe a little contact warning there for Kira. Jack Adcock closed right up 0.6 of a second. He's closed up from that lap and went side by side, but no dice on the overtake just yet, but looking very close. It's up the inside goes Oscar Joy in third place, and to the inside of turn 2 and 3, Jack Adcock takes the lead of the pre-C final.
Now it's up to Jack to keep Kira behind. We know Kira's got a decent amount of pace in her kart. Oscar Joy and Reeve Taylor are very close as well, though, as we push further into this race. First few minutes completed, and we've got two kind of distinct groups forming up out on track. We've got the first few karts probably heading down to around about P9, and then P10 a little bit further back as well, all looking pretty closed up as well. Anyone in the top 5, top 6 even further back potentially is in the mix of things for this race lead. Just look at how the Cadets race shaped up towards the end, so let's see what these drivers can do. At the moment, our top 2 beginning to build up a bit of a gap out there as we have our first cone warning of the afternoon, but there is Oscar Joy now embroiled in battle with Reeve Taylor to settle who is going to be occupying that third spot on the podium and challenging our 2 front runners.
Yeah, our first cone warning, but certainly not our first cone movement. We saw one take a little trip on lap number 1, but it is very, very hard for observers to pick out exactly who nudges those cones on a first lap of a race with so many karts in. I've been there myself, and I do not envy those out there today trying to spot those. Contact warning comes in for Rowan Horder as well, the number 84. Round the come again then, this will be 4 laps completed. We are following the battle for third at the moment between Oscar Joy and Reeve Taylor, who's leapfrogged his opponent on that last lap, but certainly not dropped him, as Oscar is in close contention behind him. The two of them probably thinking we better start working together to catch up to Boylan and Adcock at the front of this one. The longer they spend squabbling over third, the less chance they will have of catching the front two and making their way into those repechage positions.
Exactly. Hello to Sim Pilot Matt, who's watching the broadcast from his hot tub at home, which is very nice indeed. He's supporting Reeve Taylor in this race. Reeve Taylor having a great run of things at the moment, taking back that third position. Let's see if he can maintain that, find himself sat on the podium and progress further in the afternoon if it's all possible.
Careful with those electronics around bodies of water. Yes,
I suspect he's not in the sim right now.
No, let's hope not. Yes, Reeve Taylor then pulling out a bit of a gap. I did say this time last time round that Oscar Joy was in close contention, but Reeve Taylor seems to have a little more pace at this point. He's a second behind Kira Boylan, who in turn is a second behind Jack Adcock, who has the fastest lap of this race on the last lap, 51.2. That'll do him the world of good in terms of staying out in front of this one. We take a little look. That's Dev Singhal, which is picked up there in the red suit, coming through this pack, which is roughly fourth to about ninth, I think he said, Reeve. Good estimate. All in close contention. As at the front we see gaps starting to build this time round. Kira Boylan is a further 10th behind Jack Adcock, but Reeve Taylor is closing in, so that second place spot is one to keep an eye on towards the end of the race. The inside goes to 50 of Stanley Wilson on Dan Treadwell. Dan Treadwell defends very well indeed on that one and holds position. But yeah, this is the battle for 5th place now that we are watching, with those two plus Dev Singhal and Jazim Abdulhamid involved in this.
Yeah, that move we saw on Dan Treadwell, that was one that was brewing for a few corners, I think. They were getting...
And there it is indeed, sorry Reeve to interrupt, but up the inside goes Stanley Wilson and finally gets it done on Dan Treadwell.
He does indeed. So ahead of Dan Treadwell goes Stanley now as we get ready to start the next lap. You hang it full throttle all around that long sweeping right-hander. On the defence then is Dan Treadwell, because now we have Yassim Abdul Hamid for company, Dev Singhal just behind, and Ben Rigfist very close as well. There are plenty of pack battles going on throughout the midfield here. Dan Treadwell just trying to keep the head down, keep that pace up. That is the crucial thing. You don't want to kind of lose a bit of confidence. You don't want to start to back off and get too flustered by any overtakes that you might be getting performed against you. Just need to try and keep that head down and progress forward. Pick up as many points as possible from this, the first of the racing action today.
View there of your lead. The third and fourth drivers, Reeve Taylor and Oscar Joy, are back together somewhat. And Stanley Wilson, Treadwell and Abdulhamid are in close quarters as well for 5th, 6th and 7th. Here we have 3rd and 4th. Stanley Wilson in 5th, there he is, sets the fastest lap of the race and indeed gets up ahead of Abdulhamid Treadwell. So that top 5 now looking a little more comfortable than they were earlier on in this race. We are watching the 113 of Reeve Taylor and the 105 of Oscar Joy resume their battle after a brief hiatus. But nothing doing down into this right-hand hairpin, slightly after the crest. You can't see the crest from this angle, but certainly that one we get in behind the cars, you can get a decent sense of the elevation change as you come to the end of that sweeping chicane down into the hairpin as we rejoin this battle between Taylor and Joy.
We do indeed, as we look on with just over 3 minutes to go in this race now. Final few laps coming our way. Big movers in this race. I want to give a shout out to Ben Rigfist. Has got a bumper pass penalty to note, so slightly on the naughty step there, but 20th up into 8th position. And then we also have Stanley Wilson, who's on a charge at the moment with that fastest lap of the race that you can see on your screens. 14th up into 5th there. Who else have we got? We have got Oscar Homerstone there as well, going from 21st in to 14th, so plenty of chances to progress through the field this afternoon.
Yeah, Stanley Wilson, the fastest man on track for the last 2 laps, actually is looking to join this battle for 3rd. Reeve Taylor and Oscar Joy have been at it for a couple of laps now, and you can see there the 50 makes it a 3-car battle as well. Decent exit there from Stanley Wilson. He's going to be thinking about a look at Oscar Joy over the next couple of corners. Nothing on through turn 1. Perhaps they'll be close enough through 2 and 3, although it doesn't look like it. Next up is the left-hand hairpin, if you can get a better exit from here, but looks like it takes a bit too much of that second apex curb, really. And the move, realistically, is between Joy and Tyler, although Tyler allowed to take the chicane first. Now will we see something over the crest into that right-hander? There's the crest I was talking about. And no change of position just yet. A love tap from Wilson to Joy. The 3 still as they were for another lap, despite being very much bumper to bumper, as they were. That, I believe, is Oscar Joy taking 3rd place from Reeve Taylor. A little blind spot for our cameras. And the 50th Stanley Wilson is all over the back of this, looking to capitalise. Up the inside into turn 2 and 3. Side's better of it. I think that's a wise move there to pull out of that one.
Very much, yeah.
But into the left-hand hairpin now, we might see something different. No, we won't.
We don't indeed. The gap begins to build up ever so slightly between these drivers, though. It must be said, Stanley has done well to recover from that previous attempt. Is going to get ready and poised for another move.
But pass.
Yeah, confirmation there that that overtake won't matter. Reminder, penalties are added on to your result at the end of the race. So Oscar Joy, he certainly couldn't win if he was leading, but he is going to drop behind these 2 cars that he is battling with. So Reeve Taylor steps back up onto the podium. Stanley Wilson will jump ahead of Oscar as well, as we get ready to bring an end to this race in a moment. Stanley Wilson, though, the pressure is off ever so slightly, although you still want to do it on the road, of course, as Stanley tries to find a way past Reeve Taylor, because this is now the battle for the podium. This is the battle to find yourself on that 3rd step of the podium.
Yeah, I think we just saw Jazim Abdulhamid regain 6th from Ben Ridkus as well on the stream. Those 2 jostling for 6th and 7th position just behind the Batworth chasing. There's your leader, Jack Adcock, who's driven a stellar race, as has Kira Boylan, who was our pole sitter. They're doing well in 1st and 2nd and look good value for those as they come round to the checker flag. Actually, Jack Adcock wins the pre-C final. Kira Boylan comes home in 2nd place, and 3rd provisionally goes to Oscar Joy, who unfortunately got that bumper pass penalty, so 3rd will be Reeve Taylor. Stanley Wilson takes 5th on the road. Jazim Abdulhamid 6th, Ben Ridquist in 7th, Marcus Allen 8th, 9th was Dan Treadwell, and 10th Dev Singhal.
That's our top 10, and a pretty eclectic race in the mid-pack, but as you say, Jack Adcock controlling things very nicely indeed after that battle with Kira Boylan early on. You will see the results go out on the likes of Harry Power, Taylor Webb, Bradley Brown, Alfie Swain, Oscar Homerstone, Jamie Tucker, Liam Perkins, Sebastian Serescu, Yusuf Cube, Rowan Horder, Liam Stavro and Finley Bennett completing our provisional standings as we see them from the first junior race of the afternoon. I'm pleased to report that we've got plenty more to come just yet, as in a moment we're going to get our cadet pre-B finalists out on track.
Back to our cadets then for the pre-B final. Let's have a look at the grid for our next race. Starting this one on pole position, Matthew Lederer, Ethan Guest alongside him, number 10. Joseph East is 3rd, Oliver Renshaw 4th. 5th will be Andrei Yasukov. Adam Asgar is in 6th place, and in 7th will be Benjamin Beresford. Ethan Hubert is in 8th, and Jackson Burge in 9th. William Hossack rounds out the top 10. Ethan Windsor will start this one on row 6 in 11th place with Oliver Lang Foil Company alongside. And on row 7, Indy Welch partners Athena Cooper. Tigran Gregorian is on row 8, starts 15th with Jake Matthews in 16th. Zach Sheriff is 17th with Leonidas Gregorio in 18th. 19th overall will be Megan Gascoigne with Cora Moore in 20th. Aman Rana and Daniel Marichak, promoted from the pre-C, join the back of the pre-B for row 11. We've been a little slow getting going, I think. All karts are now out on track, but they've done a full warm-up lap this time, as opposed to the shorter one that we've been accustomed to in the pre-C finals. But you'll shortly see them coming into frame through the short cut that they take, just on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the kart tester going out there for Fraser Brunton, so don't worry too much about that one. These are the karts you need to focus on, and once they round these final 2 hairpins, we'll be getting going for the preview.
We will indeed. Getting ready to hear those revs rise once more, though that sad face turns happy, as you so brilliantly put it at the start of the previous race. We're actually going to go round again by the looks of it. We have been signalled to go round again, so yes. I suspect formation not quite perfect yet. We want to make sure that our cadets are ready to go racing in the right starting position.
The 46, I think, was out of position there. Couldn't say for absolute certainty, but it looked to me like they were trying to adjust their position, and yes, round become the first section of the track rather quickly, as we want to get things going as swiftly as possible. But it does seem to be now that we are in the correct order, and Benjamin Beresford has found where he should be on the grid. So yes, through that shortcut we go. There, you won't see that happening during the race, and we are back to our original camera position, ready to take those last 2 hits.
We are indeed. Matthew Lederer versus Joseph East then, as we head down to the start-finish straight once more. We're looking a lot better formed up, it must be said. We'll wait for the final decision as we head round that last corner. I see no signs to the contrary. Away goes the pace kart, and we are good to go racing for our Cadet Pre-B finalists. Joseph East then, partners Matthew Lederer. Matthew Lederer heading down the inside of the first corner. All of our cadets making it through turn 1 nice and cleanly. That's what we like to see. But already progression for the field for Ethan Guest there. Gets ahead of Joseph East. That's our new top 2 are repertoire positions that these drivers are fighting for there. Watch out for Adam Asgar and Andrei Vasikov just behind. They're very much a threat for the podium in this race, but down the inside goes Ethan Guest. That great start gets even better still as he finds a way past Matthew Lederer and into the latter half of the lap.
Lederer then inside the Reeve at the hairpin. They're going to be side by side coming into this right hand hairpin now. Ethan Guest on the inside, Lederer on the outside. Guest retakes the lead after that wonderful lunge from Lederer. Can Lederer hold on the inside? Yes, he can. And the 2 will come round, first and second. Guest, Lederer, and I believe Joseph East is still in 3rd.
He's in indeed, as we see Matthew Lederer trying to pick up pieces and take back the lead of this race. We have a braking formation penalty coming in there. That is for Adam Asgar. So currently 4th in this race. Will have a couple of places knocked off at the end of running. That is for when you break outside of those tram lines that you see on the start-finish straight. But looks like things are being controlled at the moment by Ethan Guest, as we see a big battle brewing here between Matthew Lederer and Joseph East. Now they're getting a bit side-by-side essing as they try to break formation with each other. What this is doing is slowing themselves down, allowing the mid-pack to catch up. And now Ethan Guest has a bit of an easier time out in the lead of this race. There goes Lederer down the inside, defending against Joseph East. Joseph East looks to have lost out a little bit here. Is Asgar on the scene as well as we head round that final corner. I think Ethan Guest, oh no, sorry, that isn't Ethan Guest, that's Joseph East in to 2nd position. Lederer now on the defence.
Yeah, a fair bit of contact in that transaction, shall we say, towards the end of the lap as the ABC BAP comes in for Megan Gascoigne, the number 28. It's the 29 though, Adam Asgar, who's got that braking formation penalty, looking keen on making his way up to 2nd place. The 17 to the inside as well, receives a little handy bump in the back from, I want to say, the 75 Matthew Lederer, maybe Jake Matthews as well. Ethan Guest is way out in front of this one. You can see there the gap is, there's a challenge for 2nd place there. I think Asgar's gone up the inside of East. We'll see who comes down into this hairpin first. It is indeed Adam Asgar, the number 29 now in 2nd place, as the 19 of Andrei Vasikov is getting involved as well. It's all change in this gaggle of karts. To the front then, 29, Adam Asgar, I say to the front of this pack, which is 2nd place. Joseph East now in 3rd. Jake Matthews, the 37, is up to 4th in that yellow and blue getup.
yeah, had a fantastic charge to Jake Matthews, 16th up into 4th at the start of this race. We saw him frantically looking over the shoulders. That gives you an idea of just how frenetic it is in that mid-pack. Ethan Guest is cruising home quite comfortably at the moment, but all of the action is happening just behind him here. Adam Asghar leads Joseph East. Jake Matthews, who we've just mentioned, we're following the number 38 of Oliver Renshaw as they head through into the latter half of the lap now. Turn set to negotiate in just a few moments' time. And we've got a big penalty coming in, folks. That's bump and pass for Matthew Lederer. Matthew Lederer, after having a really good run at the very start of this race, now finds himself down in P8 and will not be finishing there as things stand.
Yeah, so to the inside goes Joseph East to defend from Jake Matthews. Look over the shoulder there from Ethan Guest. He's probably wondering where everyone is, being almost 3 seconds up the road. That's tight there on the inside of turns 3 and 4 and wide off the track. Who's that in the red? The number 19 of Andrei Vashikov recovers somewhat into the pack. Not quite sure how well that will be viewed by the stewards, but looks fair enough roughly based on the timing tower. Contact warning again for Matthew Lederer. It's not been his race, this one, into the hairpin then. Adam Asghar has got a little bit of a gap back to Joseph East, but Joseph East is very much under pressure.
He is indeed. Someone who is under pressure, though, has just crossed the line with a 53.6, and that is Ethan Guest. Amon Rana flying along, our repcharge driver, of course, so I suspect probably out of position in qualifying, because up into 5th at the moment, they do have a warning, it is a bump and pass penalty to their name for Amon Rana. 53.5, fastest lap of the race so far.
Amon Rana at the inside there of Joseph East makes up another place. It's a shame that they've got a bump and pass penalty and just edging out East there. I don't think that one was a bump and pass, that was side by side, and I think is that Lederer coming back at the inside of Rana there as well. So don't take your eyes off this one. They will change corner by corner. The S75 now was 6th last time we crossed the time in Beacon, and will be 4th again. Another Rana reclaims 4th on that final corner. East is in there as well. Jake Matthews is up 3rd. Amon Rana 4th. Unfortunately, with that penalty, that will mean no more repechage for Amon Rana. Ethan Guest has got the first repechage position pretty much sewn up in front, nearly 4 seconds now, back to Adam Asghar. Adam Asghar has got a penalty, if I remember correctly, for breaking formation. So Jake Matthews, round goes Rana. Round goes Rana from contact with Matthew Lederer. Whether or not that was unfair contact, that's not for me to judge. But there we go, the 64 recovers and is back underway. Lederer up the inside of East as well, who's got a contact warning himself. And now this battle for position is pretty much the whole field apart from the front 3 by the looks of things. Lederer is at the front of it, having taken over from Rana this lap around.
It is worth noting just how much of the field is occupying that part of the track there, because that one small issue for Amon Rana has really punished them, hasn't it? They've gone from being right at the top of that pack to effectively back down at square one where they started after the repechage into the second race. We have confirmation there that the officials have decided that Matthew Lederer an ABC penalty ×2 for that one, so that will stack up on their previous penalty, and that means that is not going to be ideal for their race. But here we go, the number 37 driver there of Jake Matthews getting past
Adam Asghar for 2nd place on the road. Obviously Asghar had that penalty, but Jake Matthews now on the road 2nd place and taking that repechage position up to the pre-A final. Of course, doesn't have to defend too hard if Asghar comes back at him. You can see the penalty board flashing up with 75 for Lederer, who will be coming over the line behind these guys, still in a massive battle back there. And Matthew seems to be indicating, follow me, we don't want to get involved in that thing back there, to Adam Asghar. So let's see if those two can work together and escape that huge scrap behind them.
Exactly. It's always tricky if you're a driver, especially if you know that you've got a penalty, you've seen it on the digiflag potentially, that you're in this situation because you perhaps don't want to work together with that driver who's got in front. You know that you're not going to be fighting for the win because you got that penalty. But if you get back past them, you're negating a big chunk of your penalty by getting that extra position. And that is more points on the board at the end of the day. As we now start to think about the championship standings, as they now becomes more important, Asgar's still going to want to try and find a way past. As we see then, under 3 minutes to go in this race. Ethan Guest has checked out, controls this race perfectly, done everything they need to do. As we see down the inside goes Matthew Lederer, another driver trying to negate any effects of the penalties, I am sure. Tigran the Gregorian, though, is the nearest challenge. Down the inside goes Tigran. It wasn't a particular move, they were just parked quite nicely, set up for the inside line of the next corner, and that right-hander there. Through goes Tigran then ahead of Matthew Lederer. What will Matthew do to try and find a way back past?
Yeah, this is good news for Ethan Guest. The number 10 at the lead of this one, 5.7 seconds to the good. Ethan's currently 4th in the championship, so probably doesn't want to find himself in the Pre-B final, and the repechage up to the A will be most welcome for his championship hopes. He is 7th points in the championship off Ayrton Lima Evans in 3rd, and will hopefully be catching up with Ayrton, Zane Perry and Jude Puddlefoot in the Pre-A, which is the race after next.
It is indeed. That is coming in around about 15 minutes for our cadet drivers. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to have our Junior B finalists, but all of the action is still focused on what is going on here. And it's going on between Jake Matthews and Adam Asgar. Jake Matthews, obviously second on the road, is one of those repechage drivers. Adam Asgar can't be from this position, but still wants to try and claim as many points as possible. Another penalty coming in there, and through goes Adam Asgar. Takes back second on the road. Jake Matthews doesn't have to worry too much. They will still be in with a shout of another race here in the pre-finals. But yeah, another penalty for Lederer there. A race to forget, I think, so far this afternoon. We've got more racing opportunities for them, though, later on.
Yep, still 7 seconds that gap at the front, and Ethan Guest has maybe 2 more laps after this one. I think it's going to be close on the timing, but we should at least get one more after this, if not 2. As you said, Asgar has that braking formation penalty, which I believe is 2 places, and therefore will drop him down to 4th from where he is currently. Jake Matthews will inherit that repechage position. Tigran Gregorian has set the fastest lap and made 4th place their own. A little bit of a gap now back to this battle here, which is some of the karts that we saw earlier scrapping over 5th place it was at that point. Yes, we are, I think, going to see... Nope, this is the final lap. I've just had a look out the window. Into the future, almost, as the stream would have it. And yes, this is the final lap. So these two scrapping to the end. To the inside goes Jake Matthews. I wonder if Jake Matthews knows. He probably doesn't know that he doesn't have to make this. He'll probably be very pleased if he doesn't pull it off, and have some good news when he gets out of the kart.
It's a precarious position to be in, though, because if he isn't aware and he goes for a particularly brave move, potentially could knock himself out of contention. He could also well be aware, as we know, on this final lap of the race.
Yes, and he's got Tigran Gregorian to worry about, as well as the 20s right up close, looking likely to inherit that position if anything goes wrong. In fact, he goes to the inside. There he goes, the number 20 up the inside and takes that last repechage place. It's a win for Ethan Guest. Fantastic drive from Ethan by 7 seconds to the next closest challenger. But who is it going to be, Reeve? It's Adam Asgar, second, and third goes to Tigran Gregorian, who celebrates almost as if he knows that's the repechage position. I think he's just happened to be third, but fantastic drive from Gregorian there. Jake Matthews unfortunately misses out. 5th place, fastest lap. Oscar Lang, the number 99, finishes 5th overall. Joseph East, 6th. Renshaw, 7th. Lederer, 8th. 9th was Ethan Hulbert, and Indy Welch finishes 10th overall.
That brings an end to the Cadet Lightweight Pre-B final then. Our juniors are already out on track, so let's move over to the junior action. Here we go then, it's our junior lightweight Pre-B finalists. Here's the grid then for this, the second junior pre-final. On row 1, it's Leo Engels and Christian Jordanov. Then we have Gabriel Wyatt and Jack Whitehouse. Row 3, Owen Price and Chile Edwards. Moving on to row 4, Finley Dunleavy, Callum Booth. Then we have Hudson Barker Dix and Oliver Wilde. Keane Haynes and Daniel Parsons complete the first 6 rows. Moving on to row 7, and it will be Reese Kelsall and Daniel Archibald, Kwame Camaldine and Charlie Wainwright on row 8. Then we have Spencer Wilds and James Groves on row 9. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, it will be Oliver Bampton Senior, Morgan Humphreys, Andre Stoyan, Dylan Fanilla. Then we have Dan Shaw and Zach Asson on row 10, 11 and 12. The final row of the grid, Jack Adcock and Kira Boylan promoted up from the Pre-C final a little while ago. Here are our drivers then behind the pace cart as we get ready for another race start with our juniors.
Excellent reading speed, Reeve. That was fantastic. I barely kept up with it myself.
It's from the BUKC.
Round the final corner we come then. We are starting this one, the 85. The pole sitter leads us into, and no, we are not going on this one. We get the signal that we're going round again. Gives you a little chance to breathe, Reeve.
Oh, it does that. It feels like it was rather wasted effort now, but no, it's good to see that. We want to make sure that the formation is all correct for our junior finalists. Pre-B, oh sorry, it is pre-B final. Honest, I do know what's going on. Heading out on a track now, ready to get formed up. The pace cart heading around. Then it's looking like we are not far from formed up. A couple of carts still needing to catch up to the back end of the pack, but other than that, we are ready to go.
Yep, Leo Engels leads us around through the shortcut now. 2 corners to navigate. That slow one behind was once again the tester. Do not worry. Here we go then. Front 2 of Leo Engels and Christian Jordanov. 23 in behind of Gabriel Wyatt and Owen Price in 4th. Keep an eye on those 4. A lot slower approach this time. That's a lot better from our juniors. You see the green lights light up and away we go. Leo Engels into the first corner and holds the lead of the Pre-B final. All carts through that nice and cleanly. And yeah, it's been a decent start for the 135 as well. Christian Jordanov started in 2nd place and holds that position so far. The 23 of Gabriel Wyatt is still in 3rd place, so we are as you were at the front with Jack Whitehouse, the number 99, making up a few positions from 6th into 4th, being on the first couple of corners.
We are indeed then, so a nice clean start to proceedings for our junior runners in this Pre-B final. A couple of warnings creeping in here or there, but overall not too shabby at all. Leo Engels leads as they did from the start of the race. Christian Jordanov just behind, as well as Gabriel Wyatt hot on the heels as well, in a bit of a formation here as we all head down towards the end of the fast twisty stuff, and we get into the even twistier, slightly slower stuff at the end of the lap. Only the most technical of track guides from myself here at Ellough Park.
Absolutely. Yeah, wouldn't expect anything less. Contact warning comes in for Reese Kelsall, the 114, who's midway through the pack. We see our leaders now coming down towards the end of their 2nd tour of the circuit. Fairly calm so far by today's standards, Reeve. We've not seen many changes for position. A little jostle on the first lap, as there's the penalty for 49 showing up on the screen.
That's Morgan Humphreys for breaking formation, unfortunately.
So another breaking formation. We've got yellow flags, which is why they're all waving in this part of the track. Can't quite see why.
It could be something as simple as
full course yellows, is there? No, not quite.
No.
I think they're rearranging the tyre barrier on the exit. They are indeed of this corner now.
I did see it on lap 1. There was a very slight knock. It was only ever so slight, but it might have just been enough for the stewards to want to rectify that. Those breaking formation penalties, they are, speaking from my brief and checkered past in the BUKC, it can be so easy to get sometimes. You might not even think about it, but you just absolutely fall out of those tram lines. So easy.
Yeah. Easy mistake to make. They are back racing though. It's not a full course yellow, and there are indeed no yellows now as we come round. So Leo Engels under pressure slightly from our 2nd place Christian Jordanov. There's still a wave, so the yellow flags are back out now. They were put away, but whoever it is down there fancies a 2nd crack at amending that tyre barrier. There it is, being replaced. I think it should be all good from there. But we'll see next time round. Perhaps they are just taking a break due to the huge gaggle of 26 carts coming round. No, we're all good, so we will be, fingers crossed, racing all the way around the next circuit.
Well, indeed, we're watching our leaders heading through the tight hairpin at the end of the lap now, which is back on to the paddock where we had a quick chat with a few drivers a little while ago. Cross line comes Leo Engels then, and no major pressure from Christian Jordanov for the time being. The times low to mid 51s. We did see 50s earlier on. I would wager it's a little bit warmer out there at the moment than it was during qualifying, and it is also worth noting that we're only 4 laps into this race, and those laps were with yellow flags waved as well. So despite being 4 minutes in, I think we're only now going to start seeing some truly representative times from our pre-B finalists.
Yeah, contact warning for one of our pre-C finalists, Kira Boylan. They're coming up. Obviously, Kira reprecharged up into the B and is at 21st place, having done so. Decent progress so far, especially with the level of yellow flags we've seen in this one. We are picking up, that's the battle for 4th, 5th or 6th, is it? This is 23 of Gabriel Wyatt. Goes ahead of, I want to say, Chili Edwards, the 106, yes indeed, that's right. Jack Whitehouse fastest on track last time out with the 51.043, hoping to join that little, I don't want to say battle at the front, because so far Christian Jordanov hasn't made much of a move on Leo Engels. Probably the two of them have half an eye on the A final rather than the pre-B. We'll see how that one develops as the race goes on. It's side by side here, and then up the inside. I think that's a 2 for 1 from the person in the red, blue, and white. Who's that one there? Reeve 17, who then does lose out. That's Oliver Wilde, I think, gaining 2 places, but then losing 1 at the next corner. Still a net gain for Oliver. And yeah, see that up to 8th actually. So yeah, 2 places on that last lap, possibly 3 at one point for Oliver Wilde, up into 8th place, and looks to have regained it as well. Yeah, Kian Haynes, 78 in 9th place. That may have been a switch. Oh, and there goes another 2 of our tyre barriers. There'll be more yellow flags to return those to their natural habitat.
There will be indeed, because they not only are they slightly out of kilter, they're in the middle of the racing surface as well, so we need to make sure that is all amended. It's getting very heated in this mid-pack battle now, it must be said. I was going to mention likes of Quam, Kamaldeen, Philly Dunleavy, who were feeling a bit like a cork in a bottle, I suspect, because it's getting oh so tight as we head through the last half of the lap here. Getting ready to start the next lap though, as we follow along with, that is the number 59 of Hudson Barker Dix, currently in P6, fighting Gabriel Wyatt, and has Callum Boots for company as well. Running into the first part of the lap, I think the marshals were able to mend that before.
Chapman has done a stellar job, and those tyre barriers you can see in your shot are back in position.
Was very quick indeed, didn't even a real need for a yellow.
He's a good lad, is Harris.
Yeah, top work from all of the Club 100 crew here today as ever. Sun is shining now, and it's shining on Hudson Barker Dix here, who is currently running in at P6. He's having a great run out there. Started 9th in this race, so made up 3 positions, which is pretty impressive given that a lot of this, well, at least a lot of the start of this race did have yellow flag running. Heading around the final couple of corners now, we have a look at the number 20 of Owen Price. Owen Price battling it out with the number 99 of Jack Whitehouse for that elusive spot on the podium. And it's Jack Whitehouse currently in charge of this battling duo, but I suspect that Owen Price is going to try and find a way past, because it's Owen Price with the fastest lap of this race, a 50.8 so far.
It's a tough spot to be in that for Owen Price. Realistically, he and Jack Whitehouse need to work together in order to catch the front 2 and get into that pre-A final. However, Owen's going to think he's the quicker driver and therefore should be in front. Jack might disagree, and that's where the problem starts. We'll see how the two of them progress as the race goes on. We see Gabriel Wyatt there just behind as well. We remain Whitehouse and Price, 3rd and 4th so far, but big defend from Jack Whitehouse. I think Jack Whitehouse might think if one of the front 2 has got a penalty, then I'm currently in a repechage position. I don't fancy our chances of catching them in the last 3 minutes, then you would be defending there, absolutely.
Yeah, they've also got the room to have this little battle as well, I suppose. As we
Speaking of battles, that's the lead.
Is indeed, that is Leo Engels on the defence here. Christian Jordanov has waited a little while in this race to take him out to come on song, but with a fastest lap of this race, our rookie for this season is bringing a proper charge now for this race lead. Echoes his arrival in to the right-hander hairpin there. Doesn't find a way past just yet. But as now we run on to the start-finish straight, it's all about momentum. A slightly wider run there for Jordanov. We are pretty much side by side, about a kart length separated two into that first corner. No major change for position just yet. Over the shoulder looks Leo Engels, as darting across the circuit is Christian. And we have no swap around just yet. But the question is very much if, I suspect, as we get very close to the tyre barrier there for Christian.
Yeah, this one's going to run for the next couple of laps, and you see him behind as well. The battle for third rages as well. Jack Whitehouse is definitely going to be thinking, I need to keep hold of this position and hope something happens up ahead, because you do not want to be in fourth place going into a battle for the lead. And down into the right-hander we go. Still no change in either first or third. We'll have another 2 laps after this one. So they start now what should be the penultimate lap. I think we'll get the final lap board next time around. 20 and the 99. Oh, it's a big slide from the 99 there. Can they hold on? I think there's going to be a change for third. Owen Price looks to have got to the inside. We follow the battle for the lead now down here, but yes, Owen Price up into third. Reeve, still no change in the lead.
No, and that is impressive to say the least, because they've actually both picked up the pace in this battling. They made the drop off their absolute best, but they are still matching their rivals just a few positions below. So impressive running from our top 2 here. Jack Whitehouse as well has had plenty of pressure as we head into that first corner. It looks like it could have been made there. Can the move be made in the final few corners of this lap? We're going to make it through. Let's get ready to start the next lap. It's Leo Engels still at the front of the charge, but here comes Christian Jordanov with a fantastic run out of the final corner. Has to go quite deep into that first corner. It slides it round the outside, goes side by side with Leo Engels, who goes later on the brakes. Christian Jordanov is still side by side as we run through the next couple of corners. That double apex right-hander there in the end, though, has to relent, and Leo Engels just about maintains the race lead.
Fantastic defensive driving from Leo Engels. They are losing ground to Owen Price in third, but I don't think there's enough of this race left, and Engels certainly safe for the next corner. Has 2 corners to navigate safely to win this pre-B final. Here's the first of them. Around the right-hander, it's just the left to go, and it looks to me like the 85 of Leo Engels has done enough to win the pre-B final. Yes, checkered flag is out, and Leo wins the pre-B final. Christian Jordanov, a very valiant second. Owen Price charges up to third, gets the better of Jack Whitehouse in fourth. Callum Boot finishes fifth, and Hudson Barker-Dix is in sixth. Kian Haynes, Cam Culladine, Daniel Archibald and Findan Leavely round out the top 10. A great race nonetheless, Reeve.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Leo and Christian will now be promoted up to our Pre-A final coming up after the next race. And that next race is our Cadet Pre-A final.
Right then, first time for our first Pre-A final of the day, and we start with the Cadet lightweights. Here is your starting grid. On pole position, Zane Perry, Ayrton Lima Evans alongside on the front row. Kai Jackson starts in third, with Joshua Robinson in fourth. Mason Turner will be fifth, with Caesar Chen in sixth for this one. Row 4 is Vinnie Cunningham and Ledger Dimitriou. Theo Thomas starts in ninth, with Jude Puddlefoot, our championship leader, in 10th. Luke Collins is 11th, with Tate Hart for company on row 6. Row 7 will be Cody Cruddington and Layla Fitzgerald. Henry Greenwood is 15th, 16th is Tom Simarks. Max Wainwright, 17th overall, Harvey Dowler, 18th. On the 10th row, Ethan Guest and Jake Matthews. Repechage up from the B final at the back of Pre-A. They are coming round the final corner. They may well be getting going this time around. We cut to the camera now, and yes, Here we go then, the number 16 of Zane Perry on pole position will control the pace as soon as that pace car gets out of the way. And away we go then for the Pre-A final. Good start from pole man Zane Perry. Second place, certainly Liam Evans around the outside, looks to have held second place. All still facing the same way as we go down into turn 2. Lima Evans challenges for the lead around the outside. Lima Evans can't quite get there. Zane Perry's a little raggedy on the exit, but manages to hold that lead. The 42 there, I think. Vinnie Cunningham taking a trip to parts of the track that are lesser used than the rest, to say the least. But Zane now leads Lima Evans, and we've got, is that Kai Jackson in third places. To the inside goes Lima Evans, up the inside. Zane Perry loses out, and he loses a couple of places there. Lima Evans, great move from him. 65 to the lead of this one, although there's going to be trouble for him on the final corner if I'm reading the exit of this one right. Lima Evans holds that position, coming around to complete the end of the first lap.
Here we go then, first full racing lap, and we can see exasperation from some of the drivers behind, but it is Mason Turner versus Kai Jackson as we head into that first corner. Lima Evans can rest easy for a brief moment while all the battling now begins to build up for second position. Luke Collins is in the mix there as well. The number 73 of Kai Jackson losing a couple of positions potentially, as we can see a few drivers beginning to have some intercart communication, shall we say, perhaps showing this a lack of appeasement at the start of this race.
Yeah, Zane Perry unfortunately found himself on the exit of this corner. We're looking here and lost a couple of places. We saw him showing his frustrations across the line, and then took an extra wide line down into the left-hand infield hairpin. He's lost a fair few positions there. Championship leaders, keep an eye on Jude Puddlefoot, is up to 7th. We can see him actually now 4th place and setting the fastest lap. So Jude moving into contention as you would expect. Henry Greenwood's having a decent race, he's up into 6th. And Cody Cruddington, one of our rookies, in 7th, as side by side. That might have even been Cody himself, but yeah, still out front. Ayrton Lima Evans and Mason Turner. The 24 then of Luke Collins is joined by Jude Puddlefoot for a lead quartet of karts.
Penalty coming in for Layla Fitzgerald. Unfortunately, we saw Layla having a great run out in qualifying earlier on in the day. Unfortunately, it's not quite going her way at the moment, but let's look at our top end drivers here. Lima Evans still controlling things after that fantastic start. Here's the number 13 as well of Jude Puddlefoot, as we say, putting a challenge on for the top 3 in this race. Now, Lima Evans looking like potentially could be under threat from Mason Turner, though I suspect that threat from Mason is slightly dampened by the fact that Mason's going to be far more preoccupied with Luke Collins and Jude directly behind. All 3 drivers coming up with a plan as to how they're going to work together to close down this gap to Ayrton Lima Evans. Just behind is the number 5 of Henry Greenwood as well. We're beginning to see a bit of a common trend in some of these races. Our front-running drivers so close, getting so involved in the action, they're beginning to slow themselves down ever so slightly and allowing our mid-pack to close back up. Mason Turner then, still in P2 at the moment. Here down the inside goes Luke Collins. So Jude Puddlefoot follows through as well, says thank you very much. I can see a gap going to stick me car.
Jude Puddlefoot, sorry, Reeve, who's gone up to 2nd place. He's already made up 1 place on this lap, and he's made up 2 now as well. Luke Collins has indeed followed through on Mason Turner, but we'll see the order change now as we come round to start the next lap. There you go, Jude Puddlefoot, Luke Collins, and Henry Greenwood, the number 5, is up to 4th as well. Ayrton Lima Evans is looking to win his 3rd Pre-A final of the season, the only person to have won more than 1 so far, but he's got the championship leader closing down on him now in the form of Jude Puddlefoot in 2nd place.
Mason Turner unfortunately losing out on this lap, but they're also close enough. He's going to have plenty more opportunities in the remaining 7 or so minutes of this race. Lima Evans then, the gap has never been big compared to P1 and P2, but it's certainly looking a bit more comfortable for Ayrton than perhaps it is for Jude Puddlefoot, although I suspect if anyone is going to be able to close up to Ayrton, it could well be Jude. I mean, just giving you an example, their previous laps separated by 1,000th of a second, and Jude Puddlefoot sets a new record for our cadet drivers, a 52.765 on that lap. Jude is on a charge at the moment, and as I say, might be beginning to challenge Ayrton Lima Evans as we start the next lap. We're looking a little bit further back to our midfield here, but here we go. Here's our action for our top 4 drivers here. Liam Evans has the pressure on now. Jude Putterfoot has closed up that gap with that remarkable previous lap and is only going to improve upon that one if he can find a way past Ayrton Liam Evans. That is the big if, though, because Ayrton Liam Evans certainly knows his way around the kart circuit and knows how to defend and knows how to have a fantastic race. Let's see how it shapes up between these two.
I'd say there's 2 big ifs there, Reeve, as well. The second being if he can hold off Luke Collins, who's certainly thinking about how he might find a way past the 2 karts in front of him, the first of which is Jude Puddlefoot. Here are our lead quartet, and to the inside goes Puddlefoot out the first turn, and indeed Luke Collins as well. Ayrton Lima Evans on the outside might find himself in 3rd place come turn 4. He might find himself in 4th as well, as through comes Henry Greenwood. Indeed, we have a change throughout the top 4, and Luke Collins looks to make another one as well, but Henry Greenwood is the one that seizes the initiative and does so. Puddlefoot's got a little bit of a gap, and sorry, my bad, Henry Greenwood didn't quite make that move come off, as Luke Collins points towards Puddlefoot and says we've got to keep up with him. So Puddlefoot takes the lead, Collins follows him through into 2nd place. Greenwood has a think about taking 2nd place for himself, but now the challenge is on for the 3 of them, Ayrton Lima Evans included, to catch back up to Puddlefoot.
Bump and pass penalty coming in there for Theo Thomas, but as you mentioned, Jude Puddlefoot now leading this race and back into the 52s he goes now that he has found his way to the top end of this quartet. Luke Collins then also showing a fantastic turn of pace, and Ayrton Lima Evans, who controlled this race for so long at the start, will be hoping to try and find a way past the kart just ahead. That is Henry Greenwood, currently running in P3. All 4 of these drivers are very capable young drivers indeed, have put on a proper show for us in this final pre-final of the running for the cadets this afternoon. And there we see that is
Henry Greenwood on Luke Collins again. I think Henry Greenwood fancies his chances of catching Jude Puddlefoot more than he fancies Luke Collins. And yeah, Ayrton Lima Evans through as well. That's Ayrton Lima Evans through on Henry Greenwood. So Greenwood's move on Collins didn't quite come off, and that's to the benefit of Lima Evans. I tell you, we do need to talk about Reeve, who's not the one just behind these. Mason Turner, who's having a good race, but just behind him, Ethan Guest, the number 10. Look at that from our pre-B final winner. That's exactly what he needed. We spoke in the pre-B final about his championship hopes. He's currently 4th in the championship and didn't want to be in that pre-B final. 6th in the pre-A final is a hell of a lot better.
It is indeed. It makes up 13 positions in this race. You can tell how slow my maths was running then. And as we say, this is exactly why we have this race format. It allows those drivers who might have had an unfortunate qualifying session or didn't quite get up to speed early on in the day, another opportunity to get those points on the board for the championship standings. So this will be a pretty good run for a driver who is high up in those standings. We look on to our 2 front runners though, and just behind then is Henry Greenwood down the inside on Ayrton Lima Evans. Running in P3 is Henry Greenwood, but that is to no fault of Ayrton Lima Evans, who's putting on a true charge here. But here's Mason Turner as well. Mason Turner, who was a big protagonist the very first part of this race, had a bit of a quiet mid-run, but is now back on the scene and could still fight for this podium.
These guys very close together, as are Puddlefoot and Collins out in front. To the inside goes Henry Greenwood. Lima Evans pushing him out of the corner there, and on the outside for the next turn, so Greenwood will keep that place for now. Some excellent driving from this top 6 or 7 in general. And yeah, look at that gap out in front now. Fastest lap for Luke Collins. He's found where Puddlefoot's strong. He knows where he's strong himself and has used that to his advantage. He'll know that there's only 2 minutes left of this race. It's not quite the final lap, but he'll be thinking about how and when he can get past Jude Puddlefoot. Not this hairpin. But let's see what kind of straight line speed he gets, especially with that slipstream around the chicane. Gap's about a kart length. You really want to be bumper to bumper if you're thinking about getting by any time soon. And he'll be open to do that. I don't think we'll see the last lap board. I will keep an eye out of the window just in case we don't get the camera angle for it. For you viewers at home, they are very close though. You can see coming out here, we've not got the final lap board, so this will be the penultimate lap. The 14 and the 24 still within a tenth. Lima Evans has regained third as we follow these two, and a quick look over the shoulder for Luke Collins. He'll be able to see that. The battle for third is definitely a 3-kart, if not 4-kart battle now. Zane Perry gets a contact warning now, pole sitter for this race. Hasn't had the best of fates as we see third place now. Lima Evans exit the hairpin. Henry Greenwood in fourth in close contention. 12 of Mason Turner in fifth, just behind them. Ethan Guest, our pre-B final winner, still there in sixth place as well. This will be the last lap this time around. Our lead two are very close. There they are. There's our third, fourth and fifth, and indeed sixth and seventh. There's the last lap board. Defensive from Puddlefoot to the inside. Might have cost him a little bit of time. He goes defensive again into turns 2 and 3. Round the outside, hasn't worked before. Collins tries to make it work this time, and I don't think it's going to. He's got to try at the hairpin once again. He's on the outside and tries to cut back to the inside. Can he get alongside for this sweeping chicane? I don't think so, Reeve. It might have to come down to the final 3 hairpins.
And they are very important hairpins at 2 now, so let's see if Jude Puddlefoot can do it as he has done in the past in this race. Luke Collins, though, showing an equally impressive amount of pace as we go side by side into one of the penultimate hairpin, in fact the last hairpin on the lap, or last true hairpin at least. And there we go, side by side. It's the number 14 and 24. Puddlefoot just about holds on to the lead. Who's going to get the better run out of the right-hander on to the start-finish straight? Puddlefoot takes race victory in this Cadet Pre-A final. Luke Collins brings it home in second, and Ayrton Lima Evans rounds out your podium. And Mason Turner brings it up back into fourth. Then we have Ethan Guest, our top 5. Henry Greenwood, Vinnie Cunningham, Cody Crutchington, Layla Fitzgerald, Kai Jackson, your top 10 from a very enthralling Cadet Pre-A final indeed. That is it for our cadets pre-final running, but we have got some junior action still to come.
Here we go then for our junior pre-A final, the lightweight class in the South Championship at Ellough Park, round number 6 this year. Let's have a look at our grid for this one. Starting on pole position, Jamie Tyler Gooden, by far the fastest driver we had in qualifying this morning. Daniel Varlin in second place. Daniel Lezensky will start this one in third, ahead of Max Kilby in fourth. Henry Wilkes will be fifth, with Ethan Saunders-Wilkes in sixth. Jake Chapman, our championship leader, starts seventh, with Dom Balasitis in eighth. Jacob Aquil in ninth, Rob Crawford 10th, Ben Cosgrove and Ben Richardson are an all-bend row number 6. Row 7 is Tom Hughes and Zach Watson. Zane El-Toshi is in 15th, with Ollie White 16th on the side. Hudson Gordon Huntley is 17th, David Sukes-Varakas in 18th. 19th is Jaden Gerard Shepherd. Jonathan Fuchel is 20th. Ashley Haynes St. Quentin is 21st. Anthony Roberts 22nd. 23rd is Leo Engels and Christian Jordanov. Those two promoted through the repechage. I think we're getting going straight away, Reeve.
We are indeed. Down the tram lines, our junior drivers go for one last time in the pre-finals. We are underway. Here we go. It is number 19 versus number 111 as it all gets a bit eclectic into turn 1 already. We're about 5 karts wide, it seems, as we come through the first part of the lap, and a driver off. We just about saw that in the background of shot, and that is quite a displeased driver. And you know what? That is understandable right at the start of a race, isn't it? That it's not what you want to see your race ending so early on. Either way, we continue on into the second half of the lap. Just over 10 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah, Jamie Tyler Gooden holds the lead of this one. Excellent first lap from him, and if he can produce the sort of pace that we saw from him in qualifying, then there will be no catching him. Let's see how the race pans out, though, as second and third are in close quarters. We've got the 69 of Daniel Lezensky and the 150 of Jake Chapman, of course, in third place to challenge Jake Chapman, our championship leader. Tyler Gooden second overall, so Some battling to come, I believe, in this one, Reeve.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope the rest of the race stays that little bit cleaner. We had a bumper pass penalty coming in for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and for Jonathan Fuchsel as well. I think we could see a couple coming in after that lap 1, potentially. Either way, 10 minutes to go. Jamie Tyler Gooden, who dominated in qualifying, now has a chance to show us what he's made of in the racing action as well. Daniel Zensky, Jake Chapman behind, so our championship leader, you mentioned his name a few moments ago, making good progress already and pushing on from 7th on the grid up into 3rd.
Yep, and down in 4th place, Dominic Belasaitis is 3rd overall in the championship. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is 7th. He's 4th in the championship. So all our main contenders still certainly in the mix for this Pre-A final, as that's Chapman has overtaken Leszensky, I believe, for 2nd place. That must have happened at turn 2 or 3, unseen by us, or perhaps you and I, Reeve, were just too distracted with who the runners and riders are in this one. Belasaitis now right up on the back of Leszensky. Doesn't make a move down into the right-hander. It's not quite on there. Tyler Gooden has got a bit of a gap to these three, but I can't see these three fighting too hard this early in the race. I think they'll be wise enough, and indeed, there you go. Belasaitis looks to move up to 3rd. I imagine they'd be content with following Chapman to see if he can make an impression on that 1.6 second gap that Jamie Tyler Gooden has at this moment in time.
Yep, perhaps unsurprising to see him build up a decent gap at the start of this race already. Watch out for Jacob Eckfield, though, currently running in P6, fastest lap of the race so far with a 50.6. He's worked his way up from 9th on the grid. Likewise, Zach Watson started 14th and up into 8th. But Jake Chapman, as we've alluded to, is looking pretty happy out there at the moment, and there's no guessing as to why he currently leads this championship. Nice move,
that's Leszensky round.
Yeah. That is Leszensky round. I was actually looking just in front of them where we saw a nice little move down the inside. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for that pack just behind.
Okay, so we got Belasaitis now in 2nd, Jake Chapman in 3rd. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, funnily enough, makes it up to 4th. So the top 4 in this race are the top 4 in the championship, although not quite in order, certainly not the top 3 anyway. As the 28 continues to battle there. That's Henry Wilkes and Zach Watson, I think, on the outside of him. Chapman's dropped back a little bit from Belasaitis, who seems to have the faster car at the moment, or the fastest lap resides with the fastest man of the day, Jamie Tyler Gooden. 2 seconds now, the gap was 1.6 a moment ago. Let's see what it is after a clean lap from Belasaitis and Chapman.
Yeah, Chapman is looking pretty happy out there, but still hasn't broken it into the 50-second margin, whereas Belasaitis a 50.5 on that last lap, and then Ethan Saunders-Wilkes a 50.2. That's a nice run. He doesn't quite use Jamie Tyler Gooden's best time of the day so far, but gets mighty close to it. So yeah, Jake Chapman is looking pretty comfortable. He just needs to find the extra couple of tenths if he's wanting to bring a charge there, as we see the number 9 of Max Kilby having a look down the inside, gets the position done right, gets the overtake done rather right on a corner exit, which is a nice position to be in. A couple more penalties coming as well. We've got Jacob Eckfield, ABC takeout unfortunately there, so that driver cannot finish where they do on the track. They'll have a few positions out on the end of the running. Likewise for Robert Crawford, and that is a 14th driver wide.
Oh dear, that's not what you need. So far though, the top 5 in this race unaffected by penalties. We see the gap now at 2 seconds. Jamie Tyler Gooden seems to have the measure of Belasaitis and Chapman at this moment. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes was fastest last time out, has lost the fastest lap to Zach Watson in 5th. There's the 9.090 there defending, that's Zane Toshby. Defending from Oliver White. So it's settled down a little bit, Reeve.
It has indeed. After an eclectic start, we seem to have found a bit of a rhythm in this race. Cone warning coming in for our driver in P3, though. It's only a warning, doesn't mean anything for now, but if the marshals see that again, it might transform from a warning to a penalty. So we want to make sure that we avoid too many of infringements with the code. Zach Watson, as we've mentioned his name, yep, fastest lap of the race so far. He's looking
Saunders Wilkes up the inside of Jake Chapman. Chapman looking to come back into turns 2 and 3, has the inside. Outside hasn't really worked for anyone here, and indeed it doesn't work for Saunders Wilkes. So Chapman holds the position for now, although he's on the inside of the hairpin, needs to be tidy there. Oh, that's a big off, and that's a complete stop for Saunders Wilkes.
That's a shame there. Trying to run too wide potentially, or 3 wide on the exit of the previous corner. Tyre barrier is always going to be there, and that is a shame for Ethan, who has had remarkable pace in this race so far. Unfortunately, that puts a bit of a stop to the momentum, doesn't it?
Unfortunate there. I think I'd have to watch it again to give a proper analysis, but I don't think there's anything malicious, certainly not from Chapman. And speaking of Chapman, he's just lost out to Zach Watson, who goes up the inside, or tries to go up the inside. And there's the yellow flag for the replacing of the tyre barrier. So Watson will keep that position, as we see CLUB100 staff trying to replace that tyre barrier, and other CLUB100 staff trying to slow the drivers down. So yes, Watson will take 3rd place, and Chapman won't be able to challenge back until now, when they can re-race. Those tyre barriers needing a readjustment after a visit from Ethan Saunders Wilkes. So new 3rd place of the 104 of Zach Watson, also the fastest man on track. The gap at the front is 2.5 seconds. Jamie Tyler Gooden looks to be carry on the form from qualifying. It's now 3 seconds actually, and then a further second down to Zach Watson. Jake Chapman might fancy that position back before the end of the race, but he's not going to be able to do it here because they're still repairing the tyre barrier.
Yep, they're working very hard indeed. They'll wait for the next fleet of carts to come through and then do any final checks that they need to do. It's looking just about ready to be in full service once more. In the final few minutes of this race, we might get a couple more full racing laps in. Here we look back at Jake Chapman. At the moment, his rival Zach Watson nearby, of course, but Jake Chapman doing his best to hang on to the top 3 spots. There is actually Jacob Iqbal, by the looks of things, just behind Jake Chapman there.
Yeah, so just under 2.5 to go. There'll be 3 or 4 more laps. We've picked up Chapman there under pressure from Jacob Iqbal, who has a penalty. Around they come, and Iqbal to the inside of Chapman, who hasn't quite looked happy in this race since the early stages. Made up a lot of positions at the start, did our championship leader, but has lost a couple since, unfortunately. Didn't seem to get in the groove with that kart as well as he probably would have hoped after the initial good fortune.
He did eventually break that 51-second barrier, but it's only with a 51.8 overall, whereas rivals who had already kind of found that 50.8 lap time are now starting to get into the low 50s. So it's just, I think it's a look of the draw really. He should be able to find a bit of a rhythm for our full final coming up later on this afternoon. And I mean, you can't complain too much about a top 5 finish. Still some decent points on offer there. And as I say, another opportunity later on in proceedings. We've still got yellows out there and a minute to go in this race.
That's a significant change in the gap for the lead. It's down to 1.5 seconds, which is as low as it's been almost for the whole race. Balasitis a lot closer to Jamie Tyler Gooden. I'm not going to make any insinuations about speed under yellow flags, but I'm going to assume perhaps a rare mistake from Tyler Gooden, who's coming around onto the final part of the lap now. We've got the final lap board out, so Jamie Tyler Gooden's got 1 lap left. The gap is now a second to Balasitis, who'd have a job on to close down and then overtake across the space of just 1 lap. I don't think, well, we do still have the yellow flags, apologies, for this final part of the track, so that should neutralise the race momentarily. Zach Watson's closed right up to the back of Balasitis, and I think that's the one move we have to keep an eye on as we go towards the end of this race.
Yeah, I would agree. Tyler Gooden's a little bit too far up the road. We're back into green flag racing conditions now as the timer get ready to hit 0 in just a moment. So it's Balasitis versus Watson as they head into the hairpins, but we look on to Tyler Gooden here. A remarkable drive in qualifying, and is rewarded with a great finish in the pre-finals as well. But here is Balasaitis against Watson. Balasaitis goes slightly deeper into the corner. We head round the right-hander though, and Tyler Gooden crosses the line to take the race victory. And Balasaitis is classified as taking P2 in this race. I'm not sure if he knows that. He seems to be a little bit frustrated with the kart to the right there. It doesn't matter in the end. It doesn't change the order between the top three. It's Jacob Equiol and Jake Chapman are top 5. Then we have Rob Crawford, Max Kilby, Anthony Roberts, Jonathan Fuchsel and Henry Wilkes, your top 10 from that junior pre-A final. Well, certainly plenty to report on from that pre-A final as well. A pretty chaotic start before we had some great battling. A bit of an issue with the tyre barrier meant that we didn't quite get a full lap worth of racing to round out our pre-A finals. But I'm pleased to report we've still got 6 more races to come this afternoon. That's it for our pre-A finals. Up next, it will be our Cadet C finalists. Here we go then, we look on to the pit lane as our cadet drivers will be getting ready to head out in a few moments. It is our Cadet Lightweight C finalists who will be heading out on a track next for our first of the final running out there. Let's have a look at the grids then for our cadets.
Guys, make your way across to the scales, please. Everybody on the scales from that last race.
On row 1 then it'll be Joey Bates and Jaden Barker. Then we have Jaden Baker, sorry. Then we have Dylan Williams and Ethan Biddle. Row 3 is Oliver Catchpole and Theo Wright. Moving on to the 4th row of the grid, it is going to be Freddie Donald and Charlie Ledoux. Then we have Louis Davers and Phoenix Clements. Row 5 is Robin Shimon and Charlie Gelb. On the 6th row of the grid, it is going to be James Kahn, Oliver Sanderson. Then we have Freya Firth. I'm going to keep doing that today, apparently. Then we have Ryan Malik, rounding out our 8-row grid for our Cadet C finalists. Here they are then behind the pace cart. Let's get ready to see if we are good to go, and we are indeed. The pace car dips away from the tram lines, the face starts to smile, and we are good to go racing. It is 72 versus 51 into that first corner. All our drivers making it through cleanly. That's what we like to see. Well done to our cadet drivers as they head through turn 2, turn 3 and turn 4 in just a moment. It gets a little bit squirrely for some of our young drivers as they head through the double right-hander there, but everyone makes it through all right. And as I say that, we have a bit of a spin around, but everyone's still pointing in the right direction.
Yes, Joey Bates, I think, has got a very good start by today's standards. There's a black flag penalty for number 67, Theo
might be
Wright.
breaking formation, I think.
Sorry, yes.
I do the same thing.
It's an easy mistake. I even nearly said that mistake's a common one earlier on when we first saw breaking formation. There you go, one for Charlie Ledoux as well. They're coming around to complete the first lap, and I think we're going to get confirmation that, yes, Joey Bates and Dylan Williams have had a fantastic start. They've got a bit of a gap back to the battling pack now, and they'll be very happy with the way that their first lap has gone, having started first and second in this one, side by side through that corner. Very argy-bargy, but a well-executed move, I think, by the 51, Jaden Baker. Was that Ethan Biddle? It was on, I think so, yes. Well done there to Jaden Baker. Contact warning for the number 8080, Freddie Donald.
Yeah, decent start for Bates there with Dylan Williams as well. Catchpole, Donald making up positions, and then Ryan Malik, 16th on the grid, up into 9th position as well. So pretty good run for Malik there.
Freddie Donald ahead of Oliver Catchpole there, and you can see the confirmation at timing screens. Jaden Baker and Theo Wright have got the better of Ethan Biddle. We saw Jaden Baker do so earlier on, but Theo Wright has followed through now in the 67. That gap out front just half a second, so it's not as comfortable as I'm sure Joey Bates would like it to be. Dylan Williams has got a further second back down to the 80 now. The blue suit at the front of this one, having a good look over his shoulder there and then getting his head down the straight. Oliver Catchpole still very much in contention for third place, and as we come down into the right-hander, I think he thought about the move there, but thought better of it. Perhaps content to see if Donald can help him catch up to the lead in 2. Apologies for a little bit of the shake of the camera there. It's attached to a pole that I believe someone was leaning on at the time. But yeah, I think 3rd and 4th, Donald and Catchball, are indeed catching our lead 2. We could end up with a 4-way battle for the lead before long, Reeve.
We could indeed, yeah. Catchball, a really impressive turn of pace, as is perhaps to be expected with our cadets. Plenty of rookies in this division. So looking over the shoulder is Bates there. That is Williams beginning to put the pressure on just that little bit more now as we head down through the long sweeping left hand, though he carries so much speed before you have to jump on the brakes in just a moment. A little bit further back down the running though, just 109 of Catchball, who we mentioned carrying a decent amount of pace at the moment, has got a contact warning under their belt, so as long as they keep the nose clean from here on out, should be no major ill effects there. But we head around the right hand, the hairpin, looking over the shoulder, it is Freddie Donald, and perhaps that is wise to do so, because through goes Oliver Catchpole as we head on to the start-finish straight. Side by side then, it is going to be Williams and Bates. Bates on the defensive, moves over to the left to make sure that Williams' line is compromised. Looking over those shoulder as they begin to sieve their way across the circuit.
Yeah, what a great C final this is shaping up to be. Dylan Williams is trying absolutely everything around the outside of this hairpin. I don't think it's going to work for you, Dylan, but worth a try. Anyway, Catchpole is pretty much on the back of them now. Joey Bates holds the lead, as he has done from pole. He's running a good race out there in the lead, but he's got a hell of a lot of pressure to soak up between now and the end of this one. Down into this right-hander then we go with the left-hander next, out onto the start-finish straight. Once again, Williams all over the back of Bates. Catchpole now in touching distance. Freddie Donald coming with him. We've got Jaden Baker, Theo Wright and Ethan Biddle rounding out this 7-car gaggle. Oh, we get a bit touchy going into turn 1. Dylan Williams is on the inside for turn 2 and 3. And makes the move stick.
We go 3 wide. There's some tyre barriers there. That's a move we saw in the previous race. Our junior pre-finalists has been echoed by the cadets in our first final.
I think Bates has lost his chain. That jump over the mound there, I think might have dislodged the chain. Could have done something else, to be fair. I'm no mechanic, but unfortunately that looks to be the end of Joey Bates' race. So unfortunate for him. I think he just ran out of room on the exit there. He tried to keep it pointing in the right direction regardless of what position, but unfortunately the little trip across the grass has caused a mechanical. It's now Dylan Williams in the lead from Freddie Donald and Oliver Catchpole in very close company as well.
Yeah, it just goes to show, even in these sprint races, you do have to make sure you look after your kart.
Bates is underway, sorry.
Oh, fantastic. That is great to see. I was just going to say, you know, these are tough old things, these Club 100 karts, in both the full-size trim and these cadet ones as well. But there's only so much they will take, and it was a pretty big excursion, wasn't it? So impressive that he's back underway, actually, as we do have 5 minutes left to go of this race. Shame that Joey Bates' race has turned out this way, but it's going to be Dylan Williams and Freddie Donald now taking those top 2 spots. Oliver Catchpole, with that impressive turn of pace earlier on, is up into 3rd position and might be challenging for something a bit further on in the final few minutes of this race. It is the number 55 of Williams still leading, and this is a 3-kart battle that is quickly becoming a 5-kart battle as we head on to the start-finish straight. It's a great run for Oliver Catchpole, who goes from 3rd into 2nd, gets past Freddie Donald, and now has his sights set on Dylan Williams up in front. Has the inside line for the double right-hander coming up next. Works the way on through. Nice and easy for Henry Catchpole. Takes lead of the race on track.
Oliver Catchpole there.
Sorry.
I
was thinking
Henry from
a car journalist.
Okay. Interesting.
Don't know why. First thing that came to my head.
Couldn't tell you if they're a relation, but never heard of Henry myself. Henry, if you're watching, I'm sure your work is fantastic. Oliver Catchpole, your namesake, is in the lead of this one. Dylan Williams still very much in touching distance though, and will probably fancy a go back at the lead before the end of this. Freddie Donald's been quietly running pretty quickly in this one, and Ethan Biddle as well is involved. He was involved in the pre-C final battle for the lead, if I remember correctly. Jaden Baker's running decently in this one, forcing the driver wide for Oliver Catchpole. I couldn't tell you which incident that was. We may well be talking about the incident that saw Joey Bates tumble down the order. but the penalties don't come in with an explanation to us at the very least. So yes, penalty for our race leader, Oliver Catchpole. He can no longer win this race, as Reeve, you pointed out a couple of times. Penalties are applied by dropping positions after the race.
They are indeed. So this now raises the hopes of Dylan Williams and Freddie Donald. I wonder if they have seen that digiflag delivering that news to Mr. Catchpole here in the lead of this race, because that is pretty big in terms of those drivers who are looking to push on further forward.
Around the outside goes Freddie Donald. We've seen a couple of drivers trying to go around the outside in a couple of different places around this track. So far, hasn't been able to work as Donald tries again around the outside of turn 1. We've seen it at turn 2 and 3 a couple of times here. This one coming up the double right-hander. Looking forward to the first one of those that does come off, Reeve. I think we'll be very pleasantly surprised when it does.
Yeah, it would be a particularly bold move. We've seen a few drivers attempt it so far, and we've seen it go wrong for a few as well. So hopefully we don't see too much more of that, but we get some very nice overtakes indeed. Still being led then by Oliver Catchpole on track. He can't win on paper, but it's Dylan Williams, Freddie Donald, Ethan Biddle as well.
Yeah, we've got 2 minutes left of this one, and with 53-second lap times, we should get at least 2 laps. Cone warning there for Ryan Malik, number 74. As we come round to what might be the penultimate lap, the 55 of Dylan Williams looking a little defensive there. I don't think that was an attempt at an overtake. He's a bit too far back on Oliver Catchpole. 34 of Ethan Biddle is very much in contention here. He's got to have half an eye on that race lead as well. In behind them, the 68 under pressure from the 51, and Biddle unfortunately loses out there. That's Jaden Baker diving at the inside of Phoenix Clements, and Ethan Biddle collecting the collateral damage, I'm afraid. Big shame for Ethan Biddle. He's running very well again here, having started well today with qualifying, losing out in the pre-C final and getting losing out in the C final. I really do feel for Ethan there.
Yeah, I think that's just the case.
And there's the penalty. I think that's Jaden Baker, ABC taker. Like I said, we don't have official confirmation on exactly what those penalties are for, but I think Jaden Baker there has been penalised for the takeout of Ethan Biddle.
I think there's just a case of wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately, there for Biddle. Will be able to pick up pieces at least, hasn't tumbled back down to the bottom of the order. Still a couple of points on offer. Let's see what he can do in the final lap or so. But we look on to our front runners in this race, who've, as it has been on so many occasions today so far, an action-packed order for our top few runners. But they are now heading around for one last run. They might they get another lap in there? I think this will be
final lap.
Yeah.
Reeve, they are preparing the final lap board down start finish. They'll navigate this last left-hander, and then we will see it to the right-hand side, and indeed on the digi. There it is. 55 goes to the inside to defend, and based on the way that Dylan Williams has done that a couple of times now, I would hazard a guess that he knows Oliver Catchpole has a penalty and that he's defending for the lead of this one. Donald is bumper to bumper with him. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries down the inside. Doesn't this time around. There's a couple more chances to do so. Perhaps he's comfortable, Reeve, knowing that he'll inherit his place from Catchpole as well, and is net second in this one. There's no lunge at this hairpin either. Indeed, on the exit, there's kart length between the top 3 now. 2 corners to go, no changes there. And the last one is rounded. So Oliver Catchpole will win the C final, but be relegated to 4th place. Dylan Williams, therefore, wins the Cadet Lightweight C final today. Freddie Donald, 2nd overall. 4th on track was Jaden Baker, although he's got a penalty as well for a takeout. Phoenix Clements, who featured earlier in the pre-C final, will get a decent finishing position there, having finished 5th on the road. Charlie DeJure is 6th, Ryan Malik 7th, Theo Wright fastest lap in 8th, Robin Shinman finishes 9th, and 10th on the road, Lewis or Louis Davers. I never know which way people like that name pronounced. Apologies to Lewis or Louis for whichever one it is. I will catch you in person next time to ask you myself.
That brings an end to our Cadet C final, though. Up next is going to be our first junior final of the afternoon. Here we go then, it's our junior finalists for the C final heading out on track. Let's have a look at how that grid is shaping up. On the front row of the grid, it will be Reeve Taylor and Stanley Wilson. Row 2, Jassim Abdul-Hamid, and then we have Dan Treadwell, Oscar Joy and Harry Power on row 3. Row 4, we will have Marcus Allen, Taylor Webb, followed by Ben Ridgefist and then Dev Singal. Then we have Bradley Brown and Alfie Swain on row 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, it's Oscar Homerstone, and then we have Jamie Tucker, Liam Perkins, Sebastian Serescu, Yusuf Yakub and Rowan Horder on row 7, 8 and 9. The final row of the grid then, it will be Leo Stavro and Finley Bennett, your 10-row grid for this Junior C final.
Yep, looking forward to seeing how our juniors get on in their C final and indeed the other finals to follow. We have 5 races left today. This is the first of those 5. We have B finals and A finals to come for both lightweight classes, junior and cadet. As Rory O'Regan takes around the last couple of corners. Looks like we're good to go on this one.
I would say so. I think there's a cart in the background. That's just the test cart by the looks of things.
It is indeed.
So we head around the final couple of corners behind that pace cart. We wait to see it drop away. Here we go, we're going to get a start. We are indeed, the pace cart disappears. It's Reeve Taylor versus Stanley Wilson heading down towards the first corner. It's going to be Reeve Taylor on the inside of the corner there. I think there was a bit of contact involving Oscar Joy heading through turn 1, but we all do seem to make it through this time around. It's 39 versus 47 as Marcus Allen against Dan Treadwell. So not sure if Marcus had a particularly good start or Dan looks like he might have dropped back ever so slightly. No, I'd say all looking pretty normal in terms of the order at the start of this race. A spinner at the background there, but otherwise all looking pretty good. The front end of the field then, it's Reeve Taylor feeling a bit of pressure from Jassim Abdul-Hamid there as we have Stanley Wilson dropping back ever so slightly.
Big shunt for the tyre barrier there as well, but I think it's remained mostly in place. We're going to avoid the yellow flags that we've seen in previous races. Reeve Taylor, though,
change for the order.
Loses the lead to Jassim Abdul-Hamid, I believe.
Yeah, he does indeed. That's Jassim now starting the second lap of this race with the lead as well. Ben Ridgefist has jumped up in to third, and then we have a huge train of carts heading through that first corner. That is the number 50 of Stanley Wilson. Started this race in second position, no less, has tumbled back down the order though and is potentially going to lose a few more positions here. Not the start he would have wanted. We get close to the tyre barrier, we contact the tyre barrier, not in as quite dramatic fashion we've seen so far today, but still less than ideal. We head down through the mid part of the lap. The high-speed left-hander coming up next, and we are still side by side. That is the number 94 of Yusuf Yakub there, followed by the Carter there. I didn't quite catch the number plate, unfortunately, but we head through the right-hander hairpin at the end of the lap. And we actually have Ben with us with the new fastest lap of the race, but we are waiting to see a truly competitive time at the end of this lap.
Yep, so here's your leading 4 then. Abdul-Hamid, Tyler, Ridgefist and Treadwell. Bit of a gap then back to Marcus Allen and the fast-going Stanley Wilson, who was quite fast earlier, if I remember correctly, in the pre-C final, but couldn't quite make it up into the pre-B. These 4 then looking likely to be battling out for the remaining 9 minutes of this race. Abdul-Hamid looking pretty good at this moment in time, though. He's got a car length or 2 back to Reeve Taylor, who is one of our rookie drivers. And as a rookie, Joey B. in the C final, but we shall see how it progresses over the course of this one. Fast lap, as I said, is with Stanley Wilson in 6th. We just see if he and Marcus Allen can join this 4-way battle at the front, or not much of a battle just yet. Stanley Wilson has closed in. Marcus Allen dropped off a little bit, you see, in the background of these shots. Main challenge seems to be for second place here. Reeve Taylor is holding off Ben Ridgefist But Ridgecrest just, if I saw that correctly, gave a little indication as to I'd rather chase down Yazim Abdelhamid than I would battle with yourself. Not quite sure how much of that Reeve Taylor caught. But another look over the shoulder from Reeve Taylor, we'll see that he's not under active pressure from Ben in the red behind him. And Yazim Abdelhamid has a job on to get away from those if they are working together now.
He does indeed. We're already a fair ways into this race so far, and Yazim, as this battling we've been enjoying so far, hasn't been able to break away like we've seen with some other race leaders so far this afternoon. Still has plenty of work to do. We're looking on to a bit of an action-packed battle being led by Harry Power at the moment. Has Jamie Tucker, Bradley Brown, Finley Bennett and Rowan Horder for company. We look slightly further ahead too. No, sorry, this is still the same bit of battling going on. We head down through the final part of the last couple of corners to negotiate for these drivers. The wind definitely picking up. You can see the flagpoles in the background there, just how much they're being battered around. The drivers might actually feel a little bit of that in their karts, mightn't they, Jacob? But you do notice it through the higher speed stuff, particularly at tracks like this.
Oh, absolutely. That high-speed chicane we've got in the middle of the track, the wind's very effective through there if it's blowing in the right direction. Also that crest just after it, you can certainly feel a change in direction of the breeze if you're braking at the exact right moment. Not to mention we've got a couple of medium-sized strokes, should we say, which obviously it's to your benefit if you're being hurried along in the right direction by the wind, and very much to your detriment if not. So you will notice it as this four-kart battle is now definitely a five-kart battle indeed. Someone's making moves. Stanley Wilson's caught up to the back of Dan Treadwell and has gone right up the inside of him for fourth place, and now they look to battle throughout this pack as Wilson makes up another place. He's going for second as well. He was fifth a moment ago. Thought he'd have a look down the inside of turn 1. He'll be happy with 2 places for now, but the third might be forthcoming at turns 2 and 3. Indeed it is. Although the round the outside just about works out. Oh, that might be a force in the driver wide as back onto the track comes the World War 3 of Reeve Taylor, and still a little raggedy. It'll be interesting to see how that's judged by the stewards. I don't think there was that much force to it, but you could argue I don't think there was that much room on the outside. Yeah,
that is very true, and it is worth noting as well that the eye of the stewards might just be looking ever so slightly at Stanley Wilson. He did pick up a bump and pass penalty before. So
has he?
Yes, he has indeed. So he doesn't really want to collect any more if at all possible. Whatever position he finishes in on the road, he cannot take away on paper. We do actually have
there is bump and pass for Bradley Brown. That's unrelated to what we've seen on stream. Got excited then. Not excited. I'm not excited for anyone to get a penalty, but I thought that the message flashing out at the top was relevant to what we'd seen. Stanley Wilson, though, still got the fastest lap and is closing in on Yazim Abdelhamid for that race win. Head down there on the straight. You can see obviously the effect of the wind is lessened when you've got your head down and you are more aerodynamic. But it is quite hard given that you've got the left and right hander through there. It's not your Landau backstroke or something like that. You can just stick your head down for a good moment or two. And right up now with our race leader is Stanley Wilson. So bump and pass penalty or not. In fact, there it is. Second ABC bump and pass for Stanley Wilson. He's challenging for the lead of this race. He certainly won't win it, but he could still be a big factor in what happens at the front of the C final.
Absolutely, and he's still going to, as I mentioned earlier, he's still going to fight for that win because he wants to negate any effect of his penalty. So he's still going to try and fight Abdelhamid to try and find a way past him. Has a look around the outside here. He's going to potentially open up the corner to Dan Treadwell. He does do that. Dan Treadwell says thank you very much, goes into second position, and now it's Dan Treadwell who is going to be on a charge for the lead of this race. No penalties under Dan Treadwell's name here, so that means that could be a fight for the lead. I have a feeling though Dan isn't really fighting for the lead at this point. He's fighting to maintain that P2, which we saw Dan Treadwell goes and potentially loses it to Stanley Wilson, but Stanley Wilson, it's a bit of a switchback move as we run through that hairpin, and now we see it's Treadwell still in P2 for the time being. Wilson has a look down the inside though, gets a good run out of that first corner, has the inside line into turn 1, and there we go. It's Wilson back in P2 in this race. The question is for how long, because we've got Treadwell, we've got Rydqvist, and we've got Reeve Taylor as well, all pushing on and wanting a spot on that podium.
And there's not long left in this one either. Reeve Treadwell did well to get up in second place. He was the first that Wilson passed of this group for fourth place. So it's back in fifth moments ago. We'll be happy to have been briefly up into second and be challenging for the lead. They need to be careful not to battle between them too much, because Yazim Abdulhamid has got decent pace at the front and will happily walk away with this one if they fight behind him. But I think they're wise to that now. You can see once again Wilson with a contact warning there as well this time round. Will be looking to go for the lead, if not into turns 2 and 3, then perhaps into turn 4.
Let's see if they can get any late moves on in this race. We've seen that a few times earlier on in the pre-finals and qualifying as well, where it's that last-minute charge that spurs these drivers on sometimes. So let's see if we can get any overtakes on through these top 5s. This quintet, we've gone from a quartet to a quintet from the previous race as they head down through the final part of the lap. Stanley Wilson and Abdulhamid separated by just a 10th moment to go. Down the inside though goes Stanley Wilson, takes the lead of the race on the road, can still negate some part of his penalty. A reminder, does have that penalty, will not win the race out on track. For a moment I thought Treadwell was going for it as well. Is still in third on the road, might have another look in a moment if he can, but let's not forget here's Rydqvist and Reeve Taylor on the scene to add to the chaos. Fastest lap still goes to Stanley Wilson this time around, and in fact was pretty electric compared to the 4 cars behind him on that previous run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now if he can eke out a gap. Abdulhamid will want to win this one on the road regardless of any penalties, and to be honest with you, I think he would have been focusing on his own race so much, I'm not sure he'll know that Stanley Wilson has a penalty. Some of the others might have been paying a bit more attention to the digi-flag, but if I was in Abdulhamid's position, I'd be looking up at that digi-flag for one thing and one thing only, and that's to see if my number is up there or if the final lap board is up there. And it is now up there. So final lap this time round. Wilson leads Abdulhamid from Treadwell, Rydqvist and Tyler. Let's see if these 5 have got anything in store for us on the last way around this circuit.
Here we go then, 20 seconds left on the clock. We're following along with the Rydqvist area over this battle at the moment, so slightly further back in this top 5. Wilson beginning to build up a bit of a gap. He can't do anything more than he already has done to pick up the result that he will pick up. It'll still be a decent haul of points when all things are said and done. It's just not quite where he would have wanted to have been, I am sure. Abdulhamid and Treadwell poised in a good position, although Treadwell has picked up a
switch there. Yeah, on the very last corner, Treadwell looks to have got the better of Abdulhamid, and he has. Yeah, there's remonstrations from Abdulhamid. I'm not sure he's too happy about that move on the very last corner of the very last lap. Stanley Wilson wins on the road. Dan Treadwell, for now, takes the provisional win. Yazim Abdulhamid, having led for so long, finishes third, will be promoted to second, most certainly, maybe first as well. We'll see how the stewards are judged that. Ben Rydqvist, fourth on the road, Reeve Taylor fifth, Marcus Allen, Dev Singhal, Sebastian Sorescu, Oliver Homerstone and Alfie Swain. Top 10 for this junior lightweight C final.
So plenty to discuss and think about at the end, that final lap from our junior C finalists there. So we are going to see some drivers rapid charging, and we will see who they are as we come up to our junior B final in a moment. But first, it's our cadet B final.
Here we go then, Cadet Lightweight South B final. The whistle's been blown, the cadets will be coming out on track, and here is your starting grid. Oscar Lang starts on pole position with Adam Asgar in second. Joseph East will start third from Oliver Renshaw in fourth. Tigran Gregorian is 5th overall. Indy Welch starts this one in 6th. Leonidas Gregoriou is 7th with Andrei Kostyukov in 8th. Daniel Marichak in 9th and Ethan Holbert 10th. Row 6 is Ethan Windsor and Jackson Burge. Row 7 will be Zach Shariff and Will Hossack. Athena Cooper starts in 15th with Aman Rana for company on row 8. Aman starts in the 16th. Cora Moore will be 17th and Megan Gascoigne 18th. 19th will be Ben Beresford. He starts on row 10 with Matthew Lederer, Dylan Williams and Freddie Donald. Ground out your grid for this one. They are row 11. Here we are then, and you can see that familiar sight of the drivers coming through the cut through into the final right-hander, which precedes the final left, and eventually our start. I think we're good to go. All signs on track indicate that this one will be going as soon as we round this last corner. You can see the 99 there will control the pace. Oscar Lang in charge of this one. He's got Adam Askar to keep behind him if possible on this race start. And away we go then. Lights go green. Good start from Oscar Lang. 35 as well behind him. Joseph East take to the front. Adam Askar files into 3rd place. There's a bit of jostling for position behind, but it all looks pretty clean for now. Through then into turns 2 and 3 goes Lang, then East. Battle for 3rd place, but Asgar holds on to it. I think that's Oliver Renshaw challenging for that position. As up the inside and round goes, I think that might have been Indy Welch, perhaps Tigran Gregorian. I will confirm as we see them pulling away. Can't quite see the number, but out the window, yes, that's the number 93 of Indy Welch. Bad news for him, unfortunately, on lap 1 of this big final.
Indeed, yeah, we have a, as you mentioned, breaking formation penalty there for Renshaw. Shame to see that coming in. 10 minutes left to go on the clock in this race. They do come thick and fast, these cadet and junior sprints. As we can see, we've got a bit of a fleet of cars beginning to build up here. It's number 35 of Joseph East heads down the inside, looking over the shoulder, and that is looking back at Adam Askar. Don't be careful. Be careful, because there's Oscar Lang and Tigran Gregorian following very quickly behind as well. Tigran with that fastest run on that previous lap, but it's not a full racing lap. We'll have that in just a moment.
Yeah, let's follow this group through then. East leads Askar through the left and right-hander. Oscar Lang still there in 3rd. Can't tell if that's defensive or just a difference in lines between East and Askar there. And coming down into the right-hander, we're looking similar. Certainly East is going defensive based on the way he took those 2 corners. And it's causing all kinds of trouble behind him. Askar all over the back. We see Warner with the 46. Look at this, Reeve. I understand we're only 2 laps in, but it's still very, very close in this one. Side by side of the 75 and the 38. That's Matthew Lederer and Oliver Renshaw. Lederer, very misfortunate earlier. Misfortunate, I think is the word I'm looking for there. But looking to recover in this one is the 38 there of Oliver Renshaw. Slightly out of kilter. Still huge gaggle of carts in this one. There's no spreading out so far as East leads the field into the right-hand hairpin. Defensive once more. As there's that Lederer up the inside of Oscar Lang. A little bit of contact on that one. Cooper gets a contact warning from race control. There's carts out of this one, unfortunately. We'll pick up exactly who that was in a moment. The race continues up at the front for now.
Oliver Renshaw, by the looks of it. Oh no, Benjamin Beresford. Sorry, with that neon race suit there. We have a full course yellow for that as well, because there's a cart stopped on the circuit, which we need to head down towards to recover. So we'll wait a brief moment with the racing action until we do that. The timer still ticks down, of course. Drivers have to slow down to a nice controlled pace and make sure there's no overtaking whilst we work on getting that cart recovered. So a bit of a neutralisation of the race for the moment. As a reminder, it's Askar leading East and Lederer. And we have a red flag out on a track. We're going to bring this race to a brief pause. Drivers will navigate their way back into the pits, and we will look to resume this race when we can. Usually in this type of situation, we might get back underway if it's a shorter red flag, or we might take some race time off. Either way, so we're going to get all of the marshals, any crew behind the scenes that we need to, out on track as quickly as possible, just to make sure that everyone is okay and we are safe to go racing.
Yeah, so the race has been stopped there. You can see the ambulance making its way out on track. I can confirm that all involved are conscious and don't look to have any serious injuries, but Steve and Julie in the ambulance will give our competitors a good bit of care and attention just to make sure that everything is okay. Both drivers involved in the incident are out of their karts and certainly out of immediate danger. Doesn't look to be any bad blood between them either. I think it was just a simple coming together. We will wait and see what race control decides to do with this race and indeed the following races. Don't think any penalties have been dished out in regards to this incident either, but we can confirm that staff are in attendance for this one, and as you can see there, the ambulance is making its way around now onto that back straight which leads into the final right hand corner, the static camera view that we've become so fond of, both during the warm-ups and towards the end of each lap you've seen. So yeah, moment's breather really, Reeve. Time to take stock on what's been a really good day's racing so far, with very few incidents, in all fairness. It sounds ironic to say it now, given we've had a red flag, but I think in general driving standards have been pretty good, and if anything this is more of a pause to make sure that drivers are okay, not because, as we've seen in the past, the driving standards are just unsustainable. I think this is purely let's make sure everyone's all right, rather than let's make sure everyone calms down.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we've seen has been kind of the trend over this year, and a bit of the work that did previous year with the cadets and juniors broadcasts, is that all in all, our cadets and juniors are showing themselves to be really capable, strong and level-headed young drivers. They tend to be really well behaved, especially as well, you know, because my background's from the BUKC and I used to drive in the BUKC, that's all I'll say. And yeah, our cadets and juniors are a very well behaved bunch, so it has been great to see them always putting on a good show and a good few races for us as well. I'm actually navigating over to an air conditioner because it's very warm in this comms box.
Yeah, we've got a round of applause out on track from our competitors and indeed the spectators. The cadets are still out on track, so it looks like their race will resume, but both drivers involved in the incident that's caused this red flag are on their feet and looking like they're going to be a-okay. We'll confirm when we get any further news on those guys, but yeah, as I said, Steve and Judy, our medics, are down there in attendance and doesn't look to be anything serious. We will likely resume this Cadet Lightweight South B final with a reduced amount of time. How long do we have left on the clock, Reeve? When we stopped that one, 3 minutes? Oh, that's...
So the time is still running down the timing system. It was around about 7 minutes, as my memory recalls. I've just dipped my head in an air conditioner, so
yes,
so who knows?
I can see now out the window. Thank you very much, Stuart, for pointing that out. We might get 3 or 4 minutes of the race once we resume. You can see the ambulance there moving off in your shot, and a plane coming in as well. Don't worry, that's not the air ambulance.
For a second there, I saw the transponders moving on the timing system in front of us, and I thought the ambulance had a transponder there. That's great.
I wouldn't want to drive that in a race with these carts.
Not in the same race.
Despite the fact I can't physically fit in these carts, I'd still rather be assigned the cart than the ambulance in this contest. So yes, the ambulance will retake its place just off to the left-hand side there. We see it in the background when we look the other way down the start-finish straight. As I said, all competitors were conscious and up on their feet. So nothing too drastic to worry about for those of you at home watching your favourite cadets and juniors on our live broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us today on Alpha Live. Please do like, share and subscribe if you're enjoying today's coverage. Please do send your questions in. Reeve is keeping close eye on your comments and will answer absolutely every question that comes in
Oh,
as a comment.
Maybe I won't, but what a
You
particular
will,
highlight
Reeve, I
of
will
it.
make you do it.
Okay, a particular highlight of mine so far was quite simply commentator read comments. What?
You're doing it, Reeve.
Yeah. What else should I read? Okay. George, go on, Indy, Amanze. There we go. I've read the comments.
Good work, Reeve.
Yeah,
Good work.
thank you. Try to put some true emotion into that one.
Yeah. Do keep them coming in. Reeve will read out any that don't contain words that we should not say on a live broadcast, I'm sure. And as I said, he's a very knowledgeable man, so we'll answer any question that you want to throw his way. Don't worry, Reeve. Don't worry. I'm here to support you in any decision, opinion that you decide to share. But yes, we have our pace car rolling around to what's on your screen at the minute, which is the field. So you can see, look at that. Perfect for it. He's got a sheet of paper in his hand, and what that sheet of paper, I believe, will say is the order that we're going to restart it. I could be wrong. Don't take one word as gospel for that, but I think what's about to happen, he's going to hand it to that looks like Barnaby, the girl down there, who's one of our clerks of the course, and he will read out the order in which the carts will be expected to follow Rory and the pace cart around to start to get this one back underway. Yeah, Rory there, back in the pace cart, so Barnaby will announce to the drivers exactly what's happening. He's got the microphone there from Jimbo in order to do so more effectively without ruining his voice. And yeah, the announcement is just being made along with, I'd imagine, the amount of race time remaining. They haven't updated the clock at race control just yet. We'll find out at some point exactly how long
berries
this will resume for. Those are blackberries, and unripe blackberries rather than raspberries. For those who aren't experienced foragers, if you do want to make yourself crumble later, get yourself down to Ellough Park.
There we go. Let's get a conversation going on in the comments. What's your favourite berry?
What's your favourite berry?
I don't know. Blackberries. There we go.
Blackberry. Well, you just said that because you've just seen them, haven't you? Never had one. Never will. My favourite berry, for what it's worth, a blueberry.
Oh, very nice.
A good one, though.
Stuart in the comments box has just said St Edmunds. Ah. I can barely bear to be in the same room as him now.
Okay, so we've got drivers starting to come around in the order. That piece of paper was indeed what I suspected it to be. And you'll see them go single file. I think they will restart this one in single file, as if it were the full course yellow that we briefly had before the red. And they might go from here as well. It might be a case of, once you come around this final left-hand bend, we will get going again. Otherwise, they might have given them a bit more room to manoeuvre in terms of getting into the order. See the last couple coming around now. We're waiting for, let me count quickly at the window, 5 more carts to join the back of this snake. But yeah, I think if my knowledge of Club 100 race control etiquette is correctly, we will restart this race in single file once we get round to the start-finish line. We might do a warm-up lap. Let's see. But yes, Rory O'Regan in that pace car at the front will lead them round, and I am assuming we'll start in single file. I don't think we'll have the full 2-lane restart that we are accustomed to at the start of the races. There's a pace car going around, ignore that one, that's just Fraser Brunton. Here we go then, let's see what we've got. 5 minutes on the clock, we think is what we're going to get. And we'll keep an eye on the board now. There's no red flag on there. The pace car stays involved, sort of. Yeah, they're going to go around for a formation lap in single file, I believe. So, potentially a full lap. Not sure if they'll use the cut through on this one. We will see as they come round. But yeah, just to warm the tyres up, warm the brakes up. The last thing we want after one red flag is to cause another one from cold brakes, tyres and engines going into turn 1 after a restart. So yes, the clock will be reset to what we think is going to be 5 more minutes of this one, and it should restart in single file once we cross the start-finish line in a few moments' time. We are going through the cut-through, so you don't have to wait too long for this one to get back underway. The action will be resuming in just 2 corners' time. We've got at the front of this one Joseph East, Adam Asgar, Oscar Lang, and Tigger and Gregorian. That's the order in which the front 4 will restart. We've got 20 of Tigger and Gregorian, in 4th place. Matches up to what we were thinking. So here we go then. For a few more minutes, the Cadet Lightweight South B final resumes. Joseph East leads the field away, single file in this one. It's 5.5 minutes on the clock. Those lucky cadets get a good rub of the deal there from race control. Joseph East controls it though. Adam Asgar follows closely in 2nd place, and an incident-free restart there, Reeve.
Yeah, there was a little bit of contact involving Matthew Lederer there, and I think potentially Daniel Murtiak as well, but other than that, no major stoppages as we look on. It's Joseph East under pressure from Adam Asgar, continuing on down towards the penultimate hairpin on the lap, and he's looking over the shoulder. Is Joseph on the defence? He goes, defends the outside, actually positions the car quite nicely there, makes it so that he doesn't want to go down the inside, but also can't really afford to go around the outside as well. So nice defensive position from Joseph East. Heads round the left and right chicane in just a moment, and onto the start-finish straight we go. It's Joseph East still on that defence then, but closing up Oscar Lang, Tigger Gregorian and Matthew Lederer now getting involved too. We can see Adam Asgar pointing down towards the inside of the right-hander. Wasn't able to close up that gap though, wasn't able to find a way past just yet. Carries that momentum through the left coming up in just a moment. Meanwhile, side by side, it's Lederer and Lang by the looks of it, and through goes Lederer down the inside.
Yeah, I think Gregorian's looking to follow through as well. The 20, let's see if he's got that off. He has indeed, so Lang loses 2 places on that one, very close. Now at the front, does Asgar have a look down the inside? Nope, defence from East once more. Doing a stellar job of it as well, but he's going to have a bit more than Adam Asgar. Having a little look at him in the remaining 3.5 minutes of this one. Wide then goes Asgar to the outside, perhaps a cut back on for turns 2 and 3. East still defence, as he has every right to do. A little nudge there mid-corner, and in fact Matthew Lederer has gone up the inside, and I think he's got 2nd place here. He has. And Gregorian as well has a little look at Asgar. Asgar holds on to 3rd, but now Matthew Lederer is the prime challenger for the lead. What's he got to Joseph East's defence? Goes to the outside, looks to cut back on the kink behind. We've got a right-hander coming up next. East defends. Once again looking for the cutback here puts you on the outside for the next corner as well, and indeed Asgar has a little look at Lederer. East gets a brief reprieve. A little bit of a gap as they fight in behind him. 2.5 minutes remain.
Penalty comes through for Adam Asgar there. That's pretty substantial in this battle. That is for a forcing the driver wide issue there. That's a terrible shame for Asgar's run in this race. There we go. It's Lederer then being followed by Jackson Burge. Jackson Burge having a great run in this race, as is Lederer. He started 20th, up into 2nd. Then we have Jackson started 12th, up in to 3rd. By the looks of things in this race. Then we have Adam Asgar following closely behind as well. Dropping back into the final couple of hairpins will just get a bit tighter, more technical. There's a few overtaking opportunities that can present themselves if you are not wary. These drivers certainly are, though, as we head around the final corner. Big change coming up through the order as we cross the line. As we mentioned, Jackson Burge building up and gaining a few places there, as well as Maruchak actually losing a couple of positions, and it's Tigger Gregorian who jumps up into 4th as well.
Yeah, excellent lap that from Jackson Burge, up into 2nd place and looking most likely now to challenge Joe East at the front. There's not going to be many opportunities. There's only a minute and a half left of this one. We might get 2 more laps in, but this might be the penultimate lap as Burge now shapes up a move on Joseph East. not going to happen down into this right-hander, but there's another right-hander to go. And yeah, here we go, Burge to the outside. Nothing doing on the outside. Has the outside then for the next corner. Lederer is still involved as well. They come round. There's no final lap board, so this will be the penultimate lap. Lederer right out wide. Burge follows East around tightly. Lederer now inside of Burge. Turns 2 and 3. Yeah, that move comes off successfully, gives East a bit of breathing room as well. Be happy with that. Burge still trying to hold position in third. He's got Gregorian to the outside. Adam Ashgar's still involved as well. Can Lederer now, fastest lap holder at the moment, lead Burge up to the back of East's car and find a way past it. Up the inside goes Lederer. And there's contact. Lederer goes round. I think we saw Joseph East hit the tyre barrier and collect Matthew Lederer. Jackson Burge will inherit the race lead.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure if there was anywhere for Joseph East to go. Not to say that anyone else was involved in him being in that position. It was just he seemed to run out of room. The track compacts a little bit, and unfortunately a spin. As you mentioned, Jackson Burge taking the lead of this race. Ashgar does have a penalty under his belt, but is currently in second on the road, and this is now the final lap of this race.
Yeah, he's still in third, and so still on for a rapid charge if he can hold that position. I didn't think that move was on from Lederer, not in a I don't think that was right kind of way, but I just thought he was too far back, and then that camera angle isn't the most favourable to quite tell exactly what happened, but the move looked clean enough. It's just the squeezing on the exit, that little left-hand kick, you can't quite see how severe it is there. From here you can get the impression that you really do need to position your car right to get out of that following kink, and it just didn't happen for those guys. But Jackson Burge inherits the race win from that incident, crosses the line, pump of the fists, he loves it. Jackson Burge wins the B final. Adam Ashgar comes home second on the road. Joseph East will inherit that second place due to the penalty. Ethan Hilbert is fourth. Tigran Gregorian is fifth. Indy Welch, after a bit of misfortune early on, recovers up to sixth. Well done to him. Daniel Mitrak is seventh, Megan Gascoigne eighth. We've got Leonidas Gregorio in ninth, and Dylan Williams, the 55, in 10th.
That brings an end then to our Cadet B final. Now it's time to see our Junior B finalists out on track before these just after these cadets get back into the pit lane. So our Junior B final up next.
All right then, Junior B final, here we come. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Starting in pole position will be Owen Price, the number 20, Jack Whitehouse in the 99 alongside him. Callum Boot and Hudson Barcadix are row 2. Row 3 is Kian Hines and Khan Kaldin. 7th overall, Daniel Archibald. 8th is Finn Dunn leaving. Oliver Wild will start this one in 9th with Charlie Wainwright 10th. Dylan Finilla starts on row 6 with Spencer Wilds. Those are 11th and 12th. Gabriel Wyatt is 13th, Dan Shaw 14th. Andre Stoyan is 15th with Chili Edwards 16th. Morgan Humphrey starts 17th and has Oliver Bamford Senior for company on row 9. Reese Kessel is 19th, Kira Boylan 20th. Zach Hassan starts 21st on row 11 with Jack Adcock. James Groves and Daniel Parsons are row 10. Last but not least, promotees from our C final, Yazim Abdelhamid and Ben Rydquist start 25th and 26th. Round we come then around the final corner. I think there's still a few to line up, so we will go round one more time. Could have perhaps taken a few more seconds to announce that grid, but hopefully it was all very legible's reading, isn't it? That's the word I'm looking for.
Legible.
Audible sense,
yeah.
like volume thing though, doesn't it? Interpretable.
Understandable.
I hope you understood every word that I used, every name that I called out, and every position that I mentioned in that run through the grid.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like we're beginning to form up a little bit more. If anything, we look a bit less formed up now. So I think we're waiting for a few more carts to make their way up through the pack. there and get underway. If you just heard an extra gust of wind, it wasn't actually from outside, it was from Jacob Harris positioning himself inside the air conditioner that I was just planted in before.
Getting a bit too hot.
Yeah, it's a greenhouse, this is Commerce Box, although it does give us a fantastic view of the entire circuit, or, yeah, well, pretty much all of it, 90% of it at least. And we've got a surprisingly lovely day in this kind of getting on for mid-September.
Yeah, when we showed the weather earlier, we said it'll be overcast all weekend, and then the sun came out about an hour later and it never looked back.
It certainly hasn't. Anyway, enough meteorology, it's time for some racing. Here we go. It looks to be that we're all in formation, and now we're going to head down those tram lines in just a moment. Our two protagonists at the start of this lap are going to be Owen Price and Jack Whitehouse. Here we go, it's the number 20 of Owen Price on the defence, heading down the inside here, but getting a good run is Jack Whitehouse. Carries a lot of speed into that first corner. We're 3 wide for our race lead now. As through comes Callum Boot. A little bit wide goes Jack Whitehouse. He throws his fist in the air in exasperation, and we have a few of our junior karters making contact with the tyre wall and also just going wide off the track in general. A bit of elbows out racing here as we head through the mid part of the lap. Those poor tyre barriers have had an absolute beating at various parts of today, but we do head through on to the rest of the lap, everyone pointing in the right direction.
I think that deserves a congratulations, as whilst the driving standards may not have been tip-top from absolutely everyone, those who were affected by contacts in that start have done incredibly well to make sure that not only themselves but everyone else has been facing the right way. Really good driving from some of our guys, even if they haven't got the results to show for it.
And look at this separation we've already got for our top 3 drivers here. Callum Boot, Cian Haynes and Owen Price keeping their noses clean, as you mentioned, doing quite well out of all of that contact that we did see on lap 1, and have now found themselves in a slightly more comfortable position. We do have yellow flags out on track, and place your bets, folks, as to where the tyre barrier that they are repairing is. But yeah, yellow flags for the first part of the lap before we continue on for the rest of the full racing lap.
We've just seen as clear a communication as you can get between 2 drivers during a race, I think, other than the perhaps middle finger might give you. But over the shoulder, look, Callum Boot coming down out of turn 1 and gave a very clear instruction to Cian Haynes, saying let's work together, and there's a strong nod of the head from Cian and a big thumbs up to suggest that these two will not be challenging each other too hard in the early stages of this one. Owen Price is with them though, and perhaps whilst they have an agreement seemingly between the two of them, Owen in the number 20 might have other ideas. Let's see how that one pans out. But the 3 of them have a decent gap back to this, the big part of the field, who are still having a little tussle for position here. So yes, 3 karts out in the lead. We are following here what looks to be 7th, 8th and 9th, is it? So excuse me, that's 4th, 5th and 6th. It's further ahead than I thought it was. Here's the front 3, or rather the 2 behind the front 1, because Owen Price has got the better of Cian Haynes up the inside of turn 1, and we'll have the insides for 3 and 4 as well. Not quite the drive out of the corner that Cian Haynes has. So Cian Haynes holds on to 2nd place, well driven by Cian.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're starting to see our drivers who are going to be picking up some decent points as we head into the next the coming rounds, as we head further into this championship. After this race, we got our A finals for round 6 as well. But Owen Price, let's have a look back onto the action directly in front of us. Owen Price on a proper charge at the moment, a 51.072. He'll be hoping to break into the high 50s and maybe the mid 50s by the end of the race for our B finalists as well. Callum Boot, though, starting to build a really comfortable gap. Those 2 cars behind are beginning to slow each other down with their battle. That's exactly what Callum Boot wants. Callum Boot, 3rd or 4th on the 2nd row of the grid, rather, at the very start of this race. Got a clean run through lap 1 and now finds himself leading pretty comfortably indeed. Having a look a little bit further back, that is the number 79 there. In fact, you know what, I've probably read the number plate wrong. Apologies, number 79 isn't in this race.
Impressive from Callum Boot, I would say. There's some top drivers in this series in general, CLUB100, that say when you're in the lead you should never look behind you. and obviously we saw a very significant behind and indeed communication to the driver behind Cian Haynes earlier on. But I don't think he's looked back since then. I think it's been a very short drive, and hopefully he can keep that up for the remaining 6 minutes of the race. Cian Haynes, I keep saying Haynes for some reason, but it's Haynes. Apologies, Cian, and any fans of Cian watching for me constantly fluffing that surname. But Cian Haynes is holding off Owen Price quite well after that initial bit of pressure. As we see the inside there, is that Dan Shaw at the inside of Khalidin? I think so. Dan Shaw picks up another position, and that should be a change for 6th.
It is indeed. Nice move in the train formation that we've got going on. A little bit of contact warning from elsewhere in the field as we run through the right-handed hairpin, and we've got another junior race here which started off pretty, maybe chaos isn't the right word at all, eclectically, shall we say. It started off with a little bit of elbows out racing, but seems to have kind of dialed down into a nice brewing battle that we've got. Gabriel Wyatt picks up a ABC takeout penalty on that previous lap, and Reece Kelsall takes the new fastest lap of the race. And this just goes to show how much of an impressive kind of field spread we've got in the CLUB100 Juniors and Cadets, how close everyone is and how competitive everyone is. Reece Kelsall down in 16th has the fastest lap of this race, started in 19th as well, so working their way up nicely and still getting in those flying laps.
Yeah, brilliant. We are looking at the battle for 2nd place, so what's forming up to be the battle for 2nd place. Cian Haynes still holds it, although as I say that, on the exit of the corner, Owen Price gets up ahead into 2nd place. Jack Whitehouse and Dan Archibald are looking to capitalise as well. They haven't quite been able to so far. I don't think Jack's going to throw that at the inside of turn 2 and 3. Indeed, isn't. Bump and pass for the 17 Oliver Wilde. That's not connected to what we're watching on screen at the minute. That's back in 9th position. But Owen Price is going to want to try and get on up the road after Callum Boot if he's got the pace to do so. Jack Whitehouse is going to fancy a move at the red outfitted Cian Haynes as well. Contact warning there for Owen Price. Not sure if that was part of the move for 2nd place we saw, or if that's something unrelated. Inside goes Jack Whitehouse. Good lunge that was, and looks like he's got it done. He's on the outside for this corner, but will then have the inside for the next 4 corners, if you include that little benders one. And following him through is Dan Archibald as well. Cian Haynes has lost out significantly. He's down to 5th place now, having been 2nd just a lap or so ago.
Just under 4 minutes left on the clock. Then we are still looking at this battle with there's Jack Whitehouse there, just about losing out. The driver up in front, that is the number 35 there of Daniel Archibald, side by side with Jack Whitehouse. Now seized an opportunity, saw a car gap open, he took it, but it was a little bit elbows out and they were a little bit kind of off kilter, if you will, off that racing line, got a little bit scruffy, and they have now picked up pieces. But unfortunately for Jack Whitehouse, a bit of pace dropped off in the final part of this lap.
Morgan Humphries is getting involved there as well. Reeve, I think he's up into 5th, is that? Let's see as they come through now. Yeah, Archibald, Cian Haynes, Morgan Humphries up into 5th, Jack Whitehouse, the one who's lost out there. Oliver Wilde, who we saw pick up a penalty moments ago in 9th, said it wasn't part of this, has now become part of this. The 17th in 7th place, I believe, carrying a penalty. The gap at front still 2 seconds. To the inside goes Morgan Humphries and picks up another place. So Cian Haynes drops down another position. Good moving through the grid there from Morgan Humphries. But let's see how that all pans out then in the remaining 2.5 minutes of this race. Will there be any change for those repechage positions? The final repechage that we're going to see today, we've seen all of our B finals. Once this one's done, it's just A finals left. 2 races to go after this, and at the moment Callum Boot and Owen Price are going to be a part of them, but Dan Archibald, Morgan Humphries and Cian Haynes might still have something to say about it.
Yeah, shout out to Morgan Humphries for that, for the drive today overall. Had an unfortunate qualifying, and then the pre-B final didn't go the way that he would have wanted. Has picked up pieces in this final, as we mentioned his drive through the grid there. We did actually have a brief chat with him in an interview for the Paddock show. We didn't get to see it, but he's had a few up and down rounds in his CLUB100 experience. I think that would be fair to say, but he hasn't let that get the better of him, and is pretty headstrong, and is going to be rewarded for it with a decent haul of points from this pre-B final.
Yeah, that gap at the front slightly closer than it was, 1.8 seconds, but not closing in a way significant enough to worry Callum Boot for the remaining, what I think will be 2 laps of this race now. I think we'll see the final lap board next time round. Difference here, however, at the inside goes Morgan Humphries on Dan Archibald for 3rd place. Another great move from Morgan Humphries. He's doing well in this one. I think it's too little too late in terms of those repechage positions as Kira Boylan picks up a cone penalty further down the order. She's in 22nd place at the minute. So yes, 16, 20 and now 49 your front 3. Again, the gap's slightly shortened on the last lap between Callum Boot and Owen Price. And Owen Price does look reasonably close to Callum Boot, but certainly not enough to make an impression on the lead of this race. And I think the gap between Owen Price and Morgan Humphries is too big as well to be surmounted on this, which is the final lap. You can see the boards there out to indicate that to all our drivers, as there's still battling going on here behind Cian Haynes. Oliver Wilde has the fastest lap, but he does have a penalty as well, and he's lost that position to Charlie Wainwright back into 6th, and there's a bit more jostling there as well. I think that's Ward getting back at Wainwright, if I saw correctly as they flashed through the shot. But yes, 10 seconds to go, final lap, and Callum Boot looking comfortable in this one. Owen Price, a second and a half down the road, will follow him home for the 2nd repechage place. Here we go then, navigating the last couple of corners, and down onto the start finishing straight comes the green and white of Callum Boot. Today's Junior Lightweight South B final winner. He's very happy with that, as should Owen Price be with 2nd place. 3rd is Morgan Humphries, a solid drive from him. Daniel Archibald comes home in 4th. Cian Haynes in 5th place with Oliver Wilde in 6th. He'll drop down a couple after the race due to a penalty. Charlie Wainwright, Jack Whitehouse, Andre Stoyan and Finlay Dunleavy, your top 10 for that one.
Fantastic stuff from our Junior B finalists. We're going to have a bit more junior action this afternoon in our A final coming up later on, but first it's the final time we're going to see the cadets out on track this afternoon. It's the Cadet A final up next.
Right then, it's a final time. First up is the Cadet Lightweights for this CLUB100 South round 6.
Round 6.
Yes, sorry I said 6. There, here comes the grid then. Let's see who the runners and riders are for this one. Starting on pole position, Jude Cuddlefoot, our championship leader, is joined on the front row by Luke Collins. Ayrton Lima Evans has been running strongly today. He's on row 2. In 3rd place, Mason Turner is 4th. Ethan Guest and Henry Greenwood are row 3. They're 5th and 6th respectively. Vinnie Cunningham and Cody Cruddington make a fantastically surnamed row 4. Kai Jackson is 9th with Harvey Dowler 10th. Max Wainwright and Jake Matthews are row 6th and 12th. 13th is Layla Fitzgerald, Tate Hart is 14th, 15th is Leisure Dimitriou, and Tom Seamarks joins him on row 8. Theo Thomas is 17th overall, Zane Perry 18th after running strongly earlier on, I think in pole actually for Pre-A. Caesar Chen 19th, and 20th is Joshua Robinson. Jackson Burge and Adam Ashgar we saw just now in the B final. They joined the pack of the A through repechage. Looking forward to this one, Reeve.
Yeah, last time we're going to see our cadets who have impressed throughout the afternoon out on track here at Ellough Park. The younger drivers seemed really enthusiastic when we had a chat with them in the paddock early on about coming here. They like that fast-flowing nature. It's a bit exhilarating for them. So hello to you if you're watching along the sport. Getting ready for the super lightweights tomorrow, of course. We're going to have plenty more action to come from Ellough Park, but we're going to bring an end to the lightweight cadet action after this race here. So this is the big one. It's the A final coming up next.
So our pole sitter, number 14, Jude Beautiful, is looking to make it 2 A final wins in a row, having won last time out. Also on the podium were Luke Collins, who's alongside him on the grid for this one. He finished second last time, and third was Ethan Guest. So let's see what kind of result we can end up with here. We are getting ready to go. They are rounding this penultimate hairpin, and it's just the last corner here, the left-hander to navigate before the pace car pulls off and we get underway with racing. Keeping it slow, Puddlefoot controls the speed. Collins gestures to him to do the same. Away goes the pace car. Lights are red, lights are green. Away we go for the A final then. Puddlefoot gets a good start. He's got the inside for turn 1 and holds the lead coming out of the first corner. Still side by side with him is Collins in the 24 and follows him into turns 2 and 3. Down to the first hairpin. To the inside looks Collins, thinks better off it. And everyone facing the right way. Oh, just as I say that, round goes one car. They've recovered fairly quickly and should join the back of the queue in a few moments' time. That was the 93, was it? I think, in the middle back. Possibly Tom Seamark's in the 97. I will confirm shortly.
In a few moments, Collins has looked so eager to get past Puddlefoot here. He's trying to find a way through. That is evident. We've seen we really enjoyed actually these two battling out in their previous race. Let's see now as we get 10 minutes of it instead of just a few minutes of them getting towards the front. Now we get to see what they can do across 10 minutes. Liam Evans, this is an opportunity for him to make up for a pre-final, which he can still be pretty happy with. I mean, look, he's up here in third, but he would have wanted more from it, I am sure. So let's see if he can climb up that podium just that a little bit more. Don't count out Ethan Guest as well. He showed some immense pace earlier on, and Crutchington is just behind. Another top 5 begins to separate from the rest of the pack as we head down through the left-hander, followed immediately by the right and the 2 hairpins in just a moment. Puddlefoot building up a potential lead here at the moment as Collins begins to look at what Liam Evans is doing. Liam Evans putting that pressure on as we head through the final part of the lap. Now the big right-hander to negotiate at full throttle. You carry all that speed round, carry that momentum as you get ready to start the next lap. And here we go. It is actually going to be Ethan Guest who tries to think about a move on Liam Evans. Liam Evans, though, is going to go down the inside of Collins instead. Another side by side. It's Liam Evans through first. Will Guest follow through? He does indeed. And that is Guest now up in to fourth. And that is going to be Luke Collins really compromised at the start of this next lap.
Guest up into second place there. Bit cheeky from him. Collins has followed him through, so Liam Evans has gone from second back down to fourth. But Ethan Guest, I'm sure, gave the instruction, let's all work together, and then just dived straight up the inside of the next corner into second place there later. They've got to work together, though, to close down Jude Puddlefoot. Jude Puddlefoot's already a couple of tenths up ahead. If they continue to do stuff like that, Jude will run away with this, I'm sure.
Yeah, seeing the gamesmanship already. These drivers may be young, but they're already fully fledged racing drivers in that regard, aren't they? They already know the games to play with each other out on track. As you mentioned, Puddlefoot beginning to build that gap further and further. It's Guest versus Collins as they go side by side. I just want to give mention to Zane Perry, we've seen flying along at multiple points today, currently running in 8th, up from 18th on the grid, and with a 53.0.
That's fantastic. But you can see him at the back of this pack, Reeve, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if he features in the battle for this race win, especially if these guys can close down Jude Puddlefoot. Ethan Guest giving strong hand signals to Luke Collins as they pulled alongside each other moments ago as down the inside Cody Cruddington looks to overtake Luke Collins now. He does. Cody Cruddington is up into third, so good stuff from Cody, we spoke to earlier on as well. But you can see now Ethan Guest, fastest lap there, is closed right up to the back of Jude Puddlefoot. And if those two start battling, I think Cody Cruddington, Luke Collins, Aidan Liam Evans and Zane Perry, who we mentioned, will be involved in the fight for this one. Let's see what Guest has got. No dive up the inside of that hairpin this time. He's done it before in this race. Here is Zane Perry. Recovered very well from a very unfortunate pre-A final earlier on. He'll be very happy with where this is going so far, especially with the best part of 7 minutes still to come. No challenge just yet from Guest. He may be thinking it's best for him and Puddlefoot to work together. He knows what's behind them. Some very talented drivers with a lot of pace. Cody Cruddington at the front of that one. He's having a good race too, I will say. Yeah, the gap extends back to Cruddington by half a second. And there's Zane Parry going past Aidan Lima Evans. Lima Evans, I've called him Aidan a couple of times now. I do apologise for that mispronunciation of the first name. Really should get that right. And here they are side by side then. Perry on the inside.
Ooh.
We've got Greenwood as well. And there's the change for the lead. Is it? Not quite. They're side by side, Guest and Puddlefoot. They think better of a strong battle through that chicane. But if Guest gets alongside again, he's probably going to think he's the man to lead the duo away rather than Puddlefoot. We'll see how that one develops.
Certainly all to play for at the top end of the order here, with that brilliant camera shot looking down the mid part of the circuit where we saw everyone within a kind of top 6 vying for position, rather, as we head on to the next lap. It is still Puddlefoot who leads ahead of Guest. The question is for how long, if Guest can mount a proper charge. He was looking close a moment ago, has backed off a little bit, but I'm sure we'll look close once again. Crutchington just ahead of Collins as they start this lap, and here is Guest back on the scene now, around about a kart length, maybe just a little bit more, separate our two front runners in this race. This the final time that we will see the cadets out on track today. They head down towards the final part of the lap in just a moment. We will look a little further back. This is Crutchington on Collins here, and Crutchington goes down the inside, gets the position.
The other way around, Reeve.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, they swap around there. Zane Perry's also on the scene.
Crutchington back up the inside of Collins here. Let's see who's come out on top. It's Crutchington, yep, the 53. Zane Perry indeed is on the scene. Ethan Guest's having a look at the inside of turn 1 for the lead and takes it. Great move there from Guest, and once again decides to use his hands to articulate to his competitors, we should be working together. That's, I think, Ethan Guest's way of saying, let's work together with me at the front and you just in behind, making sure that we don't get caught by the rest of them. So yes, Crutchington has held 3rd place. Ayrton Lima Evans is showing his 4th place on the timing screen. It'd be interesting to see if it's him or Zane Perry in behind Crutchington now. I think Zane Perry just flashed past in his red suit on screen. But yes, there's your lead 2, and then you've got Crutchington, and yep, that's Perry ahead of either Collins or Lima Evans. No, it's Henry Greenwood now, so that's a decent change for position. Certainly from Henry Greenwood's perspective, up to 5th place he goes. Can Crutchington, Perry or Greenwood prove that they've got the pace? Greenwood fancies it. He's up the inside of Perry here. Into turns 2 and 3. Makes the move happen. But can any one of these 3 break to the front of this pack and catch up with our lead 2? The time is running out for that to happen. We've still got 3 minutes, but that 3 minutes disappears very quickly when you're having fun like we are.
It does indeed. Yeah, we've got Puddlefoot taking the position back on Guest. That was despite a remarkable lap over the past few laps for Guest. He has the fastest lap of this race, a 52.8 does Guest, but Puddlefoot potentially has done it when it matters. Now these two saying, oh, we need to work together, they've got a 2-second margin to the karts behind. They can afford to have a bit of fun out there on a track as they bring it home for the end of the cadet running today. So Puddlefoot dives down just ever so slightly in his car to try and gain any aerodynamic advantage that he can. Meanwhile, we can see Cody Crutchington under pressure from Zane Perry there. Zane Perry gets through, as does Henry Greenwood. 2 for the price of 1 there. And we jump back to our front runners now as they head down towards the left-hander in just a moment. Carry all that speed before you jump on the brakes for the right-hander coming up here. And we can see that it is still Puddlefoot leading from Guest. Here's Perry just ahead of Greenwood, and they found their way past Crutchington as well.
Be interesting to see if Henry Greenwood gives this a lap. He might think that the leaders are gone, and that getting past Zane Perry is the best he can do in this race. I'd say that 2.7 second gap. Let's see how big the gap is when we go around now. Yeah, it's 3.5 seconds now. That's a tall order for them to make up, even with Guest and Puddlefoot fighting. Zane Perry, Henry Greenwood, Cody Crutchington, they might think that 3rd is the best they can do here. Despite this ferocious battle for the lead between Puddlefoot and Guest, which will rage on over the remaining lap or two of the race. I think Guest is happy for now, but there it is. There it is, Reeve. Straight down the inside. Very textbook overtake, but very well executed from Ethan Guest. They had a little look at each other there. I think the time for communication and teamwork is over. We aren't going to see the final lap board this time round, but we will certainly see it next. There are 2 laps remaining of this race.
There are indeed, and Guest ahead of Puddlefoot. The question is for how long? We say, that's gesticulating to work together, to work with each other. They're not really doing that, and despite that, they are still leaving an impressive gap to the rest of the field. This is really strong stuff from our 2 front runners here. They're keeping the pace up despite enjoying a battle for the lead of the race.
Yeah, as I said, we will see the final lap board next time round, and it's funny what that does to a driver's mind, Reeve, especially in positions such as Ethan Guest and Jude Puddlefoot find themselves in here. Zane Perry looks reasonably comfortable out the window, back in third. In fact, you can see there on the stream that Henry Greenwood goes defensive for 4th against Crudgington. But here we go then. Final lap boards to the left and the right of them. Defensive line for Ethan Guest. Puddlefoot to the outside of turn 1. Let's see what happens in 2. I think we'll be seeing defensive again from Ethan Guest. We do indeed. And once again, no room around the outside for Puddlefoot. Next up's the left-hand hairpin. Once again, Ethan Guest to the inside of the track, white lining it. I believe it's called a better exit for Puddlefoot, but I don't think he's got the overspeed necessary to make the overtake happen here. Through the swoop in right and left, there's no braking zones here. But once we get over that crest, we saw Guest take the lead there. He defends this time. Not an optimal line going down into the final right-hander. But once again, white lining it, proper defensive driving. Lovely stuff from Ethan Guest. And then one more corner to defend. Puddlefoot's around the outside, they touch. But Guest holds on, wins the Cadet Lightweight South A final at Ellough Park. Puddlefoot doesn't seem happy with it, but I think there's plenty of fair racing going on here today, and that was more of it in my eyes. Zane Perry comes home for a very respectable 3rd. Cody Crudgington takes 4th, which is also a good result for him. 5 of Henry Greenwood finishes 5th overall. Then we've got Vinnie Cunningham, Drake Matthews, Luke Collins, Theo Thomas and Ayrton Lima Evans for your top 10. Great race, Reeve.
It was indeed, as you mentioned, well-deserved celebration for Zane Perry. 3rd from 18th on the grid there. A really impressive run. That's it for our cadet running today. Overall, they've really impressed. Enjoyed seeing them out on track there, but it's not the end of the action. Up next, we've got our Junior A final. Here we go then, we look on as our juniors head out on track for one last time today here at Ellough Park. Let's have a look at the starting grid for these drivers in just a moment. They're heading out on track and beginning to form up, so let's have a look at the grid here. On the first row will be Jamie Tiley Gooden, Dom Balasitis, then we have Zach Watson and Jake Chapman on row 2. Max Kilby and Anthony Roberts complete the 3rd row. Moving on to row 4, we are going to have Henry Wills, Thomas Hughes, then followed by Robert Crawford, Jacob Equiol, Ben Cosgrove and Zane El Topshi. Row 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, Jonathan Fuchsel, then we have Daniel Lizensky, Ben Richardson, David Toots Farkas, then we have Leo Engels and Ollie White on row 7 and 8. Moving on to the 10th row of the grid, Hudson Gordon Huntley, Jaden Gerard Shepherd, Ashley Haynes Quinton, then we have Christian Yudanov, Ethan Saunders Wilkes and Daniel Varlan. Completing the first 12 rows, then we have Callum Boot and Owen Price completing our 26 kart grid for our final race of the day, our Junior A final.
Yeah, so we have a couple of laps practice here for the drivers, as is customary in Club 100 A finals that use the senior fleet. All that's to do is to make sure that kart parity is as good as it possibly can be across the field. These drivers are deemed experienced enough to be able to judge whether or not there's a slight mechanical fault with the kart, which can sometimes happen. At which point you have the opportunity to bring it into the pits and swap for one of the spares. CLUB100 never run absolutely all of the carts at their disposal, so there are always spares available for those who do suffer the sad consequences of mechanical issues. We've got one cart coming into the pits to swap over. I think it's the number 7. I've just seen it duck into the pits. But in all honesty, it doesn't really matter who does and doesn't swap carts. All we care about is the fact that the playing field is as level and equal as possible for what is, the pinnacle of the day, the A final. Not to say that the cadets A final is not pinnacle either, but certainly the junior lightweight final, since it's a given for seniors, it's a given for the juniors as well. I think it's quite fair.
Yes, indeed, and it's pretty rare to actually see a cart jumping in and being swapped. I've certainly never seen more than one or two, because in general the work that goes on with the CLUB100 fleet to make sure that they are as good as they can be is to a pretty high standard indeed. So good to see that everyone is going to have as good a cart as possible, as often the case.
Yeah, so they get 3 laps, I think, practice it is, and indeed the checkered flag is now showing, which signifies the end of those practice laps. The second of the drivers who came into the pits, that's the number 28, has just came back out. So we are all back on circuit and ready to be collected in order by the pace cart, who is waiting just on the little cut-through shortcut that we've been using to shorten these warm-up laps. It is quite a long lap here at Ellough, so it is quite handy to have that alternate layout available to us. I don't think we're going to get going straight away. I think we're going to wait for the field to form up. Yes, indeed, we've got someone crossing the start-finish line now, and the pace car is just coming through the penultimate corner. So there'll be another rolling up lap to show you. You can see here the bulk of the field making their way around that penultimate corner right there. So yes, they'll do one more warm-up lap. This will be a warm-up lap, not a practice lap. And then we'll get going for what is the final race of a cracking race day so far. First day of the live stream though, don't go anywhere. Stay on your sofa until tomorrow morning when Reeve and I will be back with the super lightweight classes for both cadet and junior. Another full day's action, 6 qualifying sessions followed by 12 races. Do not miss out. It's going to be as action-packed as today, if not more, Reeve, if not more.
Yep, certainly looking forward to it. I think Ellough Park has delivered for my expectations, at least my first time here, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the super lightweight candidates make of this circuit tomorrow as well. But we get ready for one last time to welcome our juniors across the line as they start the next race.
That'll be very, very shortly, although we've still got one cart coming around at the back there. We might have to go around again. So that ends on where they start. I can't tell who it is, unfortunately, but yes, we are going around again. We've just got one cart to get into position, but it would be very unfair to start without them, so we won't. And round they go again for what will be a relatively quick formation lap. It was Christian Jordanov, I believe, coming around at the back, is it? We will see. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, what matters is they'll get in position ready to start this one. So can Jamie Tylee-Gooden carry on his absolute domination of today, I will say. He's been fantastic. Dominic Balasaitis is alongside him and looking to spoil his perfect day of fastest lap, pole position and pre-A final win. Zach Watson and Jake Chapman are in the mix as well. Jake Chapman, we mentioned earlier, didn't have the best of pre-A finals, so we'll be looking to make up for that in the A final. Henry Wilkes, and another one who will be looking to pick up a decent haul of points here as we turn into the penultimate corner, and we will be getting going on this one.
We will indeed, yeah. As you mentioned, Jake Chapman current championship leader. Let's watch out to see what he can do in terms of points from this race. He's starting from a decently high position. Let's see if it is high enough as we head round the final corner for one last time. It is going to be Balasaitis versus Tyler Gooden as we run down the tram lines for one last time today. Here we go, into turn one we go. A little bit of contact here and there, but it's Balasaitis who maintains the lead heading into that first corner. Karts going 4, maybe 5 wide at various positions, but it is still Tyler Gooden ahead of Balasaitis now as we head into the double right-hander. Just behind them it is going to be Zach Watson by the looks of things. He's had a good start, a few karts off. That was the number 28 of Henry Wilkes, is able to get back underway, and we have the tyre wall once again, having an unfortunate meeting with a couple of karts. That does not impact our front runners though, as we see Balasaitis leading that is going to be
Tyler Gooden.
Tyler Gooden
from Balasaitis. Chapman back up into third as well, having dropped down to fourth behind that red-suited driver who I can't quite make out, but we'll cross the line momentarily and confirm it's the 104 of Zach Watson who's briefly up into third, I think. Yellow flags here for the barriers, which will neutralise the race for the next couple of corners. Interestingly, Chapman tried to get the inside of turn one from the counter side of the grid, did well to hold on to it, but was severely disadvantaged on the exit of that corner then. I think he took the brunt of the Constantina effect of all the karts bunching up there, but it's coming out all right with it. Jamie Tyler Gooden leads, Don Balasaitis in second, and Don Balasaitis to the inside overtakes Jamie Tyler Gooden. No one managed it in the pre-A final, but someone's managed it already in this one, and Jake Chapman fancies a look as well. I don't think he's going to be able to make anything happen here, but here he can, up the inside of Jamie Tyler Gooden, who's found himself in third place and further down the order than he's found himself pretty much all day today. He points forward to the guys behind him and says, don't you boys pass me as well, we've got a job on to keep up with these two.
And they do indeed. The pace is pretty dominant from everyone in the top end of the running here in our Junior A final running. Jonathan Fuchs unfortunately picking up a cone penalty there. It's probably going to be a tyre barrier based off what we've seen from here today. But there is Don Balasaitis controlling things quite nicely out in front and looking pretty comfortable at the moment as we see the likes of Chapman under pressure from Tyler Gooden. And now that is going to be a difficult task indeed. We saw the pace that Tyler Gooden has earlier on throughout the day. Watch out as well for Zach Watson, also had a great start here in this final race. Thomas Hughes, we haven't talked about all that much today, but is here present in the top 5 in this race and hoping for a little bit more.
Reasonably, I was going to say reasonably impressive is 7th place, Jacob Aquil. He was one of the ones we saw take an alternative route, should we say, on the first lap, as was Max Kilby. He was running in 6th, Max Kilby, but has dropped down in 5 places on that last lap. As the fastest lap goes to our race leader, Dominic Balasaitis. He's still not got daylight between him and Jake Chapman. Realistically, it's only half a second, which is going to be nothing too reassuring for Balasaitis out in front, if just the smallest piece of comfort. But yes, so Balasaitis leads this one from our championship leader, Jake Chapman. Championship 2nd place, Jamie Tyler Gooden. Balasaitis himself in 3rd is exactly where he needs to be. Where he needs to catch up those two ahead of him in the championship, although he could do with the two of them being a bit further behind. In all honesty, that's a big incident.
That is, didn't quite make out who that was involving. I saw triple digits on the number plate, and we will see on the timing tower as it updates who unfortunately fell foul there.
That's the green of Daniel Lizensky, who had some misfortune in the pre-A final, if I remember correctly. Chapman now right on the back of Balasaitis and set the fastest lap. Tyler Gooden struggling to keep with the front two for this moment in time. He's got more eyes behind him than in front. But that could change if Balasaitis and Chapman start fighting, which Chapman might be thinking about, to be honest. Does he go for the move, or does he accept that, he points forward. I don't think we're going to see a change for the lead anytime soon, Reeve. I think these two know that between the two of them, they've got the pace to pull away from this 3 or 4 kart train behind them. Tyler Gooden didn't seem to have quite what he had when he was setting some blistering pace in qualifying. A mechanical flag for the number 30, Ben Richards. That's the end of his race. Can't quite see where he is in the order, but certainly not top 20 at the moment. But yes, these two now look to be working together, Balasitis and Chapman.
Very smart running.
All away from Tyler Gooden, Watson, Roberts, and penalty for not racing with respect from Ben Richardson, which is a catch-all penalty, if you will.
That's a new one for me. I've never seen that issued in my time.
It's a Motorsport UK regulation, Reeve.
Yes.
Straight from the directive. Of course, we run under the Motorsport UK banner here at CLUB100, and that's the respect rules being applied for something that happened unseen by our broadcast. So I think that will be the end of his race, given he's had the mechanical flag as well. So halfway through this one, 5 minutes remaining. The front two have worked together to build up 2.5 lead over the winner of 3A, Jamie Tyler Gooden. Zach Watson, Anthony Roberts and Thomas Hughes all in that battle. I think that's a change for Roberts and Watson, is it? It is indeed. Roberts ahead of Watson. And the two battling in behind as well, Hughes and Aquil. They've changed positions also on that lap. So 4th and 5th switch, 6th and 7th switch. Jamie Tyler Gooden kind of happy there in 3rd place. Not overjoyed, I can imagine. He'd rather be where he was in the Pre-A, out in the lead. But he's got a bit of a gap back to 4th, and still half an eye on catching that lead too, if he can. They've not started fighting yet, but when they do, I think Tyler Gooden will still think he's in with a shout, at the very least, in this A final.
He certainly would, as we look a little bit further behind Tyler Gooden at the moment. Jake Chapman still with that fastest lap so far. We're getting ever so close to those 49s. We haven't quite broken into it yet, but Chapman with that 50.1 is probably about as close as we're going to see as the temperatures begin to drop around the circuit now, which is good. It means your commentators are no longer slow roasting. Always a positive as we head down through the final few minutes of this race. There we go, on cue, a 49. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, a 49.967. That is a record lap for a CLUB100 junior here at Ellough Park.
Yep, fastest lap of the day. Great pace from Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. He's looked pretty fast today. Results quite haven't gone his way, I would say, but certainly been on the pace and in the mixer this afternoon. Front two still as they were. Tyler Gooden now has Anthony Roberts for company in 3rd place, and Roberts might be thinking of a move down into turn 1. Here is Daniel Leszensky, who's thinking of a move on Thomas Hughes. There's the battle for 3rd that I just briefly mentioned, not quite on into turn 1 and not quite as close as Leszensky behind. You can see the 69 going to the inside now. The 7 of Thomas Hughes defends. 3 minutes left of this one. I think Leszensky's certainly going to have an attempt before the end of the race. 15, the fast moving Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is involved in this one as well. Plenty of action through the field. Here's that battle for 3rd. Quite close going into the right-hander. Another right-hander coming up. There's his front two, still close as ever, still working together. And then your 3rd place, Jamie Tyler Gooden. 4th of Anthony Roberts. Zach Watson hasn't completely dropped them, and there you go, Leszensky has made the pass. You'll see him jump up the timing board on the left-hand side. There it is. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has followed him through in the 15. So good progress from those two through the field. Tyler Gooden still under pressure, but not having to go defensive just yet. I think perhaps Anthony Roberts might have half an eye on that lead too as well, although the gap is now 2 seconds with only 2 minutes remaining. I'm not sure we'll get more than 2 laps after this one, Reeve. I think next time round will be not.
It will be an impressive feat for them to close up that gap in this amount of time. Perhaps you could expect it if there was a huge pace delta, but unfortunately for the likes of Tyler Gooden and below, Balasitis and Chapman, although they are just flying along at the moment. Balasitis leading from Chapman at the moment. Chapman did post their best time of the race so far, 50.1, and they remain pretty comfortably ahead of Tyler Gooden and Anthony Roberts and crew, because I imagine at some point our even though our third place driver and third down to fifth have been pretty good at not battling each other, we could be seeing that in a moment. The question is, are we now going to see it between our two front runners? Have they decided we've built up enough of a gap now, let's have some fun in our final couple of laps today? It's Balasitis still in the lead for the time being, defending from the inside there, but that gives the inside potentially for the next couple of corners. It was good run enough though for Balasitis. He stays out with his kart quite comfortably in front. Who gets the better run then as we head on to the start-finish straight? It's Balasitis who will have to defend the inside here. Chapman had a fantastic drive on to the start-finish straight, and it's still Balasitis who leads for the time being. There's all sorts of action going on for P3 as well, but here's our two front runners as they head down towards the left-hander in just a moment. Over the shoulder looks Balasitis. There is Jake Chapman, ever present. If he had rear view mirrors, he'd be completely occupying them, but it's Balasitis now who's ever so slightly on the defensive here, and there's nowhere for Jake to go for the time being. A couple of hairpins coming up next as we have 20 seconds left on the clock. This is the final lap of this race, and here we go. Balasitis defending the inside through the right-handed hairpin. A couple more corners to negotiate, and it's Balasitis who still controls things in this, the final race of the afternoon. Jake Chapman kicking himself. He knows that might have been his final opportunity. Balasitis celebrates across the line and takes race victory, and there is what we like to see. Chapman with a thumbs up to Balasitis for a job well done, and a good bit of competition between our two front runners there. Jamie Tyler just about held off competition to bring it home in the top three, followed by Anthony Roberts and Jacob Epiol, our top five. Zach Watson, Ethan Saunders, Wilkes, Daniel Lazinski, Robert Crawford and Henry Wilkes complete our top 10 for the last time. Jacob, what a finish that was.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from our juniors. Dominic Balasitis takes his first A final win of the season. Jake Chapman has to settle for second, having won last time out. Jamie Tyler Gooden gets a third, which is more than deserved for the way he's driven today, and a great result as well for the likes of Anthony Roberts and Jacob Epiol making the top five. Ethan Saunders Wilkes will be disappointed to have gone so fast and not quite made it so far up the order. Daniel Lazinski, a good recovery from some misfortune earlier as well. But overall, from both cadets and juniors, Reeve, I think it's been a fantastic day's racing. Not just in terms of ability on show, but from discipline and from fairness. There's been a couple of penalties, admittedly, and there will be a few going home reasonably unhappy tonight. But I think, on the whole, as a group, this has been really, really good race day.
Yeah, as I said, they always do deliver an impressive drive out there, do the cadets and juniors, and we get that, but we also still get exhilarating racing. You know, it's all well and good if we have a penalty-free day, if everyone's just trundling along and not really going for any moves, but these guys have shown themselves to be true racers out here. Everyone involved has had a really enjoyable day to watch from our point of view, I would say. I mean, just look at that final battle there where we had our two front runners going tooth and nail, giving each other a very hard time out there, and then giving each other the thumbs up at the end of it. That's what we like to see. So well done to everyone involved for today. A great day out at Ellough Park all round.
Yeah, don't forget we are back tomorrow for another full day's programme, another 6 qualifying sessions, another 12 races from our super lightweight cadets and juniors. Do not miss that. It's going to be equally as exciting, if not more exciting, than today, and Reeve and I will be there to talk you through it with hopefully an extended paddock show tomorrow and plenty more on-track action from Ellough Park here on the east coast of England.
The very east coast indeed. So a big thank you all to you all for tuning in, for watching the broadcast today. That is it from us in the comms box, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.